Welcome to the ultimate proving ground, the single most cutthroat academy entrance exam on the planet, the test. A professor literally drops the entire rookie class into an alternate dimension where they have to survive a brutal monster-infested battle royale just to rack up points. But in this sea of sweating tryhards, one absolute unit stands completely untouched: Leo. The guy's power scaling is just completely busted. So much so that the Academy's supposed top prodigy tries to take him out early to protect her rank. Spoiler alert, she gets completely clapped. Leo stomps her without breaking a sweat, flexing on the entire lobby to prove who the real final boss is. Now you're probably wondering, how is this kid so insanely overpowered? Well, plot twist, he is actually a mythical hero who walked the earth 5,000 years ago. Let's rewind. Nearly 5,000 years back, the world was literally crumbling under the boot of Erebos, an ancient nightmare, basically known as the root of all evil. To stop an absolute apocalypse, the ultimate four-man squad of heroes teamed up. But the battle was a total bloodbath, wiping out nearly the whole crew, leaving exactly one guy breathing: Kyle, the sole human survivor, who had to clutch a 1 versus 1 for the fate of the world. Driven by his fallen squad, Kyle completely dismantled the King of Darkness and dragged humanity back from the brink. But fast forward 5,000 years and the history books got a massive retcon, creating a timeline where Kyle was straight up shadow banned from existence. Instead, society glazes a guy named Licinius, crediting his sacrifice for taking down Erebos, the ultimate villain. And somehow absolutely nobody has fact-checked this lie until today. The real shocker drops when Kyle respawns in the modern era, skims through the lore of Erebos' defeat, and realizes his name got completely scrubbed from the server logs. This is the insane journey of a reincarnated Kyle. Fed up with his stolen legacy, our guy rolls right up to Lumine Academy, the exact elite institution guarding the sacred hero records, ready to crash the system and take his crown back. Years flash by since the legendary Kyle booted up his second life, bringing us right to the halls of the Royal School of Dylan. In the middle of a dead quiet classroom, a teacher paces in front of the board, lecturing his class about their current timeline, heavily hyping it up as the Age of Heroes. It has been a massive 5,000 years since the divine hero records dropped into reality, and human society has completely leveled up during that gap. Case in point, the Royal School of Dylan just bagged the hosting rights for this year's brutal Lumini entrance trials. The teacher is practically vibrating with hype, totally convinced that he is looking at the next generation of legends. But spoiler, not everyone in the room is buying the inspirational speech. Slumped in the very back row, completely zoning out, sits a student who would rather catch up on his sleep schedule. Yep, it is our boy Leo. And the teacher is visibly mauling over the blatant disrespect. Trying to set a trap, the teacher assumes this slacker must think he is a genius who does not need to pay attention. So he decides to put him on blast, demanding he explain the exact holy ritual from 5,000 years ago that someone had to survive just to get stamped with the hero title. Leo slowly drags himself out of his chair and drops the most zero-effort, unbothered answer imaginable. He basically says that if a guy cracked enough skulls and got famous, people naturally just started treating them like a god. Oh, and for the record, his full tag is Leo Plav, a 15-year-old heir to the high-class house of Plav. Obviously, the teacher is completely triggered by this casual street-level explanation, shaking his head before asking the room if anyone else wants to drop a real textbook answer. Instantly, the class tryhard shoots their hand into the air ready to show off. This kid starts rambling about ancient history, explaining how you could not just casually chat with the gods back then. You had to grind through hardcore sacred rituals just to get their attention and earn that hero status. He throws out the ritual of blood as the ultimate example. The teacher practically sheds a tear at how flawless the answer is, completely glazing this kid Galvin and predicting he is destined to be the kingdom's top-tier magic prodigy. Just a classic flex from the golden boy of House Stratton. Meanwhile, Leo is internally cringing at how fake this whole system is. From his point of view, kicking it with the gods was not some elite mystical event, it was literally just his daily routine. To him, it was completely normal. Honestly, the gods only dropped that magical record down to the mortal realm as a giant trophy to flex on Erebos and hype up the heroes who clapped him. Yet standing here now, Leo is just trying to process how the universe totally ghosted him from the patch notes. 0 credit, 0 mentions, and it is genuinely starting to tick him off. Cut to later that day, the entire student body is crowding the hallway windows, totally simping over the arrival of the elite Zeringer clan, as they strut right through the campus. Leading the pack is a girl with crazy main character energy, Celia Zeringer, a name carrying enough clout to make everyone stop and stare. Suddenly, the PA system blasts a warning, ordering every single student to hit the auditorium for a mandatory assembly to hype up the visiting Zerdingers. As Leo grabs his bag and heads for the door, Galvin tries to instigate. He smirks and asks if Leo is hoping to catch the Zerdingers' attention, but our MC, completely deadpan, just brushes him off. He literally could not care less about joining this overhyped circus. The guy literally just wants to hit the couch. This unbothered energy absolutely triggers Gallivan. He is losing his mind watching Leo brush off a massive flex like it is nothing. Trying desperately to match our main character's chill vibe, Galavan straight up lies, claiming the Zeringer name means zero to him too. He claims he is only sticking around to size up Celia, framing the whole thing as some intense rivalry. Cap. Absolute cap. You can practically see the desperation in his eyes. He is dying for even a crumb of validation from the legendary clan. Cut to the dojo. Leo is completely drenched in sweat, completely drained after grinding through countless reps with his wooden blade. Packing up his actual steel, he steps through the doorway. Boom. A shadowy figure blitzes him out of nowhere, moving with the sheer kinetic energy of a freight train. Caught totally off guard, our boy barely gets his sword up in time to deflect a crushing blow. The fluid parry says it all. This is practically a daily routine. They have totally thrown down like this 100 times before. The mystery attacker smirks, openly hyped to finally trade blows with him again, after a massive hiatus. She raises her weapon, declaring this a brutal final exam to earn her blessing for Lumine Academy. Plot twist, this absolute powerhouse. Yeah, that is his mom. Without skipping a beat, she launches another ferocious assault. Steel shrieks against steel. Leo is visibly sweating, fighting for his life just to deflect her swings. Meanwhile, Mom drops the ultimate flex, she is barely even trying. The dojo echoes with relentless impacts. Every single clash hits heavier, faster, and way more dangerous than the last. But then a shift. Leaning into pure, unfiltered technical mastery, Leo flips the script. He dominates the rhythm, cornering her until she is forced to tap out. Dropping her stance, she is totally stunned. The kid has leveled up way beyond her expectations. Dusting herself off, her intense aura vanishes. She gently asks why he is dead set on this specific school. But hold up, let us hit pause for a quick lore drop. Lumen Academy is not just a school. It is the apex training ground for human heroes ranking elite among the 4 legendary racial institutions. More importantly, it guards the ultra-secret hero record. For Leo, this place is a goldmine. He is heavily banking on it, holding the missing pieces to his past life as the legendary hero, Kyle. With his literal reincarnation secrets on the line, there is absolutely zero chance he is backing down from this goal. Snapping back to reality, his mom drops some major tea. The elite Zeringer squad is currently touching down in Dillon, and they are crashing at the Plov estate. She clearly hates the idea of playing host to them, but she is plotting something. Her game plan corners Zeiss, the heavy-hitting vice-patriarch of the clan. She wants to finesse him into passing down the ultra-exclusive Zerdinger aura technique to her son. In her mind, mastering this power-up guarantees Leo a spot at Lumine by next year. What she totally misses, though, is her boy's actual timeline. He is aiming for enrollment this exact year. He refuses to waste another 365 days. Fast forward a bit, and a luxurious carriage rolls up to the Plov Manor, dropping off Celia Zerdinger. The second her boots hit the dirt, she starts side-eyeing the property. She literally cannot fathom why her uncle picked such a basic crib, especially when his bankroll could effortlessly lock down a 5-star resort. Quick reminder on her stats: Celia Zerdinger, 15. The literal sword princess of a powerhouse bloodline. She has tunnel vision for the Lumen exams and firmly believes this low-tier Plov family offers exactly zero value to her training arc. Cutting through her judgment, a commanding voice echoes out. Enter Uncle Zeiss, the terrifying vice-patriarch himself. He pokes the bear, smirking as he asks if she wants to meet Leo, the insane kid who openly rejected their family's hype. Celia barely blinks. She coldly states that if this kid is just some wannabe knight without a shred of aura, then he is just an overhyped scrub not worth her time. Zeiss chuckles, totally disagreeing. He is actually low-key fascinated, sensing some hidden protagonist energy in the boy. Stepping past the grand doors, the vice-patriarch takes the lead to face the masters of the house. Formal pleasantries drop immediately. Dade and Reina Plov bow with flawless etiquette, rolling out the red carpet for their high-status guests. Zeiss pivots, presenting his prodigy niece to the couple. Putting her attitude on pause, Celia bows deeply, nailing the perfect aristocratic greeting. She drops a textbook thank you speech for the lodging. Reina glides closer, her sharp eyes scanning the young warrior. A knowing smile hits Reina's face. The kid is a carbon copy of her dad and uncle. Same intense glare, same arrogant posture. Celia stares right back, locking onto Reina's iconic raven hair and piercing crimson eyes. The math suddenly clicks in her head. Those are signature genetics. Reina is secretly a Zerdinger, making this woman her actual aunt. Fast forward to a private room. The long-lost siblings Zeiss and Reina finally ditch the formalities and start spilling the family tea. Mid-conversation, Zeiss casually drops that he already scouted out the Royal School of Dillon today, actively hunting for a sneak peek at Leo. But big surprise, the guy had already vanished from the academy. He couldn't care less about rubbing elbows with anyone. Reina steps up to run damage control, apologizing for her son, totally ghosting them like a rebel. This just spikes Zeus's curiosity. He turns to his sister, demanding the tea on what kind of wildcard this kid actually is. Reina doesn't hold back. She hypes the kid up as an absolute prodigy, which immediately makes Zeus raise an eyebrow and wonder if this kid is seriously cracked enough to inherit the legendary Zerdinger flames. Reina doubles down, dropping a reality check. She isn't just yapping as a biased mom. Leo possesses insane potential and the raw talent to actually carry her heavy legacy. Zeus is officially hooked. He respects her word, but there is no way he is buying the hype without testing the boy's limits himself. Cut to our main guy locked in deep meditation. Snapping his eyes open from his intense ritual, he finally drops a massive revelation. He just forged a physical vessel capable of containing ultimate power. He flashes back to exactly why he hard-passed on learning aura, up until this very moment. It all comes down to his freakish anatomy. If he absorbed aura right off the bat, his body would literally mutate to specialize in it. That would completely nuke his chances of stacking up mana and soul energy, the absolute backbone of his ultimate master plan. Back in his past life, letting power run wild triggered absolute carnage. If he had actually locked down the raw essence of his fallen brothers in arms, he wouldn't have birthed a walking catastrophe. Refusing to take that massive loss twice, Leo is dead set on achieving god-tier control this time around. Phase 1, conquering aura, but he is doing it strictly by his own rules. Right as he is deep in his villain arc monologue, a voice cuts through the silence and snaps him back to reality. He glances over to find Celia Zeringer flexing an arrogant smirk. She throws a little shade, mocking how he is barely scraping the bare minimums of training. Dripping with sarcasm, she tosses out an offer to personally carry his beginner skills in swordsmanship, assuming he can even keep up. Plot twist. Our boy literally does not know who this random girl is. Insulted, she loudly declares herself as Celia Zeringer, the world-famous sword princess, demanding the respect on her name. But now that the mandatory flexing is over, Leo just brutally cuts to the chase. He throws out a fake thanks for the pity offer, before outright rejecting her, claiming he refuses to take lessons from someone who belongs in a lower tier than him. Boom. Ego shattered. The girl instantly flares up with rage, completely shook that this nobody is practically screaming that he could clap her in a fight. Leo casually drops a reality check in a bloody death match. Yeah, she takes the win because of his 0 aura handicap, but in a pure clash of blades, that is a whole different ballgame, and he guarantees he could absolutely fold her without breaking a sweat. Challenge furiously accepted. Blood-boiling Celia marches over to the weapon rack, snatching a random blade from the massive pile. She is desperate to expose his massive ego for the delusional joke that it is, and her plan is to humiliate him in a one-on-one duel. In her head, even if this kid somehow unlocked aura right now, she would still wipe the floor with him. She is about to hand out a savage reality check. She slaps down an insane wager if she dominates this spar during her 7-day vacation. He officially becomes her personal lapdog. Unbothered, Leo stares her down and coldly asks what happens when he inevitably crushes her. Playing right into his hands, she swears that if he somehow pulls off a miracle, she will serve him instead. Bet locked. Leo grabs a training sword, and the showdown ignites. He explodes forward, swinging with terrifying glitch-like speed. But the sword princess easily weaves past the strike. Internally, though, she is low-key sweating over how ridiculously fast he moved. Still, Celia brushes it off, totally convinced his little speed boosts will not save him from a beatdown. They violently clash again, but this time, Leo unleashes a demon-level smash. The raw, ungodly kinetic force instantly overpowers her defense. Panic hits. She jumps back before her arms snap, watching Leo's blade slam into the dirt and completely explode into shrapnel. But the absolute madman doesn't even pause. He blitzes her again. The previously cocky princess realizes she severely miscalculated, absolutely terrified because there is zero chance she can parry this monster's next attack. Trapped, she locks up and braces for the execution. But plot twist, the dust clears and she is standing there without a single scratch, blatantly cheating by throwing up her aura armor at the very last microsecond. Since they explicitly agreed to a strict blade-only brawl, this hypocrite completely refuses to admit that she was literally about to get destroyed. Instead, she gaslights him, claiming her aura popping out was just a natural reflex. Leo just chuckles, calling game over because she technically forfeited by using magic. Celia's jaw drops, absolutely refusing to take the loss like a sore loser. But Leo was totally waiting for this. Smiling, he rips off his heavy magic training bracelets, the limiters he was using to actively nerf his own crazy strength. With one final devastating blow, he literally turns her impenetrable barrier into broken glass, leaving the girl absolutely shook. Leo goes completely ruthless, dropping his max power right on her head. Cutting to the courtyard, our boy bumps into his mom, who wastes zero time introducing him to his uncle Zeiss. Leo instantly drops a respectful bow, and Zeiss matches the energy with his own intro before they lock hands in a solid handshake. His mom asks if he has crossed paths with Celia, yet triggering a flashback of her passing out cold from pure terror after their clash. But before Leo can spill the details, a knight rolls up on Zeiss to deliver a status update about the young lady. Zeiss is straight up mind-blown hearing that Leo bodied Celia while rocking a physique with 0 aura training. The uncle gives him mad props for the massive flex, though Leo brushes it off, claiming she totally slept on his skills. When Zeiss questions the stakes of their wager, Leo smirks and drops the bomb. The loser had to become the winner's personal attendant, meaning Celia is on maid duty for the next 7 days. Zeiss absolutely hates the sound of that, but he respects the hustle of honoring a bet. Still, he lays down the law. Since she carries the prestigious Zeringer bloodline, having her scrub floors is completely off the table. He begs Leo to scrap the deal, promising to slide him a massive top-tier reward as a trade-off. But our guy shuts that down instantly. He reminds his uncle that this beef was strictly between him and the girl, and if she wants to keep repping that Zeringer name, she better own up to her massive loss. The uncle presses harder, asking if he is seriously ready to fumble the chance to master the legendary Zeringer aura breathing technique. Leo claps back with absolute savage energy. He declares that a legendary skill dangled as hush money to save a niece from total embarrassment is pure trash. Realizing he is backed into a corner, Z shifts gears and goes on the attack. He grills the kid face to face, pointing out the insane audacity of forcing a pureblood Zeringer into servitude, while casually trash-talking their ultimate breathing art. Yet Leo stays completely unbothered, totally ignoring the heavy tension and calmly confirming that every single word his uncle just spat is straight facts. Suddenly, the uncle drops the tough guy act. His vibe shifts as he gently asks if our boy realizes how wild and disrespectful that flex sounded. Leo stands his ground, making it crystal clear he was not throwing shade at the family legacy. He drops the truth bomb. If that breathing manual was an actual prize for catching a win against Celia, he would have snatched it up in a heartbeat. But taking it as a dirty bribe just to bail her out of an embarrassing reality check, hard pass. Here is the tea. If the uncle refuses to validate her crushing defeat, it implies they think she is secretly the greatest and only fumbled the fight by pure luck. Leo shatters that delusion, letting them know that even if she went all out and fought for her life, he still would have swept the floor with her. This boss energy leaves his mom beaming with pride, while her brother is absolutely mesmerized by the kid's elite mindset. The reality that this teenager tossed aside a god-tier bribe just because he hated his uncle's shady tactics proves he is built entirely different. He secretly wishes this absolute legend carried the family name. Giving up, Zeiss signals his guards, ordering them to drag Celia straight to the servant chambers. Pivoting back to our boy, he officially strips away the formalities, giving Leo the green light to drop the fancy honorifics when talking to him. Wrapping up the chat, Leo dips out. Zeiss then turns to his older sister, hyping up his master plan for when he returns to the estate. He vows to hype the kid up to their big brother, ensuring Leo gets the ultimate hookup with their overpowered phoenix breath art. Cutting back to the bedroom, the camera immediately zooms in on Celia, blushing out of her mind. She is practically dying inside, stuttering through her intro, as maid Celia officially clocked in to serve his every whim for the next 7 days. Our guy is having the absolute time of his life watching her squirm through that humiliating script. Honestly, who knew her high-class aesthetic would mesh so flawlessly with a basic uniform? The fit is absolute fire. She catches an attitude over his aggressive compliments, already fully aware that she is a literal 10 out of 10. Leo quickly backs down, swearing he was not trying to make it weird. He blames it on an old buddy who was dangerously obsessed with aesthetics, admitting the crazy habit totally infected his own brain. He spaces out, remembering his homie preaching about how eternal beauty is the ultimate peak, and vowing to spend his post-war retirement forcefully blessing the world with absolute gorgeousness. That unhinged buddy, literally the legendary dwarven blacksmith Dueno. Suddenly, Celia spots the chunky novel chilling in Leo's hands and gets super nosy about his reading material. He casually mentions it was his ultimate hyperfixation back in his childhood days, the legendary epic titled The Great Hero of the Beginning. A wave of nostalgia hits her, remembering how she devoured that exact same fantasy back when she was just 5. Peeping his massive obsession, she casually strolls over to the shelf, yanking out a sequel, and dropping the lore that Kyle has a whole cinematic universe of novels. Leo hits her with some deep philosophy, claiming you cannot just slap a single hero's name on massive historical wins. He firmly believes that most of those legendary feats, turns out history is totally warped. What the books claim was a one-man show was actually a whole squad of heroes, grinding it out over decades. Basically, he's dropping a major bombshell. Kyle's legendary kill steals and boss clears. Yeah, they got slapped onto other people's resumes. Celia, though, she completely brushes it off. In her eyes, Kyle was just some medieval clout chaser, faking his stats to steal the spotlight from the real goats. Honestly, that's the mainstream narrative, and she is drinking the exact same Kool-Aid. Obviously, this massive disrespect rubs Leo the wrong way. Hearing the masses brand Kyle as a totally useless fraud definitely hits a nerve. Pushing that toxic lore dump aside, our boy hits pause on the Kyle debate. It is time to fuel up with some breakfast before the real grind begins. Flipping her mental switch, Celia slides right back into her maid persona. Bowing her head, she meekly begs her young master for a chance to join his workout. On the surface, absolute angel energy dripping with sweet politeness. Behind those smiling eyes, though, total menace. She is mentally roasting him alive, but she keeps the act going just to hack the secret behind his insane power scaling. Without missing a beat, Leo marches straight toward the training hall to give her exactly what she asked for. Flash forward, and the girl is absolutely fighting for her life. Knees planted on the floor, gasping for air. As round 1 wraps up, Professor Leo steps up to drop some harsh truths. He breaks down her gameplay the second her stamina bar blinks red, her ping spikes. Her reflexes tank and her defense becomes a literal slice of Swiss cheese. Those massive openings make her an easy target, which is exactly why she is currently eating dirt on the floor. Still catching her breath, Celia seriously questions the meta. Pushing her physical limits to the absolute breaking point just feels like straight-up torture, not actual progression. Leo just smirks, radiating major boomer energy as he calls this current generation completely soft. He explains that modern aura techniques have evolved way past the classics. Because of that magic power creep, everyone totally ditched hitting the gym. Why lift weights when a glowing buff can instantly max out your physical stats? But here is the cheat code. Upgrading your base physical form actively supercharges your aura too. Hearing this, our proud girl refuses to accept the weakling allegations. Channeling pure spite, she forces herself back onto her feet for round 2. Glaring daggers, she snaps at Leo, warning him to stop sleeping on her potential. She launches a high-speed blitz, but it backfires instantly. Leo casually swats her away like a pesky mosquito, sending her violently crashing back into the dirt. Right now, she is heavily tilted. Swallowing back-to-back brutal L's is absolutely shredding her ego. Out of nowhere, Leo dangles a sleek bracelet in front of her. She snaps it up instantly, totally clueless that this little accessory is heavily cursed with gravity magic. The moment it touches her skin, it feels like holding a literal boulder. Flashing a wicked, downright villainous grin, Leo drops his master plan. From this exact second forward, she is stuck wearing that heavy-duty debuff for every single workout session. Fast forward 24 hours, and Uncle Zeiss is chilling on the sidelines, heavily observing their brutal sparring session. Watching Celia sweat bullets, the uncle nods in approval. He figures this massive reality check is exactly what she needs. Getting her towering ego shattered before enrolling at Lumini Academy is prime character development. Stepping into the ring, he waves Leo over to drop some massive hype. He is actually planning to pitch the family patriarch about passing down the legendary Phoenix Breath technique to our boy. That name drop completely stuns Leo. Paging through his mental encyclopedia, he knows Phoenix Breath isn't just a basic skill, it is the literal foundation of the entire Zeringer bloodline's aura. Rumor has it that ultimate power is strictly VIP access only. You have to be deeply acknowledged by the upper brass just to sniff it. Siding with the lore, Celia instantly butts in, swearing her father would never greenlight something so huge. But Zeiss just smirks. He is already 3 steps ahead of the game. He hands Leo a high-stakes quest, crush the brutal Lumini entrance exam, and that god-tier technique is officially his to master. Unsurprisingly, this spicy deal triggers Celia hard. To her, Leo is literally just a cocky kid who cannot even spark a single drop of aura. And considering the Lumini trials are basically a no-holds-barred PvP bloodbath, throwing him in there sounds like a straight-up death sentence. Playing right into his cover, Leo smoothly shrugs and casually admits his combat log is currently sitting at 0. But as viewers, we know that his massive cap dude is literally a reincarnated god of war. With Zeiss waiting for a response, our boy instantly locks in and accepts the challenge. The only catch, his parents have to sign off on it first. Fast forward 7 days and the highly anticipated Lumini exam day finally drops. The absolute second the crowd spots the legendary Celia Zeringer stepping onto the campus, the entire student body loses their minds in pure hype. Basking in the glory, Celia playfully nudges Leo, throwing some light shade to see if his knees are shaking yet. Wildly enough, after grinding out that servant roleplay for so long, she has genuinely hard-locked herself into the persona. She is quite literally still dropping the master title in public. Just as they are chilling there, a wildly annoying familiar voice completely shatters their peace. Galvin specifically pulled up to shoot his shot with Celia, but his jaw physically drops when he spots our boy standing right by her side. This absolute clown instantly starts gatekeeping loudly, mocking Leo for crashing a high-tier arena when he cannot even trigger a basic aura strike. Flipping the switch, he tries to rizz up Celia with an ultra-polite greeting, but absolute brutal tragedy strikes both Leo and Celia just stare past him like he is an invisible NPC. Sweating profusely from the sheer awkwardness, he frantically tries to jog her memory, desperately shouting his full name and bringing up their previous encounter. Delivering the ultimate killing blow to his ego, Celia draws a complete blank. Snatching Leo by the wrist, she drags him away to escape the mega cringe. But before they can vanish, a fresh set of voices flags them down. Entering the frame with massive main character energy are 2 siblings with the towering older brother, dropping his name as Abad Llewellyn. Stepping up from the prestigious Llewellyn bloodline is the 16-year-old heir. Right beside him, his little sister Chelsea. She's 14 and rocks the exact same arrogant energy. Celia instantly glares at them like she spotted her worst enemies, but our boy Leo, he literally couldn't care less. Celia quickly spills the tea, explaining that these 2 are the Llewellyn siblings' blue bloods, straight from the Rodrian Empire's legendary heroic lineage. They are absolute royalty in this world. Celia is practically steaming at the ears, pure hatred radiating off her just by looking at their smug faces. She grabs Leo and furiously whispers that these rich kids are taking the exact same entrance exam, meaning they absolutely cannot afford to take an L here. In her mind, the mighty Zeringer clan bowing to the Llewellyns is a straight-up nightmare. Leo, however, is just vibing. After all, he reps the Plav household, so this aristocratic beef means absolutely nothing to him. When the snobby duo strolls over to smirk at Celia, she puts on a fake smile and politely returns the greeting to save face. She even goes out of her way to hype up Leo as a proud member of House Plav. It is a respectable, noble family from the Delad kingdom, but the second these twins realize Leo lacks some ultra-rare aristocratic title, Abad completely writes him off like an absolute NPC. The siblings shoot them, a condescending glare spin on their heels and strut off, tossing back a cocky warning that the #1 spot is already theirs. Obviously, Celia looks ready to throw hands right then and there, desperately craving the chance to humble them during the upcoming trials. But before the drama can escalate, a Lumine Academy official violently steps onto the main stage, his sheer presence instantly silencing the massive crowd. He drops his name, Albi Zeron, an elite professor at this insane institution. Celia's jaw practically hits the floor as she fangirls over this absolute legend. But our boy Leo just blinks. He has zero clue who this guy even is. Celia immediately loses her mind, wildly offended that Leo doesn't recognize a walking god. She forcibly educates him, explaining that Albi Zeron is literally etched into the hero record, an ultra-exclusive VIP list of the absolute strongest fighters alive today. Leo squints, running a quick visual scan over the guy, and immediately spots a terrifying concentration of raw mana swirling inside the professor's left eye. The menacing teacher clears his throat and stares down at the fresh meat. He starts listing off the painfully long rules for the entrance exam. Supposedly, this nightmare involves 2 grueling phases, a brutal one-on-one tournament and a full-blown monster hunting section. Normally, you'd wait in line and take turns like good little students. But Albi flashes a wicked grin, declaring that the old way is way too boring. To prove he isn't bluffing, his hand erupts in flames, incinerating the official rulebook right in front of them. He throws the dusty traditions straight out the window. Reaching into his coat, he yanks out a massive, terrifyingly old grimoire. Flipping the heavy pages, the psycho professor locks in and summons a spell called Prologue, the Wild Forest. A blinding magic circle violently explodes to life, trapping every single examinee inside its glowing borders. Panic ripples through the crowd. The tension is incredibly thick, and nobody knows what kind of twisted game this guy is playing. But the message is crystal clear. Albi hates wasting time. He loudly announces that he's mashing every single test into one chaotic battle royale. The ultimate survival game starts right now. To fully grasp this insane flex, you have to know that the hero record isn't just a dusty history book. Its true overpowered ability is physically spawning a pocket dimension built entirely from the memories of legendary warriors. Surviving this brutal realm is literally the cheat code to inheriting their god-tier strength. Think of it like a hyper-realistic VR training ground. Just like that, the entire squad gets teleported straight into this unforgiving biome known as the Wild Forest. Albi's voice echoes from the sky, laying down the only rule: stay alive. Whether they team up or ruthlessly backstab each other, it doesn't matter. Anything goes in this savage battleground. If the pressure gets too real, they just have to crush the escape orb in their pockets to teleport out safely. Simple, right? Leo takes exactly 5 seconds to scan the creepy trees before a massive wave of nostalgia hits him. This turf is way too familiar. Back in the day, this was a sacred elven territory, before the terrifying witch queen Salatna hijacked it for herself. All around him, clueless kids are already whining, convinced this whole terrifying forest is just a cheap hologram. But Leo knows better. Sure, this dimension was ripped straight from the professor's brain, but the incoming pain is going to be 100% real. If these spoiled brats drop their guard, they are genuinely going to leave in body bags. Speak of the devil, Leo's superhuman instincts flare up, and a high-speed projectile suddenly comes screaming out of the brush. The explosive arrow totally annihilates the dirt where he was just standing. Luckily, our guy smoothly dodges the blast. Locking onto the sniper's position, he spots none other than the bratty Llewellyn princess Chelsea holding a smoking bow. She clearly thinks he's part of the hated Zeringer bloodline, and she is dead set on treating him like target practice. Leo instantly drops the fact that he rolls with House Plav, but the stubborn girl just doubles down, assuming he's spitting lies, just because he was hanging out with Celia 5 minutes ago. Without skipping a beat, she violently unleashes a nasty windsickle spell. Leo actually smirks, genuinely impressed to see a brand new incantation that didn't exist in his past life. Yet, as he casually breaks down the magic, he realizes the core mechanics haven't changed one bit. Chelsea is absolutely losing her mind over how icy and unbothered he is while staring her down. Wanting to wipe that smug look off his face, she unleashes her ultimate magical barrage. But Leo, he casually swats it away with a single lazy sword swing, shattering her glowing mana blade into absolute dust. This leaves Chelsea totally shook. Her senses scream that he used zero aura, so how on earth did he just deflect her heavy-hitting strike like it was nothing? Our boy then drops the ultimate disrespect, yawning that her move was way too basic. Instead of finishing her off, he pitches a team-up. He lays out the cold facts: survival equals points. And let us be real, since she is a squishy magic caster, she desperately needs to clear at least one stage before getting completely clapped. You can probably guess her reaction. She instantly snaps, flexing that she is not some backline weakling, she is a full-blown battle mage. Totally triggered by the basic comment, her pride takes a massive hit. She goes nuclear, pouring every ounce of her magic into one devastating strike to obliterate him on the spot. She is desperate to prove she is top tier. Spoiler alert, her barrage hits absolutely nothing. Leo completely vanished from her crosshairs before the blades even landed. And the terrifying part, she cannot sense a single drop of his mana to track him down. Suddenly, she whips her head around and locks eyes with him. He is right up in her personal space fist, fully cocked back. The camera sharply cuts away before we see if that devastating hook actually connects with her horrified face. But the outcome is painfully obvious. Her legs turn to absolute jelly and collapse, securing a flawless dominant win for our MC. Instead of ending her run, Leo casually mentions that the duo offer is still wide open whenever she wants to drop the attitude. Before she can spit out an answer, we pan straight over to the Lumine Academy professors, who are glued to the live stream of this absolute bloodbath. The teachers are insanely hyped that the exams are finally getting spicy, but back in the arena, Chelsea is going through it. Leo literally has her hogtied to a massive tree, rocking a sinister smirk that screams pure villain energy. To make matters worse, he sparks up a cozy little campfire right at her feet as the sun dips down. Those embers quickly escalate, creeping dangerously close to our captive mage. The heat hits her skin and pure panic sets in. She could instantly stop this roasting session by just saying yes to his alliance. But come on, this girl's ego is way too massive. She flat out rejects him, claiming the only partner she would ever need is her own brother. She desperately tries to summon a gale of wind, but absolutely nothing happens. Why? Because Mastermind Leo already slapped a magic ceiling debuff on her. Plot twist though, he secretly admits his mana pool is basically on empty, so that lock is going to shatter any second now. The mage finally stops resisting, figuring she can just brute force her way out of this trap without casting spells. But Leo is 10 steps ahead. He hovers right over her, completely ready to shut down any sneaky escape plans she cooks up. Without blinking, he tosses more fuel into the inferno. The blaze roars higher, literally catching the edges of her outfit. Yeah, that is definitely her breaking point. She completely cracks, screaming out that she will join his squad, but Leo is not buying a cheap verbal promise. He demands a blood oath level pledge on her family's honor. Swallowing her pride, she frantically swears on the Llewellyn crest that she is locked in. Satisfied, Leo snaps the bindings. But right as she plunges toward the roaring fire, he swoops in and catches her flawlessly in his arms. The scene then snaps straight back to the faculty room where the instructors are rigorously judging the live feeds. Up until now, Professor Albizeron has been utterly unimpressed, convinced this entire generation is totally washed. He thinks it is absolutely brain dead that these kids are just mindlessly griefing each other instead of strategizing. The only heavy hitters who actually caught his attention are Celia Zeringer and Abad Llewellyn, who formed a hyper-lethal duo. Seeing their synergy gives the old man a tiny shred of hope for the Academy's future. Then his gaze locks onto Leo and Chelsea's newfound squad. He heavily scrutinizes our boy. Sure, basically roasting a classmate alive was incredibly toxic, but forcing a Llewellyn prodigy to submit scores him major brownie points with Albi, especially since Leo does not seem to have the raw talent or flashy moves of the top tiers. But boy, is this professor completely out of the loop. He has zero clue that our MC already dismantled Celia, like it was an absolute joke. Ignorant to that fact, Albi officially stamps Leo as the ultimate dark horse of the exams. Cutting through a mob of monsters like butter, the new duo pushes deeper into the zone. Chelsea is actually starting to realize that teaming up with this powerhouse was a massive win. Curious, she asks what specific aura technique he is running, since his mana signature is completely dead. Leo then drops the absolute nuke. He has literally zero clue how to use aura. Her brain practically short-circuits at this confession. While they are busy chatting, a shadow beast creeps up in the thick brush, locking onto its next meal. But Chelsea's radar goes off, and she instantly blasts the threat into next week. Honestly, that strike was total overkill for a trash-tier mob. Even Leo has to hand it to her, she's packing serious firepower, but her battle IQ is literally in the negatives. Out of nowhere, Leo's danger radar goes off, and he snaps at her to freeze. Something about the terrain feels super off. Dropping into a crouch, he spots hyper-desiccated soil and heavily decayed corpses. Boom. The earth literally erupts, but our guy reacts instantly, vaulting backward. While scooping Chelsea out of the blast zone, the cowards who planted the ambush finally step out of the shadows. Surprise, surprise, and it's Gulliver and his lackeys. Everyone knows this dude has massive beef with Leo, so it makes total sense. He's specifically hunting him down. Gulliver barks an order, and one of his brainless goons blind rushes our MC without a second thought. Big mistake. Leo absolutely folds him with a bone-shattering right hook, instantly putting him to sleep on the dirt. Radiating absolute main character aura, Leo calmly orders Chelsea to cover his blind spot. She's completely shook, still processing how this guy effortlessly saved her life twice in a row, but she snaps to attention and guards his six, fully braced to clash with the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, Gulliver pulls his signature move and sprints away like a total coward. He literally ditches his own boys sweating bullets while trying to put maximum distance between himself and the monster that is Leo. His only game plan right now is frantically scrambling for a new teammate. Call it bad luck, but Celia locks eyes on his retreating figure. Ignoring the fleeing rat, she casually strolls straight toward the chaos he just escaped. Once she rolls up to the battlefield, the aftermath is entirely mind-blowing. The ground is completely carpeted with slaughtered beast carcasses and unconscious trainees who hopelessly tried to flex on them and failed miserably. Of course, Chelsea instantly lights up the second she reunites with her brother. On the flip side, Celia starts heavily throwing shade at Leo, demanding to know what on earth he's doing hanging out with Chelsea. Our boy confidently drops the bomb that dragging her into his squad was entirely his call. Celia, though, is not buying a single word of it. She'd sooner believe a roach was hitting backflips than accept that he somehow persuaded Chelsea, the most stubbornly defiant girl in existence, to actually team up. Without missing a beat, Leo casually and darkly whispers that he used highly persuasive methods. That villainous smirk literally gives Celia the creeps, making her deeply question what kind of psychological warfare he pulled to break her. Moving on, our MC actually reaches down to pull up the same goons he just flatlined. Witnessing this mercy play, Abad is totally baffled as to why Leo is reviving their enemies. Our guy immediately shuts down the confusion, stating that player versus player combat is pointless right now. Teaming up to crush the brutal survival mechanics of this domain is infinitely smarter than tearing each other apart for scraps. Since Abad's crew looks completely lost about this hidden threat, Leo gestures straight toward the mummified remains, heavily implying a massive boss is nearby. Staring at the lifeless husks, a random trainee points out that every drop of liquid has been brutally sucked out of them. Leo hits them with the harsh truth that's not the only red flag. He highlights the terrifyingly quiet atmosphere, noting that every single wild beast in the area has mysteriously vanished. It literally feels like the weaker mobs are paralyzed by fear, heavily signaling that an apex predator just spawned and claimed the territory. As the horrifying puzzle connects, the reality of the situation finally hits Abad like a truck. If his lore knowledge is accurate, the legendary hero Albi's very first milestone was slaying an absolute behemoth. Right on cue, an earth-shattering roar echoes from the deep woods. It's the horrific sound of an ancient nightmare waking up from the shadows. That singular bellow instantly spikes the squad's adrenaline, serving as a brutal warning that the final boss is clocking in. Cut back to Gulliver, who is currently stumbling blindly through the pitch-black woods. Gripping a flickering torch, this dude is visibly sweating bullets. Yet even while standing at death's door, his incredibly toxic brain is still obsessing over getting payback on our MC instead of just surviving. Out of nowhere, his boot bumps into a lifeless body, but the true horror, lurking right behind the veil of pitch blackness, makes him physically recoil and hit the dirt. Looming in the shadows is an impossibly massive abomination. We're talking about a gargantuan, terrifyingly famished arachnid nightmare. Yeah, it is painfully obvious that Gulliver is about to become a midnight snack. Meanwhile, let's switch POVs to Professor Albi and the examiner room. Turns out a massive wave of 500 recruits just spectacularly washed out of the trials. The actual crisis here is that the Academy's quota strictly demands a minimum of 100 passing grads, yet a measly 50 are still kicking in the arena. Rather than lowering his standards just to fill seats, the professor stubbornly doubles down on exclusively crowning the elite candidates who actually impress him. After all, the headmaster specifically gave him the reins to filter out the absolute top-tier talent. Albi firmly believes that true legends are forged strictly in the fires of impossible odds. Right now, his eyes are completely glued to Leo Plove, the ultimate underdog flexing insane potential. The million-dollar question remains, can this wildcard actually survive the brutal endgame? Flashing back to the live battlefield, our surviving squad is practically sprinting blind, struggling intensely to navigate through the suffocatingly dark environment. Celia's sword flares to life, casting an eerie crimson glow as she spots movement in the shadows ahead. That blood-red light washes over a total nightmare, a massive, grotesque arachnid tearing into its latest meal. The squad is absolutely paralyzed, but Abad instantly charges up a high-tier magic spell to blast this freak back to hell. Leo shuts that down immediately, barking orders at Galvin to shatter the crystal instead. Minor problem though, Galvin is currently trapped in the beast's jaws, literally inches away from becoming a morning snack and totally immobilized. Fighting through the panic, he crushes the blue gemstone, detonating a massive shockwave of lightning right down the monster's throat. Taking advantage of the stun, Abad fully unleashes his Windfang, hurling a deadly cyclone straight at the horror. The blast rips into its flesh but barely leaves a scratch. The realization hits the four of them like a truck. They are totally out of their league. Meet the Spider Princess Tarantula, and trust me, she is bad news. Ignoring the red flags, one random guy recklessly dives in for close combat. He gets humbled instantly. A single blindingly fast swipe swats him out of the air, slamming his body into the dirt. Celia steps up next, completely overconfident that she can one-shot this boss. Channeling a massive surge of mana, she fires off a devastating crimson laser that brutally impales the beast, making it shriek in absolute agony. But this bug is built like an absolute tank. It shakes off the fatal wound in seconds, rendering her ultimate move completely pointless. Abad uses the opportunity to flex on her smugly, pointing out that a knight's firepower is a joke compared to a true mage. He summons Raphael, a raging vortex of wind designed to shred the spider into confetti. But as the dust settles, his jaw drops. The nightmare is completely unfazed, locking its dead eyes onto him. Realizing her brother is about to get wiped out, Chelsea Panic casts her Windbreaker shield. It barely deflects the spider's razor-sharp talon, saving Abad's life, but still leaving him with a nasty gash. She rushes over to heal him, terrified that he literally just survived getting dismembered. They have emptied their entire arsenal, yet this freakish healing factor makes all their damage irrelevant. Pure panic sets in as the Queen Tarantula slowly closes in for the final kill. That is when Leo drops the lore, revealing this monstrosity is the literal spawn of Salatna. She served as a top-tier executioner for Erebos' forces, and personally burned the elven homeland to ashes. On top of that, Leo pieces together that the bizarre energy inside Professor Alby's left eye is heavily laced with the Fairy King's signature. This tarantula used to absolutely dominate the cursed wild forest. Beyond just scorching the trees, she literally devoured the Fairy King's right-hand man when he tried to stage a rebellion against her reign. Leo originally assumed Luna had already wiped this bug off the map, but clearly history got it wrong. The spider cheated death entirely because eating that elven warrior granted her a cheat code, an insanely overpowered infinite healing artifact known as the Ring of Life. Meanwhile, Abad is being completely hard-headed, insisting he needs to solo this boss since it is technically part of their midterm. Feeding into the rivalry, he and Celia just start spamming their heaviest attacks, desperately competing to see who gets the final blow. The monster just tanks the barrage, while Leo shakes his head at their stupidity. Knowing full well that this infinite health glitch makes brute force impossible, they are going to drain their own mana bars long before it even flinches. Sweating and desperate, Celia finally swallows her pride and begs Leo for a strategy. He bluntly states that beating it requires a flawless two-person combo, but that idea gets instantly shut down by a triggered Abad, who is still obsessed with securing the MVP title for himself. Celia feels exactly the same way. Watching these elite prodigies throw a literal temper tantrum, our boy steps up and delivers a brutal reality check. Either drop the egos and sync up, or everyone dies right here. The cold truth finally snaps them out of it. Crunching the numbers, Abad realizes that even if they combine elements, charging up a dual-cast ultimate is going to take way too long. They need a one-shot kill, but the massive problem is finding someone crazy enough to act as bait and hold aggro. Nobody else in the squad has the stats to survive the front line. Without missing a beat, Leo volunteers to tank the boss. Celia looks at him like he has lost his mind, loudly reminding our guy that he literally lacks the aura to pull this off. Completely unbothered, Leo calculates he can stall for exactly 5 minutes before his body gives out. Hearing this, Abad starts stressing that their cast time might take longer than that window, but Leo locks eyes with them, radiating absolute confidence. As he casually snatches a discarded sword off the dirt, he drops a quick physics lesson explaining that their fire and wind spells will massively buff each other, creating an explosive chain reaction to melt the beast. The Sword Princess and the arrogant mage finally team up, while Leo stares down the towering arachnid, treating this apocalyptic threat like a fun, nostalgic workout from his past life. The clash kicks off instantly with our boy styling on the monster by cleanly amputating its leg, in one blurry swing, leaving the two prodigies completely speechless. He proceeds to absolutely obliterate the spider's face, flashing a vicious smirk, as he single-handedly dismantles the supposed raid boss. Suddenly, the perspective shifts back in time, revealing a terrified elven kid sprinting for his life. But his luck runs dry in a heartbeat when the monstrous tarantula violently yanks him into the shadows with its sticky webs. Trapped in that disgusting web, escaping is basically a 0% chance right now. The colossal arachnid scuttles forward, drooling at the thought of swallowing him alive. The terrified kid cries out for his mom, bracing for a gruesome end, until a blinding figure crashes the party. This absolute literal glow-up of a savior steps in, blocking the beast from turning the kid into a snack. Luna is absolutely seething. This monstrosity is trashing her turf and actually dared to munch on the contractor, acting as the Elven Forest's ultimate right-hand guy. She doesn't hold back, blasting a blinding beam straight at the fanged freak. Her spell swallows Tartaros, completely locking the beast in a magical cage before nuking it with a massive pillar of lightning. Honestly, Luna was caught completely off guard, totally unaware that Erebos' forces had already rolled in and hijacked the Elven territory. Back in his past life, Leo actually played the hero here, slicing through the sticky traps to bust that kid out. But cut to the present timeline and our boy is gripping an axe, totally locked in, and ready to stall this raid boss so his squad can breathe. The catch: his aura is practically offline right now. He barks an order at Chelsea, demanding she channel her elemental spells. and literally hurl magical weaponry right at his face. Moving like an absolute blur, he narrowly avoids getting skewered. Chelsea is stressing out, terrified she's going to accidentally end him with friendly fire. But Leo aggressively promises he'll survive, urging her to step on the gas. Sparking her mana, Chelsea locks in, forging whatever arsenal she can conjure up. Leo doesn't care about the specifics. If it deals damage, he'll take it. She materializes a fresh blade out of thin air, and he accurately predicts she's dual-wielding a scimitar and a bastard sword next. Gripping both, Leo goes absolutely berserk, raining down a relentless combo of slashes, hacking into that arachnid nightmare. Every time a blade shatters on impact, Chelsea instantly launches a replacement his way. Snatching a dagger and a battle axe mid-air, Leo flexes such insane physical dominance that Chelsea is left standing there, totally shook. She literally assumes he's some kind of secret martial arts prodigy. Hell, even Abad is secretly admitting that this guy is an absolute menace. He's not exactly untouchable though, as a razor-sharp talon clips his cheek. Bleeding slightly, Leo hypes himself up, swearing that if some goofy bug takes him out, right here, his dead buddies will roast him for all eternity in the afterlife. Shifting into overdrive, he violently tears into the beast and screams for a restock. But plot twist. Chelsea's mana tank is completely running on fumes, leaving him totally empty-handed and low-key panicking. Luckily for the squad, Celia just wrapped up charging her ultimate attack. She unleashes this absolute nuke of a fire tornado, melting the monstrosity into ashes and securing the clutch victory. The ring of life pops out from the burnt carcass, marking the beast officially conquered. Celia collapses onto the dirt, completely exhausted, and just relieved they didn't all die. Even so, her brain is stuck on Leo's insane carry, somehow stalling Tartaros for 5 solid minutes. She tries giving him his flowers, but Chelsea beats her to the punch. She is officially fangirling over his combat skills, hyping up his crazy stunt, as straight out of some legendary mythos. Leo brushes off the compliment, but she is completely geeking out, suddenly desperate to become a frontline battle mage. She literally begs him to be her master. Hilariously, Celia is quietly praying that Chelsea actually gets that one-on-one boot camp just so she can experience the pure trauma of his brutal training sessions. Moving on, our main guy snatches up the Ring of Life, triggering Prince Silid's spirit to pop out in fairy form. Leo jogs the royal's amnesia just by dropping his real name. Spooked by the name drop, the spirit ducks right back into the jewelry. Getting Silid recognized as the Fairy King was entirely a massive carry by Professor Albie. Tripping over the Eye of Mana, the clock officially starts ticking for the trial phase. Surviving this brutal dungeon bagged them the epic loot of the Fairy King's pledge. Right before getting teleported out, Leo spots a very familiar face from his past timeline. Scene cuts to Headmaster Kylian Badian, the big boss of the academy, who is intensely skimming through the survival stats, out of the Western Zone. His right-hand assistant is super curious about how many kids actually survived. Albie's notoriously ruthless grading scale. The head honcho is actually low-key shocked to find 40 survivors making it through, which is honestly still a pretty pathetic turnout. He's not sweating it though, mostly because he completely expected a maximum of 10 kids to crawl out alive, so hitting 40 is an absolute win in his book. Naturally, he figured Celia and Abad would be the heavy hitters leading the pack. Word around the office is that someone actually snagged the freshman representative spot. It's totally mind-blowing that a hard-ass like Albie actually handed out a golden recommendation. Everyone in the room is betting their paychecks on either the Zeringer or the Llewellyn prodigy taking the crown. Plot twist: the MVP is some completely random kid nobody has ever tracked, throwing down stats that put both Celia and Abad to absolute shame. Flashing back to Professor Albie's perspective, he's analytically breaking down the rookie's insane potential. He officially nominates Leo Plav to be the ultimate face of the Night Division. The principal is genuinely floored that the strictest teacher on campus is hardcore glazing this up-and-comer. Albie didn't just pass him, he literally branded the kid as having the raw, undeniable aura of a true hero. With the brutal entrance exams finally in the rearview mirror, our guy is kicking back in a solo steaming sauna, letting the heat melt away all the stress. His ultimate loot for surviving the trial: the legendary Fairy King's pledge. Here is the catch though: clearing a hero's living realm usually drops 0 rewards, yet somehow he just scored a massive exception to the rules. While Leo tries to wrap his head around this glitch in the system, a vision of his mom suddenly materializes. Staring right through him, she drops a heavy question. Does he actually know the real reason she got kicked out of the Zerdinger family? Turns out, trying to save a comrade pushed her past her breaking point, causing her to lose total control and detonate the apocalyptic flames of Zerdinger. But spoiler alert, she does not regret a single thing. Locking eyes with her boy, she makes it perfectly clear she wants his god-tier potential guided down the right path. Plus, she is bursting with pride to finally say, "Welcome to the academy." Cut to the majestic streets of Lumeria City. The fresh batch of recruits are given strict orders to grab their gear before even thinking about stepping past the main gates. This place is literally the absolute center of the universe, housing the most prestigious powerhouse on the map, Lumen Academy. The moment Leo's boots hit the pavement, his uncle rolls up to welcome him, hyping up the kid for crushing the exams. Leo is totally clueless about why this guy showed up, only to find out the Zeringer clan has been locked in a massive, sweaty political war room for an entire month straight. His uncle hits him with a pop quiz, testing if the kid has pieced together the root of all this family drama. Leo shoots his shot. Does this involve who inherits the legendary Phoenix Breath bingo? His uncle nods, admitting that even though Leo's mom got exiled, our boy still carries that raw Zeringer blood in his veins. Add in the fact that the stubborn clan elders are absolutely mind-blown that he survived the Western exams, a literal death trap of a test. The uncle tosses him an ultra-rare subspace key, and without missing a beat, Leo activates the artifact. Uttering a hidden incantation, reality warps around him, unlocking a heavily guarded ancient grimoire. Next step, a blood pact. His uncle tells him to smear the parchment with his own DNA, and Leo does not even hesitate. He bites down hard on his thumb, letting crimson drops soak into the mystic paper. Just like that, the firewall drops, granting him exclusive access to the clan's forbidden knowledge. This is VIP access only. And sure, taming the fiery arts of the Zeringers is basically playing on nightmare mode, but his uncle is completely betting on the kid's insane genes, knowing he will breeze right through the learning curve. Sealing the deal, he officially claims Leo as a true Zeringer. Flash forward a bit and Celia drops a pin demanding Leo meet her at a completely random spot. Out of nowhere, a frantic girl bulldozes straight into him, sending them both tumbling onto the hard concrete. Our frantic glasses-wearing girl scrambles to snatch up her scattered textbooks, blurting out apologies before bolting off but leaving something crucial behind. Leo scoops up her dropped ID. Name Chloe Muller, status Academy freshman. Tucking it away, he finally pushes open the door to his destination only to catch a death glare from an extremely irritated Celia. She snaps that they have a massive shopping list to conquer, and his tardiness is definitely not cute. He quickly throws his hands up in apology, dropping the excuse that an impromptu family reunion with his uncle slowed him down. Instantly dropping the attitude, Celia's eyes light up, desperate for the tea. Instead of talking, our guy just casually summons the legendary raging flames of the Zeringer bloodline right in his palm, nonchalantly asking if his form looks okay. Celia's jaw practically hits the floor. This absolute madman speedrun a forbidden ultra-secret clan technique in less than 30 days. His ridiculous main character energy leaves her completely paralyzed in shock, low-key questioning if he is even biologically human anymore. Fast forward to sundown, the Sword Princess and our forgotten hero are chilling at the docks as a massive transport ship pulls into the harbor. Enter Professor Ain Alandio, the guy running the infamous night class. He barks orders for the rookies to load up immediately, announcing their one-way trip to Lumine is kicking off. The cruise starts off super chill with the freshmen kicking back and treating the voyage like a luxury vacation. Leo and Celia are totally giving off heavy couple vibes, catching the eye of a smug kid who drops a snarky comment, instantly triggering Celia's fight-or-flight response. Enter Thomas, a cocky alchemist hailing from the Moira Kingdom, who basically moonlights as a walking convenience store. He immediately tries to hustle the duo, pitching black market school supplies. Leo shuts it down, gently flashing his student badge and repping his roots from the Delad Kingdom. Hearing the word Delad literally makes Thomas choke on his words, knowing damn well those candidates had to survive the nightmare-tier Western exams. But Leo is not interested in small talk. His spidey senses are screaming that this entire boat ride is way too quiet. The vibes are completely off. Celia brushes it off, assuming luxury is just the standard VIP treatment for surviving the trials, but Leo keeps his eyes deadlocked on their shady professor. Thomas nods along with Celia's logic, but right on cue, bam. A violent earthquake rips through the entire vessel. A colossal slimy tentacle erupts from the dark ocean depths, missing Thomas by an inch, sending the entire freshman class into a screaming frenzy as they beg their professor to step in. The teacher, he just takes a slow, unbothered sip of his wine, openly laughing at them for actually expecting a rescue mission. He coldly reminds the panic-stricken kids that anyone wearing a Lumane Academy badge better know how to fight for their lives when things go south. Consider this a pop quiz, sink or swim, and their opponent a literal nightmare pulled straight out of a horror movie. A towering, multi-eyed kraken breaches the surface, casting a shadow over the terrified students. But amidst the screaming chaos, our forgotten hero does not even flinch, his eyes locked dead on the boss. Our boy's blade flashes cleanly, severing the beast's slimy appendage. Meanwhile, Celia is over there absolutely dominating her side of the battlefield. Stung by the Sword Princess's blazing strikes, the monstrous kraken retaliates with a massive tidal blast, completely soaking her from head to toe. That overgrown squid suddenly snatches up Thomas mid-rant. Without skipping a beat, Leo and Celia blitz forward at blinding speeds to carve the abomination into sushi. Barely escaping with his life, the stuttering alchemist is utterly stunned. Sure, he fully expected the legendary Sword Princess to carry the fight, but witnessing some random freshman match her lethal energy, mind-blowing. Before Thomas can even process it, a massive frozen tentacle almost flattens him into a pancake. He instantly screams at the culprit who nearly sent him to the afterlife. Enter Chloe, the very same bespectacled girl who literally crashed into our protagonist earlier. She is currently single-handedly freezing the Leviathan in its tracks with absolute zero magic. Without looking back, she brutally trash-talks the shivering alchemist, calling him dead weight for standing in the crossfire instead of hiding like a good little support. Stung by her savage words, Thomas claps back, yelling that elite snobs like her never care about the underdogs genuinely trying to pitch in. As another frozen limb shatters into dust, the camera pans to the powerhouse duo of Abad and Chelsea, pulling up to the chaotic scene. These two are still fiercely locking horns over their endless clan rivalry. Despite the epic beef, the battle mage is secretly hyperfixated on Leo, even though they are literally surrounded by a deadly swarm of aquatic horrors swarming the transport ship. The deranged instructor genuinely believes this lethal ambush makes the ultimate freshman orientation. Casually sipping fine wine while kids fight for their lives, he grades the prodigies: Celia, Abad, Chloe Walden, and rounding out the VIP list, Duran and Moira. These regional captains are flawlessly shredding through the watery threat like seasoned pros, yet completely eclipsing all their flashy moves is one particular guy, a literal nobody, a completely unknown freshman, carrying zero regional hype. His blade work, pure, unadulterated perfection. He weaves through fatal strikes like he already read the boss fight script. Smirking, the professor cannot wait to push this monstrous anomaly to his absolute breaking point once classes actually begin. Meanwhile, our resident walking liability, Thomas, burns through his entire potion stash just as the harbor finally comes into view. Stepping onto dry land, the instructor cheerfully tells the traumatized rookies to get incredibly cozy with near-death monster encounters, because this bloodbath is basically their new daily routine. Welcome to the awe-inspiring grand entrance, the legendary Lumiere. Academy campus is nothing short of breathtaking. A massive crowd of upperclassmen is already buzzing hungry to see the fresh meat flex their skills. As the opening ceremony kicks off, the Night Division instructor immediately organizes the chaos, barking at the regional captains to march straight to the front row. Looming over the massive assembly, the Academy headmaster stares down the incoming class, demanding absolute greatness from these future legends. Kellyan hits them with a harsh reality check. If they actually want to wear the hero title, they better be ready to bleed, die, and shatter every single human limitation. Driving his fist down with terrifying force, the veteran screams that anyone incapable of surviving this brutal gauntlet needs to pack their bags and leave his elite school immediately. But literally 1 millisecond later, his terrifying aura vanishes, replacing the warlord with a goofy grandpa who totally did not just mentally scar hundreds of teenagers. Kellyan tilts his head innocently, wondering why the entire courtyard is suddenly dropping pins. Sadly, his majestic, untouchable legacy as a godly swordmaster is crumbling into absolute meme territory right before their eyes. Moving on, it is time for the valedictorian speech, an announcement the entire crowd has been dying to hear. But the name called is not Celia, Abad, Chloe, or any famous prodigy. The speakers boom with the name Leo Plav, sending massive shockwaves through the audience and completely short-circuiting Leo's brain. He instantly glares at his professor, putting 2 and 2 together about who framed him for this spotlight. Dragging himself up to the podium, our guy stares out at the sea of elites, clearing his throat to deliver his address. Meanwhile, the murmurs in the crowd are going absolutely feral over this literal nobody stealing the show. Nobody has a clue about his insane boat performance or his background. Just as he wraps up the standard boring monologue, an official aggressively demands to know his ultimate ambition. Smelling the trap from a mile away, he figures out the staff is purposefully trying to incite a massive riot among the jealous rookies, staring daggers at his back. Initially, Leo handles the microphone with flawless diplomatic grace, genuinely impressing the skeptical faculty members. They assume this will be a complete snooze fest until our boy abruptly flips the script, stares dead into the crowd, and savagely dares every single person in the yard to step up and fight him for his crown. The disrespect is astronomical, instantly triggering every single hot-headed top-tier prodigy. But Leo could not care less about what walking ego wants the smoke. The chaotic assembly finally wraps, and the exhausted kids drag themselves to the dorms. Starting tomorrow, the Academy initiates a 7-day trial run for all lectures. It is basically a golden free pass week, letting the rookies test drive any discipline before locking in their 3 permanent combat majors. Staff heavily warns the teens to actually sleep, threatening doom upon anyone tardy on day 1. Fate humorously sticks Leo's assigned room right next door to Thomas, who is practically vibrating with nerdy excitement for morning classes. After tossing back a quick goodnight, our exhausted protagonist faceplants directly into his mattress. Staring at the ceiling, his racing brain tries to map out his true endgame inside these prestigious walls, plotting exactly how to conquer the #1 school. Deep down, he is banking all his hopes on tracking down his missing legendary hero record the moment he hits the dining hall tomorrow. Thomas asks to crash at the table, and our main guy, he could not care less, just giving him a casual nod. Suddenly, some random ticked-off dude rolls up. Enter Duran, the so-called pride of the central region, who is practically foaming at the mouth trying to see if Leo's bold speech actually holds any weight. Now, Leo totally knows his little announcement ruffled some feathers, radiating maximum disrespect. Basically, he slapped a giant target on his own back, practically begging strangers to test him. Duran is out here acting like the absolute main character, but Leo is completely unbothered, just casually sipping his juice box. Furious at the utter disrespect, Duran snaps. He unleashes an explosive kick that literally sends the entire table into orbit. But catch this, Leo's reflexes are absolutely glitching reality. In midair, he smoothly catches his flying ingredients and reassembles a flawless cheeseburger. Absolute gigachad energy, turning absolute chaos into a lunch break. He instantly roasts Duran, smirking that he simply refuses to let a free meal hit the floor like that. Duran, though, this guy is practically vibrating with rage, desperate to utterly humble Leo right then and there. His fragile ego absolutely refuses to accept that the top freshman might actually outclass him. But right before things get bloody, their instructor casually slithers up, wrapping his arms around both of their shoulders. He smoothly drops their fancy titles, the representative and the regional captain. With a chillingly polite smile, the teacher wonders out loud if they are fully prepared to face the brutal consequences for throwing hands on literally day one. You can instantly see the sheer panic sweating through their tough guy acts. Fast forward a bit, and we are dropping into the very first night, department exploration class. Celia is looking around totally stressed over Leo being MIA. Our boy finally stumbles in absolutely fighting for his life just to catch a breath. Seeing him looking completely wrecked, Celia instantly suspects he got dragged into another street brawl. Leo smartly decides to keep his mouth totally zipped for now. The bell rings. Enter Ain, the guy running the show for the freshman night shift. Thomas quickly spots the absolute death glares bouncing between Duran and Leo. Meanwhile, Ain dives into a heavy lecture about the holy trinity of mana energy. We are talking magic, energy, soul energy, and the ultimate heavy hitter aura. Out of this whole lineup, aura is notoriously the hardest to master. Celia chimes in, dropping some nerd knowledge that aura demands breaking down the natural flow of mana. Right in the middle of conversion, she totally nails it. While magic and soul powers just ride the natural wave of mana, aura literally swallows the mana whole and mutates it to armor the body. Ain flexes his power, showing off a glowing visual, and challenges the room who actually knows how to weaponize this pure energy. Brain churning. Celia draws a massive blank. Out of nowhere, our top freshman shatters the silence, casually explaining that weaponizing aura literally means setting your mana on fire. Ain snaps his fingers, our boy hit the absolute bullseye, which immediately prompts the teacher to throw a curveball. What is the single most vital ingredient when scorching your mana? Without missing a beat, Leo shoots back pure physical stamina. Totally blown away by this deep understanding, Ain asks if he has secretly studied this stuff before. Plot twist, he absolutely has not, which makes this a total flex. Imagine a dude who never even cracked a book on aura, somehow completely decoding its deepest secrets. Cutting the boring textbook talk short, Ain decides it is time for a hands-on reality check. Channeling his power, he materializes a glowing, rippling foothold in thin air, the legendary aura step. The whole trick basically boils down to slamming all your aura straight into your legs. Ain floats back to the floor, hyping up how the combat potential is absolutely infinite. While the background characters scramble to try it out, Celia playfully roasts our main guy. She offers him a private tutorial, but only if he caves and calls her big sis. Leo shoots her down completely unfazed, since he is perfectly content just understanding the raw mechanics. Catching Duran glaring from the sidelines, Ain realizes it is the perfect moment to address that chaotic little lunchroom incident. Clueless students like Chelsea are whispering about the drama, and Thomas is out here fanning the flames with his running commentary. Ain dramatically calls both Leo and Duran to the center stage. First up, the teacher grills Duran, demanding to know what got him so wildly triggered. After Duran spits back some arrogant excuse, Ain gets the ultimate chaotic idea. He proposes the Central Region captain should physically clash with the top freshman in a high-speed race. Winner takes the undisputed crown as class leader. Ain sets the ultimate rule: both fighters are fully authorized to spam their aura, with zero limits holding them back. This basically hands Duran a massive cheat code. Boom, race day arrives. Thomas, hustling like a true entrepreneur, is already running an underground betting pool. Stepping up first is the absolute prodigy of House Moira and literal lightning bender Duran. Staring him down is the ultimate dark horse, a dude with zero noble backing who completely bulldozed the regional captains to steal the #1 spot. Leo Plov. The crowd is absolutely buzzing, expecting a god-tier performance from their top ranker, especially since they are majorly side-eyeing the fact that he cannot even pull off a basic trick like Aura Step yet. The whole crowd is literally putting his title on fraud watch, convinced the Central Region captain deserves that representative spot way more. Catching the perfect vibe to kick things off, Ain drops the ground rules. Whoever crosses that finish line first takes the crown. Zero excuses, zero takebacks, the loser has to swallow their pride and accept the deal. The tension is peaking. Even Celia is sweating right now, knowing this matchup is incredibly rigged against Leo. Duran is a literal speed demon rocking a busted lightning aura, But despite the crazy odds stacked against him, she is crossing her fingers that our boy pulls off an absolute miracle and silences the haters. The second that Professor yells go, they launch. Duran instantly hits the gas and takes a massive lead. Wrapping himself up in sparking electricity, Duran Moira flexes his flawless track form, fully convinced he is about to leave his rival eating dirt. But Leo, completely unbothered by the cheap talk at the starting blocks. Just like the audience predicted the slick, Central Region superstar is absolutely tearing up the pavement. Meanwhile, our freshman underdog is falling way behind. To close the gap, Leo starts pumping just a tiny bit of energy into his sneakers. Spectators immediately start running their mouths, calling him an absolute fraud who faked his way into the top spot. But cutting right through that sea of pure hating, one solitary voice goes absolutely crazy for him. Chelsea Llewellyn is screaming her lungs out, making sure her hype echoes across the stadium. Completely locked in, Duran keeps flexing his bloodline's overpowered trait. The dude is a literal flash of lightning, watching him absolutely shred through the halfway mark in record time. Has Carr stressing hard over his best friend. If Leo does not pull a wild card soon, he is totally cooked. Scanning his surroundings, our guy makes a wild move. Instead of hitting the turbo button like everyone expected, he actually slams on the brakes. Killing his own speed, Leo suddenly veers entirely off the course and charges straight for the barriers. Celia Zeringer might be his biggest fan, but even she cannot defend this unhinged strategy. He literally looks like he gave up. While the whole stadium is scratching their heads, Leo is quietly supercharging the energy condensed down in his souls, chaining together a crazy sequence of physics-breaking hops. He completely ditches the turf and vaults himself straight up into the bleachers. He just casually spins around, chilling out, watching Duran effortlessly dominate the main stretch. Right then, the concentrated energy in Leo's stance maxes out. Scorching heat shatters the solid concrete right under his shoes, releasing all that built-up tension in a single earth-shattering bound. He slingshots himself back toward the course with terrifying gravity. The sheer kinetic impact literally detonates the ground behind him, forcing Duran to peek over his shoulder. Emerging from the smoke, Leo streaks across the sky like a blazing crimson comet, absolutely torching the remaining distance. This absolute menace even has the nerve to talk trash mid-air, yelling out that the cocky favorite is moving in slow motion. Our human missile crashes past the ribbon in a blink, sticking a landing so flawless it belongs in a movie. Stranded just a few yards back, Duran is absolutely flabbergasted, his electric aura completely fizzling out. He got thoroughly dismantled. Tilting his chin up, Leo flashes a deeply smug grin. He snatched the victory, and sure, the bleachers are completely wrecked, but that hype was 100% worth the property damage. All those haters running their mouths 2 minutes ago are dead silent. They realize they just witnessed pure, unfiltered madness. In their minds, Duran was the undisputed speed king of the freshman class. The idea of someone actually smoking him in a foot race is literally unbelievable. What is crazier is that he took an L from a rookie who barely even knows the basics of energy control. But hidden in that massive crowd, Celia is one of the rare geniuses who actually tracked his movement. She realizes he bypassed the standard technique entirely and pulled off a legendary Phoenix step. With their boy securing the bag, Carr and Chelsea are losing their minds, gushing over his insane clutch. Off to the side, the professor is silently analyzing the spectacle. He notes how Duran leaned on his signature electric trait to boost his agility, which was super predictable. But the sheer velocity that kid put out was still wildly impressive. On the flip side, Leo Plov lacked that raw baseline quickness. However, his energy manipulation was light years ahead. By intensely compressing that fiery aura right into his souls, he engineered the ultimate blastoff. He forged one terrifyingly dense power step, taking a super basic concept and executing it flawlessly. Proving exactly why his swordsmanship instincts are completely out of this, Leo strolled right up to Duran, extending a hand to his rival. Good hustle, he dropped, straight up admitting a marathon would have totally wrecked him. But this brat was drowning in pure sodium. Brushing off the peace offering, he shoved past Leo, landing a petty shoulder check on his way out. Watching from the sidelines, the professor was absolutely hyped. In his gut, he knew this fresh batch of rookies was about to spawn a literal legend. The second Leo rolled back to his squad, Chelsea totally swarmed him, hyping him up like crazy. Stunned by his absolute flex, she practically begged to be his training partner. Meanwhile, Carl nudged Celia, whining about why he wasn't catching Chelsea's radar, even though the reality check was glaringly obvious. With the bell finally ringing, Carl tried to rally the crew for a cafe run, flexing that he was footing the entire bill, but Leo just shook his head, instantly killing the vibe. Without dropping another syllable, our guy ghosted his own squad. When they hollered to ask where he was dipping off to, he casually tossed back that he was crashing a summoning lecture. The crew just stood there blinking. Why on earth would a hardcore blade wielder sneak into a summoner's gig? Classic Leo, he was digging for lore. A massive puzzle piece was completely frying his brain. Seriously, why did the Fairy King drop that specific oath on him? Based on his intel, the loot you bag in a hero's dimension always matches the big boss's aura. This prize screamed summoner energy, yet Professor Albie was a straight-up, raw spellcaster, with 0 summoning stats. Making the math work, Leo totally should have scored some wizard tier hack. Plus, tracking down an actual fairy? That meant a one-way ticket to their realm. Basically, his shiny new buff was completely dead weight right now. Kicking his heels, outside the lecture zone, a super familiar tone cut through the air, asking if he was secretly rolling a summoner build. He turned around. Boom, it was Chen Xia, the Eastern captain and absolute valedictorian. Total polar opposite of that salty runner-up, she was pure sunshine and good vibes. After trading some quick banter, she practically demanded he drop the formalities and just use Xia. She honestly swore. He was hard-locked into the Knight faction, making this weird side quest into the summoning realm a total plot twist. He played it cool, claiming a casual obsession with spirits. Her eyes lit up that basically guaranteed their schedules were about to seriously overlap. Across the campus, when he probed her about her current loadout, Sia casually flicked her wrist, spawning a jaw-dropping aquatic sprite from 0 pixels. Big yikes for Leo, his contract roster was sitting at absolute 0, never missing a beat. Xia swore she would totally carry him if he ever needed a cheat code for summoning. Her door was always open. Obviously, our boy wasn't about to pass up top-tier networking. But then, he fumbled the bag by dropping the forbidden question, asking her age. Flashing a grin, she revealed she had 17 years under her belt. And yeah, she already clocked him as the 15-year-old rookie. Meanwhile, Leo's brain was totally lagging over her baby face. Seriously, she looked way fresher than Chelsea. Catching his brain buffering, Xia instantly called him out, daring him to admit he was throwing mental shade. Leo instantly went into defensive mode. Classic dude behavior, deny everything. Moving on, she confessed her real motive. That insane track battle with Duran left her completely floored. Turns out, she was blending into the bleachers the whole time. Watching him literally scorch the pavement lived rent-free in her head. Eyes blazing with pure competitive fire, she demanded a future one-on-one showdown. Low-key entertained, Leo smirked, ready to catch whatever smoke she brought. Navigating a campus packed with walking red flags, finding a chill human was a massive win. Cut to the scene, the highly anticipated summoning seminar finally popped off. Straight out the gate, the setup was wild. Forget boring desks, they were dumped straight into the wild wilderness. A couple of VIP faces stood out in the crowd, sporting unique character designs and stark white hair. Oh yeah, total main cast energy, not your basic extras. Sweeping his gaze, Leo clocked an embarrassingly tiny head count. Not even a shocker, honestly. The summoner build was definitely out of the meta. But just as he started questioning this hardcore open-air layout, a literal eclipse dive-bombed from the clouds. An absolute unit of scales and wings totally blacked out the sun, roaring over the squad's heads. The beast slammed into the dirt, flexing its terrifying aesthetic for the whole gallery. A pitch-black, grade-A wyvern. Half the rookies with weak mental stats instantly folded, their knees turning to absolute jelly at the sight. Perched right on the monster's spine, a smirking woman announced that her pet was totally vibing with this fresh meat. Vaulting off her scaly ride, she dropped her gamer tag, Yura Marin, the head honcho of summoning, who would be running the noobs through the gauntlet all season long. And wow, Yura was an absolute 10 with her flowing white locks, killer physique, and completely wicked visuals. Every hormone-crazed kid in the dirt was ready to sign away their souls just to be her pet. Catching the vibe, Leo mentally pictured that down-bad Dueno straight up glitching out if he saw this. Her chaotic allure was entirely different from Luna or Lucina's soft girl aesthetics. Dude would be frantically sketching some highly questionable fan art on the spot. Skipping the fluff, Miss Yura locked eyes with her rookie squad. Just bagging a spot in this elite lobby meant they weren't completely useless. The crowd barked back an enthusiastic yes, and Yura totally ate up their main character energy. No time to waste, they are hitting the practice grounds right now. She tags in Carlo, the freshman summoning teaching assistant, to unleash the griffins. Professor Yura drops the rules. Buddy up. It is a 2-person ride per beast, and luckily, there is plenty of inventory to go around. Here is the catch, though these kids are total rookies, dealing with some seriously temperamental, mythical birds. The second somebody starts whining, Yura's gaze instantly snaps to ice. She basically dares them to keep talking or actually pay attention to her lecture. Vaulting onto her massive black wyvern, she lays down the law. Anyone too terrified to saddle up a griffin can pack their bags and drop the class. Matching its master's savage energy, the scaly predator lets out an ear-piercing roar. With one massive flap, it launches into the sky, instantly flexing its alpha status. While the entire freshman class is trembling, one dude just stands there, totally unfazed. Trying to cut the tension, Carlo quickly steps in. He nudges the paralyzed students to hustle up and follow their unhinged teacher. After pushing past the initial panic and jelly legs, the rookies realize these majestic beasts are actually pretty chill. Well, mostly. A few of these feathered menaces are absolute nightmares to tame. Honestly, it is pure random luck. Leo and Xia lock in as a duo for this trial. Being polite, She asks if she can take the wheel, and Leo happily passes her the reins. Just like that, the entire class takes flight, launching off the dirt in pairs. The natural talents quickly match Yura's cruising speed, literally soaring straight over the massive ocean like it is nothing. Nobody actually thought they would be doing extreme aerial joyrides on day freaking 1. But that is Lumen Academy for you, an elite curriculum that instantly wipes out any lingering fear of these legendary creatures. Some classmates are literally fighting over who gets to steer now. Meanwhile, Xia and Leo are just catching good vibes, gliding through the clouds with her navigating. She had been stressing earlier, but they lucked out with an absolute cinnamon roll of a mount. Still, keeping your guard up is survival rule number 1. Because at the end of the day, griffins are famously chaotic for newbies. Watching them get too comfortable, Yura smirks time to crash the party. Whipping out a specialized whistle, she blasts it with everything she has got. It releases a high-frequency pitch that completely bypasses human ears. The second that silent tune hits their eardrums, it flips a dark, primal switch deep inside the beasts. Razor-sharp talons unsheath instantly, and the entire flock straight up loses its mind, thrashing wildly in midair. Panicking hard, the fragile students scream toward their teacher to save them, totally oblivious to the fact she just sabotaged them. Yura's logic is ruthless. If you cannot survive a little turbulence, you do not deserve to wear the Lumaine crest. Even a solid prodigy like Xia is desperately fighting a losing battle against their spiraling bird. Right as she is furiously tugging the leather to avoid a nosedive, Leo smoothly slides in. He braces her waist and gently grips her hands to anchor them down. He drops some quick lore. Griffins run strictly on ego. Trying to muscle them into submission is just asking to get bucked off. His touch is light, precise, and completely calm. With absolute finesse, he guides her fingers, making micro-adjustments that instantly soothe the raging monster. Backseat driving like a boss, he suddenly hits the accelerator, pushing the griffin into maximum overdrive. They slice through the wind with such buttery smooth speed that they literally blow right past Yura and Carlo. Yura is genuinely floored by his insane handling skills. She shoots Carlo a look, double-checking if this freshman powerhouse actually applied for the night division. The paperwork says yes. But his writing is so cracked, she genuinely wonders if he owns a private mythical beast in his backyard. But Carlo checks the receipts. Leo's background is totally average. Zero noble money for luxury pets. Meaning, this guy is running purely on god-tier talent. It is only day 1, but Yura's sadistic little heart is buzzing. She just struck absolute gold with this underdog. Surviving that aerial death trap, the battered class finally touches down on the island of Summons, the ultimate proving ground for their major. Half the freshmen are literally hugging the sand, violently hurling their breakfast after that chaotic roller coaster. Meanwhile, an unfazed Leo is casually strolling down the pristine shoreline, scouting the trees for a decent snack. Spotting a perfectly ripe piece of fruit, he reaches up to snap it off the branch, only to freeze at the sight of a scorched, pitch-black feather resting nearby. His brain instantly goes into overdrive, calculating what this means, but he completely plays it cool, keeping his mouth shut for now. Snagging the treat, he tosses it straight to their griffin, paying the good boy tax for not letting them fall to their deaths. Once the vomit fest ends, Yura commands the squad to form up. Surprise drop. They are diving straight into a hardcore practical exam. On day 1, obviously. A bunch of these kids thought this was just going to be a chill syllabus week, and now they are suddenly fighting for their academic lives. Yura does not sugarcoat it. She straight up tells them that compared to the other tracks, the grind for a summoner is infinitely more brutal, which, honestly, they should already know. If you think just having raw mana is enough to survive here, you are dead wrong. To actually lock in a contract with a high-tier spirit, your spiritual affinity stats have to be absolutely off the charts. Plus, commanding these monsters requires insanely high-level taming skills. It is a crazy steep learning curve that breaks people. That is exactly why the top hero rankings have way fewer summoners compared to the classic warrior and mage builds. But here's the kicker. The ones who actually survive the gauntlet completely overshadow the rest. The absolute legends in this class do not just win battles, they rewrite history. That's the ultimate flex of the summoner class. Every kid in this academy is chasing that exact same legendary status. Enter Eliza Hergen. Straight out of the North's most elite summoner bloodline, she steps up to the plate and questions the professor about their upcoming trial. Professor Yura breaks it down, pointing out the obvious. The island of summons is absolutely crawling with magical beasts. And since a summoner is basically useless without their living weapon, this midterm is all about pure taming skills. The actual rules? Stupidly straightforward. Walk into the woods, dominate a beast, and drag it back to the shoreline. Pull off a successful contract, and boom, finders keepers. The entire class totally loses their minds. Free monster pets? That kind of golden ticket drops like never. While the background characters sprint into the trees like toddlers at a theme park, Leo just strolls in. Total main character energy. Plot twist. Eliza shadows him right from the jump. Word of him absolutely wiping the floor with Duran had already gone viral across campus. Catching him here? She just had to shoot her shot and say what's up. Naturally, the Academy's heavy hitters definitely caught that little exchange. Leo literally just waves her away, dropping a super casual excuse about just doing his best, getting curved like some random NPC completely. Set Eliza off. Watching this drama unfold from the sidelines, Professor Yura is already mentally drafting her top-tier freshman roster. Flash forward a few minutes, and half the class is already sweating bullets trying to lock down their chosen monsters. Leo literally couldn't care less. Meanwhile, a few haters clock that the freshman rep is wandering way too deep into the danger zone. They are absolutely preying on his downfall. In their heads, he's about to totally choke, bag a fat zero, and go crawling back to the Meathead Knight division. 0% phased by the side-eye, Leo pushes deeper into the shadows. His only compass? That glowing feather he snatched off the orange tree earlier. 10 minutes ago, the tip was scorched black. Now, it's completely regenerated. Breaking through the brush, he hits an isolated clearing. Checking his 6 to guarantee 0 stalkers, he ignites that signature Zeringer aura and completely torches the feather to dust. Instantly, a suffocating wave of pure heat blasts his spine. Jackpot. Cut to way back in Leo's sleepy hometown. With her boy officially out of the house, Reina is out here whipping up some absolute Studio Ghibli tier aesthetics over an open fire. But honestly, she is low-key stressing. It is literally day 1 of Academy life. Nothing crazy should be happening yet, right? Bro, if Reina had eyes on her kid right now, she would absolutely lose it. She keeps gaslighting herself, whispering that Leo is built different. Meanwhile, in reality, her precious boy is practically getting roasted alive by god-tier temperatures. A massive ring of blinding fire traps him inside. The culprit? One of the big 3. The myth itself, the Phoenix. Dropping a voice that literally vibrates the atmosphere, the fiery titan is tripping over the fact that some random kid is flexing the Zerdinger flames. It only pulled up because it caught the scent of Reina's aura. Hearing his mom getting name-dropped, Leo instantly demands to know the connection. Talk about perfect timing. This literal force of nature actually has serious history with his mother. It straight up admits to owing Reina a massive life debt. Meet Farina, apex predator, mythical bird, and total icon. She bows her head, treating Leo like absolute royalty, just off his genetics. Never one to lack manners, Leo bows back and asks for the full lore drop. Farina spills the tea. Reina threw herself into the crossfire to save the bird's original master, Ellen Lunda. That name literally makes Leo flinch. We are talking about an absolute top-tier hero. The disaster went down during a raid in the Siren Dungeon. Ellen's entire squad got wiped, and she was seconds away from a permanent game over. Out of nowhere, Reina Zerdinger crashes the party like a flaming meteor. She was a peak-level knight, but pulling off that clutch rescue, it permanently shattered her aura core. If she hadn't tanked that hit, Reina was guaranteed a spot among the world's elite heroes. Leo is standing there paralyzed. This is completely new information to him. But it clicks. His mom always swore she had 0 regrets about her past. Farina lets out a rumbling chuckle. Yeah, that tracks for a real one, like Reina. Pivoting hard, Leo asks what a mythical nuke is doing, chilling at Lumen Academy. Sadly, that information is strictly classified. Honestly, Farina is just as baffled seeing a baby knight tramping around the summoning zones. When Leo drops the fact that he's dual classing, the bird squints, zooming in on his energy flow. Sensing the absolute ocean of mana hiding inside his tiny frame, realizing he is built way beyond his years, Farina practically shakes the forest with laughter. The universe definitely set this up. This is her chance to finally clear that massive tab. She commands Leo to hold out his hand and grab the fire. Scarlet energy swirls around his fingers, crystallizing into a perfectly smooth, glowing egg. Boom. A baby phoenix. Farina passes the torch, praying that down the line, when Leo hits his prime as a summoner, he'll forge a legendary bond with her offspring. Too bad we gotta wait to see that actually go down. The original plan was for that other summoner to get the egg, but Farina? She was totally biased toward Leo. So when our boy casually asked if he could just speedrun the hatching and taming process right then and there, the legendary phoenix was straight up shook. Before she could even scream for him to stop, a blinding, blazing aura erupted around his entire body. Farina desperately tried to warn him that he was jumping the gun way too early. One wrong move, and it was instant game over. But Leo was totally locked in, crossing the point of absolute no return. Farina just had to sigh and accept facts. That insane, fearless drive to tackle the impossible, he totally inherited that crazy gene from his mom. At this point, all she could do was cross her fingers and pray he survived the hatching phase. The whole world faded away until it was just him and that intense, dormant inferno. Slowly, Leo reached out, completely hypnotized by the gorgeous flames. But the absolute second his palm grazed that tiny spark, it exploded into a massive, raging firestorm. Pure panic hit him, and he yanked his hand back. The scorching air sucked the oxygen right out of his lungs, proving just how insane top-tier Phoenix flames really are. This wasn't just a test, it was a front-row seat to the absolute agony these mythical beasts endure just by existing. To unleash that kind of raw firepower, a phoenix suffers through excruciating torture every single day. We are talking eternal, flesh-melting agony, paired with an insanely fast healing factor. Catching a tiny glimpse of their brutal reality, Leo stopped fighting the scorching heat and just embraced the inferno. The flames completely swallowed him alive. Sharing the beast's agonizing burden pushed the roaring blaze right past its absolute limit, swirling wildly around his figure. Out of nowhere, sharp cracks echoed out as the shell in his grip began to violently splinter. Leo snapped his eyes open. A deep, profound understanding of their eternal suffering was now permanently burned into his very soul. The searing flames tearing at his skin suddenly swirled together, wrapping around the shell and shifting the hatching speed into overdrive. Peeking over, Farina eagerly asked if he actually pulled it off, and he flashed a confident smirk, confirming the dub. She beamed, straight up calling him an absolute prodigy for surviving such a reckless flex. Listen, when a literal, legendary bird tells you that you are destined to be the #1 summoner, you take that to the bank. Even before the shell fully busted open, Farina was already hyping our boy up for securing an epic contract. The remaining fragments crumbled into ash, revealing the most ridiculously adorable baby chick named Fiora. Farina was losing her mind with excitement, literally shape-shifting back into her gorgeous human form just to properly hand her precious baby over to Leo. Honestly, Fiora just looks like your average red farmyard peep. Super cute, but totally unassuming. Fast forward to noon, and basically the whole class was chilling back at the shore. Most of these background characters dragged back super basic, low-tier pets you could easily snatch from the edge of the forest. Professor Yura glanced over at her colleague, Carlo, checking the clock to see how long the stragglers had left. Turns out, anyone still wandering out there had exactly 5 minutes before the buzzer. Totally on brand, the only ones missing were the 4 heavy hitters she had her eye on from the jump. Suddenly, a massive earthquake shook the tree line. A gigantic, absolute unit of a bear burst from the brush, completely flattening massive trunks like they were toothpicks. And riding on top of this lethal fuzzball, the scruffy badass herself, Chen Xia. She actually managed to bag an aqua bear cub. For someone aiming to be a top-tier knight, that is a massive flex. But her epic arrival was instantly eclipsed by a massive dark cloud, looming right over her new pet. The quiet, edgy kid literally secured a shadow crow and was currently farming infinite aura points, casually surfing on one of its massive talons all the way to the sand. Keep in mind, even elite, high society families struggle to capture these dark birds. Sure, he only tamed it without sealing an official contract yet, but he was absolutely living up to Miss Yura's sky-high expectations. The kid definitely passed the vibe check. Barely 60 seconds later, the crowd started absolutely losing their minds as a pristine, bone-white serpent slithered onto the coastline with Eliza sitting pretty on its back. Dropping massive mean girl energy, she smugly announced that she went out of her way to contract this deadly gorgon snake purely because her rich family did not own one yet. Girl is literally just playing Pokemon in real life to fill out her Pokedex. Carlo finally blew the metaphorical whistle, officially wrapping up the trial. Luckily, our final contestant pulled off a buzzer-beater arrival, but compared to the totally overpowered, cinematic entrances of the big three, Leo just casually strolled out of the woods, with a tiny baby bird chilling right on his head. While his rivals were radiating pure, terrifying boss energy, our guy was serving nothing but pure, wholesome cuteness. His totally clueless, basic classmates instantly started dying of laughter. They automatically assumed he just grabbed a random farm chicken because his magic skills were complete trash. But while these extras were busy giggling, Professor Yura was basically breaking into a cold sweat. She mentally cursed out this absolute madman under her breath. The crazy kid actually bagged a literal, world-ending phoenix for a freshman midterm. Fast forward to sunset, the introductory classes were a wrap, and the rookies were all shuttled back to campus. But while the average students were clocking out for the night, Leo still had some top-secret business to handle. Straightening out his fit, he tapped on the faculty door. A super smooth voice gave him the green light to enter. Pushing the heavy wood open, he was instantly met with Professor Yura, rocking a stunning, off-duty look. With the golden hour lighting hitting her perfectly, she immediately dropped her paperwork and gestured for our boy to grab a chair. Wasting zero time, Miss Yura straight up admitted that today, she stared at the tiny firebird, completely mind-blown. A baby phoenix? She hadn't even realized mystical summons were a real thing. Let's be real, a first-year student securing a phoenix contract on Summoner Island is absolutely insane. We are talking about a history-making, never-before-seen flex in the Academy's entire existence. Professor Yura leaned in close, basically pinning our guy to his seat. Fixing him with a dead serious stare, she dropped a bomb. She knew his true nature. Leo gulped down pure panic, sweating over whether his massive flex had just accidentally outed his secret identity. But the anxiety vanished in a flash when Yura squeezed him into a massive hug, hyping him up as a once-in-a-lifetime summoning prodigy. As much as she wanted to scream his praises from the rooftops, the professor decided they needed to keep this legendary mythical bird contract strictly under wraps for the moment. Dropping a bombshell like that would absolutely break the internet and turn the campus into an absolute circus. Her one demand? He had better lock in summoning as his primary major the absolute second the trial semester wraps up. She was looking at a kid with the raw, unfiltered potential to become a legendary summoning icon for generations to come. And hey, I already know what you guys are typing in the comments, but wake up to reality, she is not going to summon you, bro. Fast forward to the next dawn. Golden sunlight washed over the gorgeous Lumini Academy campus. Chloe dragged her feet down the hallway, fighting off huge yawns after pulling a serious all-nighter. Catching her mid-yawn, Carl roasted her, joking that her jaw was going to snap. Honestly, she looked totally drained from grinding through thick spellbooks until the crack of dawn. Spotting the girl he accidentally crashed into earlier that week, Leo fished out Chloe Muller's lost ID card and handed it right back. She gave our freshman rep a solid nod of appreciation for sparing her the absolute nightmare of requesting a replacement. But she definitely raised an eyebrow seeing him crash a magic lecture. He casually brushed it off, explaining that since they were still in the trial phase, he figured he would sample every single course available. Chloe, meanwhile, was laser-focused entirely on the magical arts. If it wasn't about casting spells, she wasn't showing up. Leaning in, Carl muttered to his bro that this so-called Ice Queen was gunning for the #1 spot in the magic department. Too bad Carl's internal volume control is totally broken, meaning Chloe heard every single word. The dude instantly felt a literal chill down his spine the second her icy glare locked onto his soul. He tried to awkwardly scurry away to the back row, but a giant spike of frost blasted up from the floor to block his escape. This perfectly crystallized chunk of ice came inches away from turning poor Carl into a permanent human popsicle. Trapped and terrified, he got ruthlessly dragged to the front row by Chloe, forced to sit straight and actually pay attention. A split second later, the heavy doors clicked open to reveal some very familiar VIPs. Coming in hot were Abod and Chelsea Llewellyn, repping that ultra-rich aristocratic mage bloodline. Of course they would show up for magic theory. But then, the main doors slammed open again, instantly suffocating the chatter and changing the room's entire vibe. Stepping over the threshold, this guy hijacked every pair of eyes in the auditorium without even trying. Striding right up to the front podium, he had half the girls immediately swooning and whispering about how ridiculously attractive their new instructor was. Rocking slicked back hair, a sharp tie, and absolutely immaculate drip, Len Horace officially introduced himself as the head professor for the freshman magic division. He slapped a massive brick of paperwork down onto his desk. Before kicking off the trial lecture, he decided to pull an absolutely savage move. With a casual snap of his fingers, the towering stack exploded into the air, fluttering across the lecture hall until a single sheet landed perfectly on every single desk. Welcome to college. Kids, your icebreaker is a brutal, surprise magic theory test, straight out of the gate. The whole room collectively panicked. A pop quiz on advanced theory before they even heard a single lecture? Professor Horace did not stutter. He coldly announced that anyone bombing this assessment would get permanently booted from his classroom. If they wanted to call themselves elite Lumini students, surviving this was the bare minimum. Once finished, they were ordered to submit their exams to his teaching assistant, Anna. Honestly, compared to Horace's terrifying aura, Anna was basically a walking ray of sunshine. But the one guy getting totally clapped by this surprise test? Our boy Leo, without a doubt. Bro glanced at the very first question and instantly knew he was profoundly cooked. He had zero clue about modern spellcasting metas. Staring down at the paper, the insanely complex magical formulas honestly looked like alien hieroglyphics to him. With the clock aggressively ticking down, the rest of the class was sweating bullets, squeezing every last drop of brainpower to decode the trick questions. Every grain of sand dropping in the hourglass pushed the anxiety levels through the roof. Their entire futures as top-tier wizards were literally hanging by a thread. Time called. Whispers broke out with people flexing about how easy it was, yet ironically, even the tryhards totally blanked on the final boss question. Meanwhile, Leo was fighting for his life. Despite putting in maximum effort, he managed to scribble down a grand total of one answer. Handing over his nearly blank test with trembling hands, a massive wave of regret hit him for skipping out on modern magic research before enrolling. Convinced his academic career was already over, he grabbed his bag and bailed. The sheer cringe of staying in that room was just too much to handle. He figured grinding solo study sessions was his only play now, because over the last 100 years, spellcasting had leveled up insanely fast, turning an art that used to demand flawless mastery into something else entirely. These days, casting high-tier spells literally just means memorizing brain-rotting activation codes. Professor Horace furiously skimmed through the stack of exams. My guy did not even bother with a grading pen. He was literally scanning the papers barehanded, letting his fingers do the magic. Sitting in the back, Leo came to a brutal realization. This obsession with rote memorization had completely nerfed modern spellcasters. Once he slammed the last test down, the professor decided to heavily flex his aura on the entire room. A blinding sphere of pure energy erupted from his palm, flooding the lecture hall with glowing runes and insane, otherworldly physics. This was not some copy-paste spell. He forged this absolute masterpiece of a magical algorithm entirely from scratch, grinding out every single equation. His ultimate endgame for this course? To forge a new generation of pioneers who could actually invent their own signature spells. Hence the brutal pop quiz on literal day 1 of the semester. The first 49 questions were a straight-up memory check, steadily ramping up in difficulty for 1 measly point each. But that final question? A massive 51-point roadblock, demanding a deep dive into the raw, unfiltered essence of mana. Horace genuinely prayed that by graduation, at least a handful of these kids would evolve enough to crack that final puzzle. Chelsea exhaled a massive breath she did not realize she was holding, instantly feeling validated, knowing absolutely nobody else survived that final prompt. Her brain was literally fried trying to decode it. Glancing around, she suddenly noticed Leo's desk was totally vacant, his exam left perfectly aligned on the table. Assuming he totally rage quit the course, her vibe instantly dropped. Having him as a study buddy would have been top tier. Right after the professor wrapped up his epic monologue, his assistant rushed the podium, frantically whispering into his ear. Anna delivered the ultimate plot twist. Someone actually cracked the 50th question, instantly shattering the professor's stoic facade. The strict, terrifying academic was gone. Instead, he threw his head back and belted out a booming, unhinged laugh right in front of the terrified freshman. He demanded to know which absolute legend sitting in his room just made history by one-shotting the final boss question for a flawless grade. The dude was literally foaming at the mouth, giddy at the prospect of mentoring a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Anna immediately hit the brakes, awkwardly clarifying that the mystery student definitely did not ace it. Honestly, still a huge win. Horace totally brushed it off, assuming this galaxy brain kid just fumbled a few trivia questions while hyper-focusing on the finale. But then Anna leaned in and dropped an absolute nuke of a revelation. The kid who shattered the impossible hurdle literally blanked on the first 49 questions and only answered the very last one. Sweating with anticipation, the professor aggressively demanded a name, prompting Anna to slide over Leo Plov's academic record. Roaring across the auditorium, Horace commanded Leo to reveal himself, but his target had already pulled a disappearing act. Not even his own squad caught him ghosting the lecture hall out of sheer embarrassment after handing in his seemingly botched paper. Slicing through the dead silence, Chelsea timidly raised a hand to point out that Leo had dipped the second he dropped off his exam. His final grade was a massive glitch in the matrix. He technically secured the top rank in the entire class just by clearing that single 51-point behemoth. Meanwhile, the actual main character causing all this chaos was casually chilling in the cafeteria with Celia. He spilled the tea on his tragic exam performance, and she immediately started dying of laughter at his sheer bad luck. First, he pulls a tiny, harmless chick in summoning class, and now he completely bombs his magical theory final? Brutal. Honestly, Celia figured it was high time Leo woke up and realized his whole academic strategy was massively flawed. She ruthlessly told him to stick to swinging a blade. Dude was enrolled as a knight major, not a wizard, for crying out loud. The moment he suggested hitting the yard for some hardcore stamina drills, she hit him with a wicked pivot and completely deflected the topic. Their laid-back vibe shattered when an absolutely menacing aura materialized right behind Leo's chair. Professor Horace had arrived, and he looked ready to commit a felony. Convinced this reckless sword jockey was trolling his prestigious course, he aggressively pressed Leo on why he bailed after a single prompt. He basically demanded to know if the first page was just way too boring and beneath his intellect. Jumping out of his seat, Leo desperately tried to defuse the bomb. He completely folded, admitting he fully believed he was doomed to flunk the test. In his eyes, every single trivia question on that paper was impossible gibberish, and his brain straight up blue-screened trying to process them. Bowing slightly, he clarified that his entire arcane foundation came from self-studying ancient, dusty tomes, leaving him totally clueless about the new-gen meta. The gears in the professor's head instantly locked into place. Without a word, he hoisted the bewildered teenager up by the scruff like a misbehaving stray kitten. Dangling in midair, Leo's confusion levels peaked, completely missing the absolute maniacal gleam of pure joy and limitless potential flashing in his teacher's eyes. Ordering the kid to tag along, he left zero breathing room for Leo to decline or even ask about their destination. Horace literally snatched his uniform collar and hauled him out of the lunchroom with the unhinged energy of a little kid sprinting home with a rare collector's item. Celia was left totally paralyzed in her chair, utterly traumatized by her first encounter with the legendary theory professor. Meanwhile, poor Anna sprinting into the cafeteria had just missed the abduction by mere seconds. Anna totally dropped the ball on keeping Len Horace in check. The exhausted assistant was literally gasping for air, sprinting after this absolute madman. Meanwhile, the unhinged professor had already dragged Leo into his lair, violently attacking his chalkboard with insane magic theory equations, demanding the kid crack them right then and there. The professor's logic? If Leo didn't totally fluke that final exam, the guy must possess an entirely unique, built-in magical algorithm. Horace hovered like a hawk, practically vibrating with excitement to witness this groundbreaking cognitive process unfold. But blink and you'd miss it. Less than 10 seconds flat, and Leo had already smoothly chalked his final answer on the board. Visibly shaking and low-key terrified, Horace stammered, asking if Leo seriously just mental mathed all the problems he threw at him. Yep, bro casually did just that. Horace realized he just struck absolute gold. After decades of teaching complete mid-tier students, he had finally unearthed a prodigy destined for the god-tier hero ranks. Cut to Professor Albie, literally just vibing, in the hallway, and totally minding his own business. Sadly, his peaceful afternoon was about to get completely hijacked by the school's biggest wild card. Horace came barreling down the corridor, flashing this chaotic, hyper-fixated grin with crazy eyes. Albie instantly sensed the bad vibes. He knew that whatever unhinged nonsense Horace was smiling about would instantly nuke his zen, so he pulled a crisp 180 and speed-walked the other way. But Horace literally dove for his ankles, clinging on and barking out thank yous like an over-caffeinated golden retriever. Albie literally had to cast a repulsion spell just to peel the guy off. Look, Albie was used to Horace acting out of pocket, but today the dude was doing way too much. Even levitating upside down in midair, Horace could not care less. He was desperately trying to flex his excitement over uncovering the absolute cheat code that is Leo Plov. Albie was genuinely lost. Why was this hardcore magic nerd hyping up a basic swordsman in training, like some magical messiah? Dropping the words knight and Leo in the same breath instantly triggered Horace's villain arc. He completely lost it, screaming that the kid was destined for sorcery. No debate. There was zero chance he'd let a generational talent throw his life away. Swinging dumb metal sticks. Right on cue, his exhausted assistant slash full-time babysitter Anna finally dragged herself into the scene, catching her boss mid-rant about how putting Leo in the Knight faction was basically a war crime against magic. Albie instantly canceled the spell, dropping him flat. Honestly, Horace should be counting his lucky stars that Anna lunged to break his fall after running a marathon across campus. Anna's usual bubbly sunshine girl aura completely vanished as she shot him a death glare and dragged him back to class. Speak of the devil, Leo casually strolled right past this absolute circus, catching a sympathetic nod from Albie. Watching the chaos, our boy realized that mages haven't evolved one bit over the centuries. They are still borderline psychopaths. Fast forward exactly 1 week after that theory room meltdown, and trial classes officially wrapped up. We find Leo escaping the madness, just vibing on the academy roof with a thick textbook, dodging the loud campus drama like a pro. Today's hyperfixation, deep diving into his own past life. Turns out, Kyle, the legendary first hero, was currently getting canceled by history textbooks. People seriously branded him a fraud since society seemingly leveled up without his help, and that massive disrespect was definitely leaving a bitter taste in his mouth as he stared off into the sky, zoning out on the brutal passage of time. Meanwhile, back at ground level, the freshman faculty was absolutely losing their minds. Stomping down the hall without bothering to knock, they practically kicked the principal's door off its hinges, screaming complaints. Professor Iron furiously slapped Leo's major application form onto the desk. Checked off on the paper, knighthood, sorcery, and summoning all 3 core paths. After witnessing this kid's ridiculous, broken stats, across the board, the teachers were practically ready to throw hands to draft him to their department. Plus, attempting a triple major in a hardcore combat academy was literally unheard of. The meta always demanded zeroing in on one single class to survive. Principal Badian just leaned back and chuckled at the absolute dumpster fire in his office, casually noting that Leo heavily mirrored the overpowered main character from ancient fairy tales. That reality check immediately shut the screaming professors up. Badian smirked, dropping a massive lore bomb. The 5th Supreme Hero, famously known as Kyle the Origin, was historically the only human to supposedly max out every single skill tree. Smash cut to the athletic field, where Celia and Chelsea were practically coughing up a lung, absolutely dying on the running track. Car rolled up, spotting Leo comfortably chilling in the shade, and questioned why the duo was subjecting themselves to this brutal weekend torture. Turns out, Chelsea begged Leo for a training arc, and he delivered. But seriously, why just mindless laps? Leo coldly spit absolute facts. Long before, swinging a blade or casting a fireball, a true survivor needs an infinite gas tank. This brutal cardio gauntlet was the key to unlocking that. Surprisingly, Chelsea was totally brainwashed into this mindset, truly believing that pure endurance was the ultimate weapon for a combat caster. Hitting the break timer, the absolutely fried girls collapsed near Leo as he tossed them some iced water. In a crazy plot twist, Chelsea actually claimed she loved the grind and boldly asked to hit the track alongside Leo. Hearing this absolute insanity, Celia literally choked, spit taking her water as brutal PTSD flashbacks. of Leo's Spartangent-level training flashed before her eyes. But hey, since our boy was already geared up to hit the pavement, he figured he might as well step up and become their personal demon coach. But Celia absolutely swears off ever hitting the track with him again. Catching their weird vibe, Carl straight up asks what the deal is between them. Honestly, he completely thought they were a secret item at first. Celia completely shuts down the rumors, dropping the ultimate plot twist. They are literally just cousins. Leo is actually her aunt's kid. Finding out Leo is packing actual Zeringer DNA in his system leaves both Carl and Chelsea totally jaw-dropped. Finally peeling himself off the ground, Leo stretches out, ready to drag the girls through another brutal gauntlet of sheer cardio hell. Having zero interest in sweating it out, Carl totally dips. He would rather vibe around and scope out Lumeria City instead. Celia desperately tries to escape with him to the bustling streets, but Leo literally yanks his cousin back by the hair. There are absolutely no days off here. Watching this chaos, Carl seriously wonders if any noble in his squad possesses even a single shred of dignity. Fast forward a bit, and the highly anticipated class placement day finally drops. Leo strolls right into his new academic battleground, Class 1-5. Stepping inside, he spots Carl already chilling at a desk, waving his bro over. This slick hustler beat everyone to the punch, simply because he already dug up his own class placement beforehand. You can throw shade at Carl all you want, but the dude is a straight-up mastermind when it comes to gathering intel. Catching his eye next is Chelsea, totally slumped in her chair. She looks completely soul-drained, barely clinging to life after surviving Leo's absolute nightmare of a weekend boot camp. Carl presses Leo on what kind of torture he inflicted, and the guy casually shrugs it off as just covering the basic fundamentals. Out of nowhere, two random background NPCs peek into the room, widely mocked as the loser squad, and start loudly betting on how many of these pathetic freshmen will actually survive their first semester. A low, gravelly voice instantly shatters their trash talk. He brutally points out that these two upperclassmen running their mouths are actually the most pathetic trash in his sight. The two bullies whip around, their souls practically leaving their bodies in pure terror. Standing right behind them is a rugged dude sporting messy black hair and a rough beard. He is radiating a suffocating, totally monstrous aura. Enter Harold Edmund, the notorious homeroom instructor for Class 1-5, universally feared under his legendary title, the Wailing Wall. This absolute menace orders the two bullies to act as his personal furniture, and they instantly fold themselves into a human chair out of pure dread. Taking a seat on his living throne, he coldly addresses the room, calling them absolute garbage. He reminds them they are sitting in the official reject tier, hoarding the absolute worst test scores of the entire freshman batch. Professor Edmund smirks, betting these kids have already caught wind of his terrifying reputation. He throws out a loaded question, demanding to know why a powerhouse like him would willingly volunteer to babysit this cursed, hopeless class. Carl hesitantly raises his hand, pitching the theory that the Wailing Wall swooped in as their savior to boost their terrible grades. The professor immediately calls out Carl Thomas by his full government name, mocking his painfully naive answer as perfectly fitting for the kid ranked dead last in the entire academy. Switching tactics, Edmund stares down the room, questioning if a single person in this dumpster fire actually grasps their true duty as Lumine Academy students. Finding her courage, Chelsea shoots her hand up, confidently stating their goal is to conquer the hero's dimension through brutal field missions. She absolutely nailed the textbook answer, but scanning the room, the professor only sees a bunch of fragile kids, destined to get completely wiped out within 5 minutes of stepping onto a real battlefield. So, wouldn't it be a massive favor to just permanently expel these useless weaklings before they end up getting their own squad killed? That is the exact, savage reason he claimed authority over Class 5. It perfectly cements why everyone utterly dreads the name of the Wailing Wall. But while he is mentally traumatizing his entire classroom, Leo is just chilling there, radiating absolute main character energy with zero flinches. The teacher silently sizes him up, figuring this specific kid would actually survive if they tossed him into a lethal dimensional rift right this second. Snapping back, Edmund orders the whole squad to gear up into their athletic wear and march straight down to the training fields. Welcome to day 1 of school, folks. It is time for a brutal wake-up call in combat studies. The terrified losers scramble to follow orders, lining up on the dirt track. But while these kids are literally roasting alive under the blazing sun, their unbothered professor pitches a giant shade umbrella, kicks back in a lawn chair, and starts sipping an iced drink like he is on a tropical vacation. He is about to aggressively shatter the arrogant, spoiled mindsets these rookies built up since entering this elite school. He fires off another mind game. When the actual fighting starts and death is staring them down, what is the one thing that will absolutely save their lives? Nella Carvin, a super shy night major packing a ridiculously rare healing aura, quietly squeaks out that her loyal teammates will be the ones to protect her. Absolutely wrong. Professor Edmund completely shuts that down, growling that personal, raw power is their only saving grace. You can only start protecting your squad after you forge your own deadly skills in the fires of real danger. Keeping the pressure high, he challenges the crowd, demanding to know if a single person standing there actually possesses the raw strength to defend an ally. Cutting through the silence, a loud, insanely confident voice rings out, boldly declaring she has got the skills to back it up. Ready to call her bluff, the professor commands her to conjure a fireball right then and there, to prove her worth as a magic knight. Stepping into the spotlight is the fiercely energetic Eliana Lawton, a rare dual-class brawler, ready to unleash some serious heat. The professor wasn't buying her act for a second. He completely trashed her spell's pathetic size and weak heat, joking it wouldn't even singe a backyard bug. Taking that disrespect personally, Eliana slammed a massive surge of mana right into her core, spawning twin spheres of blazing heat that literally melted the air around her into a scorching hellscape. She didn't just multiply the threat, she totally supersized the inferno. Edmund gave her a slow, sarcastic clap, calling the fireworks cute. Casually slurping a juice box, he conjured a tiny swirling breeze and dared Eliana to land a hit on the squirt with her so-called ultimate attack. That harmless breeze instantly morphed into a sentient wind spirit, darting through the sky like a chaotic little speed demon. The tiny menace zipped right up to Eliana's face, giggling at her raging inferno before literally booping her on the nose. That totally triggered the hot-headed girl. She started spamming explosive blasts in every direction, frantically trying to swat the trolling spirit out of the sky. Once she burned through her energy pool hitting absolute nothingness, the teacher finally stepped in. Who cares about flashy explosions and giant hitboxes if your accuracy is actual trash? This entire drill was a brutal reality check to expose their fatal flaw: zero actual combat sense in a high-stakes fight. They needed to grind harder and break their ceilings. That is the true protagonist path. Smirking like a villain, the Wailing Wall declared nobody was going home until someone managed to snatch his slippery companion, Sylph. Leo just soaked the whole scene in silence. The old man sounded toxic as hell, but the kid knew he was spitting pure facts. Figuring he might as well flex a bit, Leo decided to crash the hunting party. While the rest of the squad chased ghosts around the arena, Edmund locked his radar dead onto Leoplav. With all the insane hype backing this kid up, the professor wanted to see if the boy was a total fraud playing pretend, just like the legendary hero Kyle. Too bad the entire roster getting involved changed absolutely nothing. Sylph was literally out there breaking their ankles from miles away. Then, Leo let his energy explode. He channeled a dense wave of raw power straight into his boots for one psycho sprint. Blasting off like a crimson missile, he shredded the ground beneath him. His velocity instantly broke past the red line. The absolute laser focus in his eyes had everyone wondering, is this guy actually the ultimate hybrid prodigy? Meanwhile, Carr and Chelsea were practically coughing up lungs, completely gassed out by the spirit's broken movement speed. Enter our main guy, absolutely dripping in a blazing crimson glow. Whipping out an upgraded aura step, he vaulted straight into the stratosphere, exploiting the cocky spirit's only blind spot. Weaponizing gravity and pure momentum, he dive-bombed from above, slamming the dodge window completely shut on his tiny target. He whiffed the grab by an absolute hairline. To everyone watching, it looked like a massive fumble on his initial strike, but that sinister smirk told a different story. Shifting the rogue energy trailing from his fingers, he wove an invisible leash right around Sylph's tiny ankle. Boom! The untouchable phantom was totally locked down, ripe for the taking. But plotting a wild killsteal, none of the bottom-tier class got the glory. Instead, that hyperactive punk Duran snatched the paralyzed prize. Sure, the kid's agility is legitimately cracked, but let's be real, he only bagged the win because Leo's trap completely disabled the target. Even knowing that, seeing the arrogant grin plastered across that kid's face was maximum levels of annoying. Suddenly, a slow clap echoed across the turf as a wildly overdressed dude strolled onto the scene. Enter Sejun, the elite head honcho of Class 1. Sitting right at the number 2 spot in teacher rankings, he saw the perfect opening to flex his students' insane stats, smugly offering to carry the losers through a free tutorial. Edmund, on the other hand, man wasn't even watching the drama unfold. He was buried deep inside his lounge chair, aggressively slurping another juice pouch like he had zero cares in the world. Without missing a beat, he pawned his entire teaching shift onto his rival. And here's the crazy part, even though Sejun holds that flashy runner-up spot, this lazy juicebox addict effortlessly claims the crown as the undisputed number 1 every single year. The crowd, especially fanboy Carr, absolutely lost their minds, anticipating a legendary showdown between the twin titans of Lumen. These two veterans have been running the campus for over 20 years straight. Even the heavy-hitter instructors like Ein, Yura, and Len used to be their rookies. Catching onto his massive lore dump, the cute-as-a-button Nella quizzed Carr on his creepy level of insider knowledge. But tragically, our guy operates on zero riz and instantly weirded her out with his intense vibe. Sejun just let out a booming laugh. He had no clue why his ultimate rival chose to babysit the absolute bottom-tier rookies, but he was dying to expose the secret sauce. To force his hand, he threw down a gauntlet, a head-to-head showdown between the elites and the underdogs. The battlefield? Lumene's famously brutal, old-school ball game known as basta. Finally popping out of his comfy seat, Edmund hyped Sejun up like an absolute mastermind. He locked hands with his rival, dropping the classic line about hardcore field experience beating textbook theory any day. The second the deal was struck, he immediately flopped back into potato mode, dumping literally all the referee duties onto Sejun's lap. Sejun's brain practically short-circuited trying to compute how he constantly loses the popularity poll to a guy who refuses to stand up, leaving his own top-tier students staring at him with pure, unfiltered, secondhand embarrassment. The Wailing Wall drops a massive bombshell on his students, casually announcing that their upcoming Bastara clash against the Elite Class 1 is just a little practice run to test their skills. Oh, and he drops one final, terrifying catch. If they fumble this match, every single kid in the room gets slapped with immediate expulsion. The whole room practically freezes in sheer panic. I mean, it is literally their very first day with this guy. Plus, they are going up against Class 1, an absolute powerhouse squad stacked with 3 freaking captains. Herod completely brushes off their whining like dirt on his shoulder, flat out telling them to just grind harder if they are so terrified. Besides, he smirks and points out that they have zero reason to sweat when they literally have the top freshman representative chilling right there in their ranks. He turns to Leo, ordering him to handpick 6 elite squad members to step into the arena. Staring down his teacher, Leo instantly connects the dots. This whole setup is a massive psychological test. Herod is not doing this out of spite. He knows the kids in this class have completely lost their fighting spirit. Barely 1 week into the semester, and their confidence is completely shattered. Leo realizes Herod is using him as the ultimate spark to ignite these defeated Class 5 misfits. Their hope is practically dead in the dirt right now. Meanwhile, Class 1's instructor flexes his magic, warping the ground to manifest the massive battle arena. Leo's gears are turning fast. He knows there has to be a secret loophole in this brutal Bastara showdown, a master strategy to pull his classmates back from the brink of total despair. Lumen Academy's heavy hitters lock eyes with Class 5. The pressure is so suffocating that even Chelsea is practically dripping with cold sweat. She scrambles to break down the rules of Bastara, considering our boy Leo literally has zero clue how this deathmatch even works. Turns out, it is a hardcore combat sport that has been bleeding students at the academy for generations. Honestly, on paper, it just sounds like a glorified game of dodgeball, but Thomas quickly chimes in, warning him that reality is way more brutal than that. This is not gym class. It is a straight-up war zone. Across the field, the sword princess Celia totally roasts Chelsea for looking like a ghost before the whistle even blows. That trash talk instantly lights a fire under Chelsea. She snaps back, screaming that she absolutely refuses to bow down to a Zeringer. Leo, he is chilling like a villain. He stays completely unfazed, telling his squad to take a breather because they are definitely not taking an L today. That arrogant smirk completely triggers Celia. She is practically foaming at the mouth, desperate to crush him and show off her insane training upgrades. As for Chloe, she is absolutely locked in. She is obsessed with securing a massive payback victory against the freshman rep after their last chaotic encounter. Professor Sejun finally barks at the players to step up to the plate. Leo glances at his terrified classmates, asking who has the guts to fight. Chelsea and Eliana immediately step up to the front line. The stakes are astronomical. One loss equals a one-way ticket out of the academy, so these girls are ready to put their absolute lives on the line. Catching the vibe, Thomas and the rest of the crew rush forward to back them up. Leo gives the professor a subtle nod. Class 5 is locked and loaded. Sejun summons the magical ball and launches it high into the sky. Every single player on the field locks their predator eyes onto the prize. The match officially explodes into action. Duran and Leo both lunge for the sphere, but the lightning boy strikes just a fraction of a second faster, snatching the ball mid-air. He totally hijacks the opening momentum. The match has literally just kicked off, and this absolute madman Leo decides that right now is the perfect time to casually ask how the game is actually played. Turns out, the mechanics are pretty basic. You just pump your aura into the ball and launch it into the enemy goal without using your actual body. First squad to hit 11 points takes the crown, but Duran is already going goblin mode, rocketing the ball forward with terrifying, thunderous velocity. Leo barely dodges the supersonic strike by a hair. Thomas? The dude literally does not even see the blur pass him before it blasts straight into their net. Boom. First blood goes to Duran of Class 1, dragging the Class 5 kids even deeper into the abyss of hopelessness. Tide is totally suffocating under the pressure, panicking that they are all getting kicked out of school at this exact rate. Meanwhile, Leo casually pivots and asks how they actually steal possession. Basically, there are 3 main hacks to grab the ball. Hack number 1, wait for the enemy to launch it out of bounds. Hack number 2, catch the incoming meteor barehanded. Tide is just about to drop the third rule, when, bam, Eliana gets absolutely obliterated by Celia's blazing, explosive fastball. The Sword Princess viciously taunts them for yapping instead of keeping their heads in the actual deathmatch. Eliana is in a really bad spot right now. Since you cannot throw hands or physically block opponents, the third method is straight up savage. Knock a player completely out of commission. And the only legal way to do that is by weaponizing the ball against them. Leo smirks, realizing he has heard enough, and instantly snatches the sphere. He declares that playtime is over, and it is time to return absolute fire. Sadly, Eliana is completely knocked out cold, leaving Class 5 down one crucial fighter in this brutal crossfire. Up in the stands, both professors silently analyze the bloodbath. Sejun mentally notes that in this specific game, any squad-packing fire, elemental magic practically owns a cheat code, and nobody spits hotter flames than the legendary House of Zeringer. He honestly cannot fathom why Herod even accepted this suicide mission, fully knowing the Sword Princess is fronting Class 1. In his eyes, Class 5 has literally zero chance of surviving this massacre. But the supposedly trash-tier professor? He literally just yawns right in Sejun's face, treating his tactical analysis like absolute garbage. Giving Sejun a side-eye, Herod digs up a dusty memory of his very first pupil, who hailed from the Zerdinger bloodline. That terrifying woman went down in history as the Empress of Bastara, an absolute unkillable monster on the field. And honestly, Herod is practically beaming as he shares that little nightmare fuel. The sudden realization that her own kid is repping Class 5 hits Segion like a truck, instantly snapping her focus back to the turf. Meanwhile, the rest of Class 5 is totally spiraling. They are caught up in their own heads, throwing a massive pity party, and questioning why they even enrolled in this academy to begin with. Across the field, Celia catches a glimpse of Leo, igniting his aura. The dude is finally dropping the act, charging up an inferno in the palm of his hand that practically screams danger. He lets that fireball fly with absolute zero hesitation. The projectile rockets forward with such insane velocity that Chloe has to summon a literal mountain of jagged ice just to tank the impact. She flashes this smug, untouchable smirk, fully convinced she just shut his play down. But plot twist, Leo materializes right out of thin air beside her. He read her entire defense like a cheap comic book. With zero hesitation, Leo smirks and vows that this point is his. Launching himself into the air, he delivers a soul-crushing right hook straight into the core of the ball. The sheer force shreds right through Chloe's glacial barrier like a hot knife through butter. Watching from the sidelines, even Segion cannot hide her awe at the freshman's god-tier battle IQ. The underdogs of Class 5 absolutely lose their minds, screaming their lungs out for their star rookie. Up in the stands, the Class 1 professor narrows his eyes. The real bloodbath has officially kicked off. What follows is pure, unadulterated chaos. The scoreboard rapidly ticks up to 9 against 10, as brutal rallies leave half the roster completely wiped out on the dirt. Pushing the tempo, the speed demon Duran unleashes a devastating final strike, banking on it to bury the underdogs for good. But Thomas refuses to fold, throwing his own body directly into the line of fire. He risks it all, absorbing the kinetic shockwave to deny the point. Running on literal fumes, he miraculously snatches the projectile right out of the air before his mana completely flatlines. The sheer recoil forces Thomas to hit the deck cold, locking the scoreboard in a dead heat. But here's the catch. Class 5 is down to just one man standing, and that is Leo. Meanwhile, the Titans of Class 1 still have their big three fully operational. On paper, it is a massive 3-on-1 slaughter waiting to happen. Thirsty for payback after getting humbled in the midterms, the Frost Mage Chloe is not playing around. She quickly summons a legion of icy doppelgangers. This move fortifies their defensive line into an impenetrable fortress. Staring down the barrel, Leo coils his muscles for one last, desperate leap against Celia and Duran. The moment his cleats leave the turf, he straight up teleports. His movement is so insanely cracked that the trio of captains can only watch in pure shock as he vanishes from their radar. Glitching through space, Leo blows right past Celia before her brain can even process the draft. He has absolutely zero interest in a frontal brawl. His eyes are locked dead on the prize. The pressure instantly shifts onto Chloe's shoulders as she desperately scans the field, trying to pinpoint his actual body. He is weaving between illusions, and just trying to decode his high-tier spellcraft drains her entirely. Like a phantom, Leo breezes past her collapsing frame, leaving her completely, utterly defeated. Hitting the ground, she is left speechless, wondering how a basic human could ever wield ancient elven arts. When the dust finally settles, the elite trio completely failed to hold the line. The final buzzer rings out, crowning Class 5 as the undisputed kings of the pitch. The arena erupts into a massive roar, with every single underdog chanting Leo's name in pure euphoria. To think they were literally inches away from getting kicked out of school. Backstage, Segion is floored to discover that Harry deliberately backed them into a do-or-die corner. He pushed them to the absolute brink just to snatch this victory. Meanwhile, the once cocky captains are sitting there, completely paralyzed by the sting of failure. Sensing the heavy vibes, Seijin steps up to do some damage control. He walks straight up to a crushed Chloe, gently asking if the loss is eating her up inside. But he quickly drops some wisdom, reminding her that taking a brutal loss does not strip away their dignity. Bowing to the victor is a sacred tradition in this arena. He gives them major props, validating how hard they sweat to try and keep Class 1 on the throne. Seijin beams with genuine pride, shouting out both the heavy lifters on the field and the hype squad in the bleachers. Film started. His wholesome pep talk totally melts their icy exteriors. But Herod? Yeah, he is absolutely lacking that empathy gene. He boldly calls them total washouts, instantly killing the mood. Despite the trash talk, there is no denying that both squads left their souls on the turf. The elites of Class 1 flexed their raw, untamed talent, but it was the gritty, never-say-die energy of Class 5 that really stole the show. Seijin makes it crystal clear, shattering their own mental ceilings is exactly what secured them the bag today. He genuinely hopes this brutal rivalry breeds mutual respect moving forward. Swallowing their pride, the teams finally shake on it. Of course, Celia instantly manages to trigger Chelsea, and our fiery girl claps back with zero hesitation. On the flip side, Thomas is radiating golden retriever energy, aggressively pumping Duran's hand. Meanwhile, the speedster just stares back, looking utterly traumatized. Over on the sidelines, Chloe is practically drowning in her own humiliation. Breaking the tension, Leo steps into her space and extends a hand, giving her genuine props for the crazy matchup. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her that with a bit more grinding and field experience, she is destined to become an absolute monster in the magic world. At first, she takes the compliment as pure shade, but one look at his completely earnest face forces her to drop the defensive walls. Swearing to herself that she will surpass him one day, she finally grips his hand. Fast forward a whole month. Our iconic trio is just chilling, grabbing a quick bite in the cafeteria. Over lunch, Thomas casually brings up the upcoming club draft, but instead of signing up for some boring pre-made faction, Leo casually drops a bomb he is building his own crew from scratch. Thomas practically short-circuits right there at the table. Chelsea, however, remains the ultimate ride or die, instantly volunteering to sign her life away to his new project. The mastermind reveals his grand vision, the Hero Research Society. It sounds incredibly nerdy, but Leo is harboring a massive hidden agenda. He is dead set on uncovering the truth behind the forgotten legend. Kyle, a warrior, the rest of the world, writes off as a total myth and a fairy tale. Thomas brutally points out that nobody in their right mind would join a conspiracy club, but Chelsea proves she is a top-tier ally, already demanding a spot on the roster. Suddenly, a massive uproar echoes from the courtyard, jolting Thomas's memory about what makes today so incredibly hyped. Today marks the grand, triumphant return of the fifth-year senior titans who just finished wiping out a major raid. You see, fragments of the legendary hero record randomly spawn across different global coordinates. When they drop, these artifacts literally manifest their own brutal pocket dimensions, known by the masses as hero dungeons. It is the sole duty of the Academy's top dogs to breach these hostile zones and secure the loot. These insane expeditions drag on for a minimum of 2 weeks, with some squads going completely off the grid for months. Leo catches himself, wondering did his mom face down these exact same dungeon grinds back in her prime. Chelsea locks eyes with the upperclassmen, instantly sensing the heavy aura. These aren't just seniors, they're the Academy's absolute elite. Let's break down the roster. We've got the absolute tank from the east, Lee Jamoa. Standing beside him is the southern powerhouse beauty, Toru Ayan. And wrapping up the squad, Ulta, rocking the ultimate cozy fit. But wait, the lineup is incomplete. The undisputed absolute unit of the school, Student Council President Reese Thomas. Someone's about to drop his lore, but our main guy Leo just vanishes into thin air. Did the devs patch him out for being too broken? Nah, Celia just dragged him outside by the collar. Plot twist. The president himself literally set up a highly classified one-on-one with our dude. Leo is completely lost, questioning why he's suddenly getting VIP treatment. Celia just facepalms, realizing this guy has zero clue about campus hierarchy. She figures it'll click once he sees it for himself. They pull up to the spot, but Leo grabs a seat that totally throws Celia off guard. Suddenly, the untouchable sword princess literally launches herself into a massive hug with the guy. Yep, you heard that right. Reese is her actual blood brother, and he is super hyped to finally meet the madman gunning for the all-class title. They end up chilling over a plate of dumplings. Celia, however, is secretly sweating bullets, since she's literally never eaten this kind of street food. She nervously takes that first bite, and her taste buds basically explode. It's a total flavor win. Big Bro actually planned this foodie trip the second she enrolled. But the main event? Getting up close and personal with Leo. Turns out, Leo's mom holds massive street cred within their family's inner circle. Reese starts dropping history lessons, recalling how her name used to echo through these exact academy halls back in the day. We're talking absolute menace energy, a student who pulled off the most unhinged stunts to cement her legendary status. Exhibit A. She openly roasted the absolute garbage quality of the cafeteria sweets. Exhibit B. She literally rallied the entire student body to storm the principal's office. Celia's jaw drops, realizing Leo's mom masterminded that iconic riot. While the siblings joyfully catch up, Leo silently studies Reese. The verdict? The guy's aura is no joke. He definitely earns that #1 spot. It's crystal clear. Reese is practically hard-coded to become a future hero. Wrapping up the heavy talk, Reese suggests grabbing something sweet. He shoos them outside so he can cover the bill. But right as they step out the door, Reese freezes. His hand brushes against an unidentified item chilling inside his blazer pocket, leaving him totally baffled. Smash cut to Harold's classroom. Eliana is practically vibrating out of her seat to ask something. Harold? He shuts her down, calling her query garbage before she even opens her mouth. Zero chill whatsoever. She's just trying to figure out why Class 5 is the only squad lacking a class rep, especially when everyone else is already locked in. Harold completely brushes off the panic. He casually shrugs, straight up admitting it totally slipped his mind. Running on pure slacker energy, he just points at Leo and drafts him as the rep on the spot. Eliana and Tide immediately start pressing this absolute clown about, basic democratic voting. But hey, they instantly realize speaking up was a massive mistake. Harold's master plan? Force the rep to handle all the paperwork, so he can literally just slack off. Suddenly, the PA system cracks to life, ordering everyone into a joint hero studies lecture. All freshmen are mandated to hit the auditorium as soon as possible. Leo checks in with the teacher to greenlight their exit, which gets an immediate yes. Down at the massive hall, Leo and Thomas cross paths with Chloe, who is basically running on fumes. We're talking full-blown sleep-deprived zombie mode. She's desperately trying to buy off the alchemist's entire stash of stamina pots. The transaction clears, netting her his last remaining bottles. Leo gives her a crazy look, thinking she's grinding way too hard for week 1, but Chloe just aggressively chugs the liquid and completely ignores his warning. As the reigning valedictorian of magic theory, she is visibly terrified of losing her crown. Because let's be real, the second Leo unlocks modern magic, he's going to ruthlessly steamroll her test scores too. Thomas, rocking his usual smooth brain energy, genuinely cannot fathom why taking silver is such a tragedy. Chelsea sighs, forcing herself to educate this numbskull about Chloe's heavy burden as a magic tower scholar. Sure, frontline combat mages can afford to bomb a written test, but for Chloe, academics are literally survival. Heavy-duty research and magical investigation are the actual lifeblood of the tower. Her entire ego is basically hanging by a thread. Chelsea rolls her eyes, deeply frustrated, and seriously questions if the alchemist even qualifies as a spellcaster anymore. Off to the side, despite downing that liquid energy, Chloe still looks completely wrecked. Then, her eyes lock onto something weird. The camera pans to Headmaster Kalian, who is intensely staring down a glowing, severely damaged artifact, the Heroes page. Reese just hauled this thing in, reporting that it violently reacted to an unknown trigger. The parchment got so wrecked that triggering a resonance should have been physically impossible. Yet, it sparked up anyway, and there weren't even any relics nearby to set it off. The headmaster grills him, asking if the glow returned after the initial burst. Finding out it went completely dead, Kalian spirals into deep focus. He resolves to take this mystery totally off the grid. Sending Reese away, he orders the top dog to go touch some grass after that grueling mission. Left alone, the boss turns to his assistant, Elena. Her objective? Transport the Broken Heroes page straight to the massive auditorium inside the Hall of Beginnings. He specifically requested this artifact to make a grand appearance during the freshman joint lecture. Turns out, even a tiny sliver of this crystal goes absolutely nuclear the second it touches the specific person detailed in the hero log. Spoiler alert, that person is our boy Leo, though everyone is completely clueless about it right now. Cutting to the massive academy lecture hall, the entire freshman class is packed together for their very first mega lecture. The volume in the room is deafening. Professor Ardian, looking sweet and harmless, politely asks for quiet, but these bratty teenagers just completely brush her off and keep yapping. Suddenly, Ardian absolutely snaps. Her aura explodes with pure rage as she drops a spine-chilling threat, basically telling them to zip it unless they want a one-way ticket to the afterlife. That adorable, timid vibe vanishes instantly, replaced by straight-up murderous bloodlust, while she ruthlessly roasts the absolute life out of these knuckleheads. Realizing the massive room has gone drop-dead silent, she blinks, magically switching right back to her cutesy, shy persona, like she did not just threaten to end their bloodlines. The whole crowd is literally dripping with nervous sweat, collectively realizing this tiny woman is an absolute demon when pushed over the edge. Watching this unfold, Leo analyzes her energy, instantly pinpointing her as a spiritualist, a wildly rare class that was practically unheard of, even back in his past life. Whipping out a slick dagger, Ardian officially kicks off the lesson. She dives deep into the history behind the sudden manifestation of the hero logs, and exactly how the legendary bloodlines came into existence. She explains the mechanics. Unlocking a specific hero dimension literally requires a physical artifact heavily tied to that warrior's past. Think of it as a magical catalyst. Because of this rule, kids boasting legendary genetics can effortlessly crack open these dimensions like it is child's play. This exact dynamic is why the Academy ruthlessly hoards these logs, using them as massive leverage to secure elite alliances with powerhouse families. Boiling it down, she compares the artifact to a master key and the dimension to a locked vault. Sitting in the crowd, Leo is actually digging this breakdown, leaning in to catch every single word. The professor then hypes up the sheer necessity of hitting the books, stressing that raw academic grinding is the only way to unearth vital hints about surviving these brutal realms. She outlines the roadmap. As these rookies grind through their academy years, they must eventually pledge themselves to a legendary figure, siphoning their power to conquer their designated chapters. Suddenly, the lecture gets totally derailed when Elena crashes the stage. She dramatically unveils a glowing log fragment, top-tier loot, fresh from a senior expedition. Catching sight of this glowing, otherworldly relic, the entire auditorium absolutely loses its mind. Elena teases the crowd by cracking it open for a split second before slamming it shut. Seizing the hype, Ardian flips the script, deciding to quiz the rookies before giving them a taste of the real deal. She challenges them, demanding to hear their ultimate endgame goals once they secure their titles. Celia instantly jumps out of her seat, aggressively declaring her mission to become the single most overpowered knight in her entire bloodline. Ardian gives an approving nod to the flex. Flipping to the nerds, Chloe shares her massive brain idea to author an ultimate grimoire, strictly logging her own custom-made, devastating spells. The room buzzes as everyone starts tossing out their personal dreams. Thomas humbly admits he just wants to be the ultimate support class. But then, the main character steps up. Leo stands tall, dropping a literal bombshell. His endgame? To violently and permanently wipe Erebos off the face of existence. The sheer audacity of this statement sends shockwaves through the room, instantly paralyzing the students and heavily rattling the faculty. Even Ardian gets visibly tripped up by the sheer weight of his words, scrambling to keep the lecture moving. The surrounding rows immediately erupt into whispers, side-eyeing the kid and chalking his legendary ambition up to some cringe, edgy teenage boasting. But up on stage, Professor Harold is internally sweating. He knows Leo is built different. The kid absolutely never drops an empty threat. Let us rewind. It has been an entire millennium since the supreme evil, Erebos, was brutally chopped into fragments and locked away. But lately, the Dark Lord has been clawing his way back. Even a single, tiny sliver of his essence is enough to trigger an absolute apocalypse. Yet this absolute madman of a freshman just casually declared war on the impossible. He is not talking about hunting down a rogue shard. He wants to violently erase the complete, fully resurrected Demon King. Trying to cut the tension, Ardian finally pivots back to the glowing relic. She decides to spice things up, turning it into a pop quiz, where each section gets to guess the trapped legend, right before diving into the hardcore raid mechanics. Laying down the ground rules, she delivers a strict safety briefing. She guarantees the faculty is running heavy surveillance, so nobody should try pulling any stupid stunts. But the hype train has already left the station. The crowd is literally vibrating, desperate to get their greedy hands on a genuine artifact. Seeing the anticipation, Ardian figures the best move is dragging the top dogs from every block straight up to the podium. Class 1 sends up Celia, Class 5 deploys Leo, followed by Abbott and Chen to rep the rest. Now, the seniors actually pulled 2 distinct artifacts from the abyss during their raid. However, for today's tutorial, they are only triggering the main one. The backup shard is practically a speck of dust, brought along strictly as a visual aid to flex the shape differences. Stepping up to the plate, Leo reaches out and casually taps the primary relic, and it instantly violently triggers. The interface glitches out, hiding both the legend's identity and the timeline. Suddenly, the artifact starts spiraling out of control, throwing even the veteran teachers into pure panic mode. In a blinding flash, the entire group is forcibly sucked straight into an anonymous, high-threat dimension. They blink, waking up to a completely unrecognizable hellscape of pure devastation. The top students and the elite faculty just got reverse isekai'd into a totally hostile zone. Their welcoming committee? A massive, rotting mountain of slaughtered monsters, stacked sky-high across an absolutely brutalized war zone. Scrambling to regain control over this absolute nightmare scenario, Professor Edmund screams at everyone to get their weapons ready, confirming the terrifying truth. They just got trapped inside a live dungeon. Professor Sejan, flexing his quick wits, locked onto a massive fortress wall, way out past their spawn zone to help them get their bearings. Crazy enough, Leo Plav instantly recognized the tragic backdrop from the Age of Catastrophe. We're talking the absolute final barricade for humanity's last surviving city, the legendary walls of Gardasilon. If his gut feeling hits the mark and the timeline checks out, our boy Leo is literally the only player on the board who grasps the current chaos. Out of nowhere, a nostalgic voice drifted through the air, dropping his OG name, Kyle. Sounding mad apologetic, she confessed that her impossible dream back in the day was totally delusional. That angelic tone? It belonged to a literal myth in the modern era. We're talking top-tier original hero, and Kyle's day-one comrade, Lycinus. Even if her hopes felt like a massive reach back then, she bet her entire soul on the fact that they'd eventually rescue humanity. Spoiler alert, they totally pulled it off. Locking eyes with a bestie from thousands of years ago sent Leo's heart into pure overdrive. Catching Lycinus in the flesh on this trashed battlefield felt like a straight-up fever dream. Then, she flashed a smile so bright, it literally nuked the entire hero's dungeon, shattering the illusion and yanking everyone straight back into base reality. This whole chaotic glitch sparked purely because Kyle touched that mysterious scrap of the hero's record, a relic strictly meant to sit behind glass. Low-key panicking, Chen Xia grilled the faculty about the insane anomaly, but the professors were completely clueless. Sweating bullets, Professor Edmund threw his hands up and called off all lectures on the spot. He barked at the crowd to keep their chill and filter out of the hall without starting a stampede. While the mob scrambled out in pure confusion, Leo stayed glued to the stage, clutching that ragged sliver of parchment. Gears turning in his head, he knew in his bones that this torn scrap belonged strictly to him. That page practically pulsing in his grip was the ultimate cheat code for his quest, a shattered piece of his own epic legacy. Catching Leo zoning out so hard totally piqued Professor Edmund's curiosity. Once the crazy stampede faded, the student body ghosted into random vacant rooms to chill, considering the entire academic schedule was wiped for the day. Tucked away in a quiet classroom, Leo dropped the bomb that they just caught a sneak peek of the mythic Lycinus, the king of wisdom. Convinced the school dug up her god-tier hero record, Chelsea's eyes practically shot fireworks at the thought of witnessing pure history. Meanwhile, Eliana was punching the air in heavy regret, kicking herself for not sweating the class recollections harder. If she'd just grinded for the title, she wouldn't have fumbled such an insane, once-in-a-lifetime flex. Carr shot her a dirty side-eye, silently roasting her 0% win rate. Catching that massive disrespect, Eliana absolutely went off, turning the poor dude into a human punching bag. Hearing the crazy brawl, Professor Edmund barged in, blasting them for turning the room into a total circus. He hit them with the ultimate ultimatum: hit the books or get permanently booted. Knowing his weirdo energy, nobody could tell if he was bluffing or dead serious. The second the dude bounced from the room, the squad zipped their lips, totally refusing to risk catching a stray expulsion. Sinking back into his thoughts, Leo interrogated himself on why his legendary hero record got totally nuked into oblivion. Stacking it up against the other artifacts, this thing was so trashed that even the OG owner struggled to pinpoint the dimension it originated from. The system literally censored the realm's title in the chapter logs right off the bat. It screamed foul play like some shadowy op purposely shredded the files to delete his entire existence from the server. Knowing these hero records are ancient relics designed to pass down godlike abilities, intentionally trashing one is a massive red flag. Someone out there desperately wants to cancel the rise of a new champion. The only mastermind rocking both the motive and the muscle to pull this off is none other than Erebos. That menace might be cracked into multiple little pieces, but his twisted magic is still wildly off the charts. That whole mess completely flipped a switch inside Leo. He was dead set on figuring out who trashed his hero record and why it looked so pathetic. Fast forward through 30 days of boring campus life following that record disaster. The camera pans straight into the magic department. Inside, Professor Horace, looking absolutely dripped out of his mind, is dropping the heavy details for their upcoming midterm practical. The assignment? Forge their own original spells from scratch. Just dropping the phrase unique magic instantly sent a collective chill down the freshmen's spines. We are talking about top-tier spellcasting here, the kind of raw power that screams a mage's personal vibe, pure creativity, and heavy hitting strength. Since everyone nowadays relies on cookie-cutter activation tech, nobody actually grinds to build a spell from the ground up anymore. But pulling off an original spell? That becomes your ultimate trump card when you are caught in a lethal life or death situation. This whole concept traces right back to the star magic elves are forced to study. Plot twist, even that legendary star magic is basically just a watered-down bootleg of true original sorcery. Throughout all of history, only a single soul ever managed to wield the fully unleashed, unfiltered might of the stars. And that absolute legend is the creator herself, Luna, the founder of Nebula and an original heroic icon. Watching the professor hype up these midterms so heavily made Chloe completely lock in. Her focus was sharp enough to cut glass. Chilling, right next to her, Leo's eyes kept darting to this super sketchy book resting on her desk. Just catching a glimpse of its cover gave him massive warning bells. It was leaking this insanely dark, nostalgic, yet toxic energy. Catching Leo staring at her stash, Chloe panicked and shoved the book deep into her bag at lightning speed. Leo's gut told him exactly what he just saw, a forbidden grimoire. Right on cue, Horace wrapped up his lecture, tossing them a casual good luck on forging their magical blueprints. While the rest of the freshmen dragged their feet out the door, Leo bolted straight after Chloe, snatching her by the wrist before she could ghost him. Startled, she glared at him with absolute daggers in her eyes. Flashing his signature grin, Leo casually asked her out for a lunch date, though his real agenda was hiding right behind that smile. Her super suspicious freakout over that cursed textbook was living rent-free in his head. He needed answers. Violently slapping his hand away, Chloe instantly rejected him, snapping that she had zero time for his childish games. Her brain was already running simulations on how to completely obliterate Leo in the upcoming trials. Right as the vibe was getting dangerously toxic, Carl slid into the frame, bringing his usual chaotic golden retriever energy to save the day. He completely clowned Leo, calling the guy an absolute madman for trying to dethrone the Ice Queen in her own academic territory. Chloe was still incredibly salty about getting humbled by Leo's technical skills earlier, but when the battleground shifted to pure, raw spellcasting, she would rather die than take second place. Clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white, she basically swore an oath to crush these midterms, whatever it took. Leo realized instantly that dodging this challenge or giving a half-baked performance would be a massive slap to her fierce pride. Stepping up like an absolute boss, he held his hand out again. He accepted her declaration of war with a smooth smile, swearing he would bring his A-game. Chloe gripped his hand back, her eyes completely devoid of warmth. Honestly, witnessing the Ice Queen this insanely dialed in was a terrifying masterpiece. Meanwhile, our resident goofball Carl just stood on the sidelines, totally mind-blown by his bro's flawless infinite IQ strategy to finesse a girl into holding hands twice in one day. Right before the sun dipped below the horizon, Leo touched down at the ridiculously massive Tower of Heroes. Rumor had it that somewhere inside this hulking fortress, Lumini Academy had hidden away its highly classified forbidden library. If he could manage to infiltrate that vault, he just might uncover the missing pieces explaining his wiped-out legendary status. Trekking up the grand staircase, his effortless drip was already turning the heads of several upperclassmen. Just as he hit the halfway mark, a voice dropped his full government name. He spun around to see a sun-kissed senior rocking wild curls and oversized circular frames, an absolute certified baddie, popping a bubblegum bubble with zero care in the world. She casually mentioned that Professor Len Horace would not shut up about the new freshman prodigy. Enter Terua Ayan, a fifth-year heavyweight dominating Lumini's magic division. Keeping things completely professional, Leo dropped a respectful bow. He figured this was just your average random hall pass encounter. He tried to brush past her, but Terua smoothly kicked one of her long legs out, barricading the stairs. She interrogated him, demanding to know why a rookie was wandering around the elite Tower of Heroes. Playing it totally straight, Leo admitted he was just here to crash a meeting with the student council president. Watching him stand his ground without sweating, Terua's curiosity instantly spiked. She started aggressively pitching that if he fully pledged loyalty to the magic department, this tower would basically open all its VIP doors for him. Honestly, her hustle was almost suffocating. Considering he was already enrolled in her faculty's classes, Terua eventually decided to cut the rookie some slack and dropped her leg blockade. Giving a quick nod of thanks, Leo resumed his climb, but not before she threw out a dangerously sweet ultimatum, strongly suggesting he make magic his main major before the semester wraps up. Her message was crystal clear. Now it was entirely on our boy to read between those threatening lines. Flashing his unbothered, perfectly sculpted smile, Leo just kept moving. Hitting the final landing, he squeezed into a lift packed with a few upperclassmen, heading toward the penthouse levels. Stepping inside, he jammed his finger straight into the button for floor number 9. But to his absolute horror, the tech straight up ghosted him. The light stayed dead no matter how hard he mashed the panel. He kept furiously tapping it, while this janky elevator system practically laughed in his face, pushing his patience to the absolute limit. He would have been totally stranded in the lobby if a chill voice had not spoken up, casually dropping the fact that these bougie buttons require a raw mana injection just to turn on. The deep, booming tone came from yet another heavy-hitting senior one, who clearly already knew exactly who Leo was. The voice cuts through the tension way more chill and respectful than Torua's. Enter Lee Samoa, an absolute unit with a total golden retriever vibe, who happens to be a heavyweight 5th year over in the night department. Catching sight of our legendary freshman rep, Lee beams, flashing a massive, pearly white grin. Leo plays it cool, dropping a respectful bow to the upperclassmen. Just like Torua did, Lee drops the golden question. What brings a rookie to the legendary Tower of Heroes? Leo keeps it vague, hinting at some classified business, involving the student council president. Instantly, Lee's eyes light up with pure curiosity. You see, it's practically unheard of for a newbie in this academy to not flinch in Lee's massive presence, let alone possess the sheer audacity to kick down the door to the president's personal sanctuary. Flying solo. Blown away by Leo's titanium-level nerves, Lee pitches a serious offer. Our boy needs to lock in his future with the night department. Exhausted from dodging this exact recruitment pitch all day, Leo just forces out a hollow chuckle. At long last, after surviving a gauntlet of side quests that totally zapped his social battery, Our protagonist hits his final waypoint. He raps on the heavy wooden door, announces his name, and requests an audience with President Reese. Instantly, a smooth, inviting voice echoes from inside, granting him full clearance. The scene inside, the president is practically drowning in an ocean of documents, grinding away despite the fading sunlight. Yet he still flashes Leo a genuine smile. Skipping the small talk to respect the hustle, Leo drops the bomb. He wants full-blown VIP access to the Academy's heavily guarded forbidden library. That single sentence wipes the friendly grin right off Reese's face, flipping his vibe to dead serious. Recognizing Leo isn't here to troll, the president breaks down the insane weight of this demand. Get this. The system only allows 2 specific loopholes for a regular student to breach that sacred archive. Method option 1 is brute force solo clear, a highly dangerous hero dungeon. Yeah, way easier said than survived. If you actually make it out alive, tradition dictates the victor must physically deliver the salvaged lost pages straight into the library's legendary hero record. Knowing his stats aren't nearly high enough for a suicide run like that, Leo immediately pivots, demanding to hear option number 2. Reese leans in close, a sly, calculating smirk playing on his lips, and dangles the ultimate bait. He'll leak the classified intel on the second route. Under one condition, Leo signs his soul away to the student council. Fast forward past a week of aggressively dodging recruitment traps from both seniors and the president, and we finally hit the highly anticipated night department practical exams. Kicking off day 1 of this brutal, high-stakes assessment, the massive open-air track stadium is absolutely packed to the brim. Students and professors are literally fighting for seats to witness the carnage. Never missing a chance to secure the bag, Carr rolls up with a full-blown popcorn stand, ready to finesse the massive crowd. His marketing strategy is flawless. I mean, who in their right mind watches gladiatorial combat without a bucket of buttery snacks? Watching her friend literally set up shop in the bleachers, Chelsea is caught completely off guard, torn between mad respect and pure, unadulterated secondhand embarrassment. Eliana just shakes her head, utterly convinced that if Carr weren't trapped inside Lumini's walls, he'd already be a millionaire CEO. Down on the field, Leo falls into formation with his fellow rookie knights, his eyes sweeping the roaring stands. Just as he predicted, Chloe pulled a no-show. Professor Ein anchors himself in the center of the track, glaring daggers at his class to inject a heavy dose of pure dread into the atmosphere. Cutting the fluff, he barks out the names of the 2 unfortunates drafted for the brutal opening showdown. Stepping up first is Class 1's very own Hal Snape, a slippery, reptilian-looking dude, rocking a deeply unsettling, venomous smirk. And his challenger? None other than our main guy, Class 5's Leo Plov. The second these 2 clash-ready warriors hit the dirt, the crowd's energy violently spikes. Meanwhile, up in the nosebleeds, Carr is still aggressively hunting for open wallets, his radar suddenly locking onto Professor Sejan. Smelling a prime business opportunity, he violently sprints toward the notoriously grumpy instructor, absolutely hungry for that extra profit. Flexing his free samples, Carr smoothly pitches a premium snack and drink bundle to elevate the professor's viewing experience for the impending bloodbath. Acting completely brand new, Sejan scoffs, visibly offended by the very concept of consuming street food like some commoner. In his elitist mind, only a total disaster zone like Professor Edmund Harlan would dare touch such a greasy concoction. Catching on to the fact that this stubborn boss-level customer wasn't going down without a fight, Carr immediately throws a desperate look toward Class 1. Enter Celia, his absolute lifesaver. They lock eyes for a microsecond, and she instantly downloads his entire scheme. Booting up her ultimate weapon, she cranks her adorable, innocent charm to absolute max, and loudly asks if their generous professor is treating the whole squad to snacks. Boom, the trap snaps shut. All Carr has to do now is casually gas up the rest of Class 1, igniting a massive wave of hype for their teacher's sudden charity. Hearing his pupils aggressively chanting his name like a total rock star, Sejan's icy facade starts melting away. Sure, he's a certified elitist, but deep down, he's just a tired educator, craving a tiny crumb of validation from his class. Defeated by peer pressure, the great professor folds, ordering Carr to hook everyone up with the coveted combo meal, though he strictly caps the budget at a single serving per student. While Carr is busy swimming in his newfound wealth, our 2 gladiators down on the field lock into their combat stances. Flashing a dangerously cocky smirk, Leo taunts his rival, calling him ridiculously lucky to be the day's premier punching bag. Across the dirt, Hal Snape can instantly sense the freshman rep literally treated him like dead weight, and now, he's out for blood, ready to make Leo choke on that disrespect. Enter Hall Snape, the literal snake boy flexing that legendary Snape bloodline. But before the opening bell rings, let's get the quick rundown from our resident snack vendor. Here's the deal. The night department's midterms are just straight up back-to-back brawls. Rack up 5 total wins in the arena, and you secure that passing grade. Meanwhile, heavy tension was choking the bleachers. Sure, everyone knew. Leo held the top freshman spot, but barely anyone had actually watched him throw hands. Plus, since the dude is juggling 3 whole majors, the crowd figured he'd naturally fall behind the pure knight mains. And let's not forget, Hall is literally ranked number 3 in Class 1, right under absolute beasts like Celia and Duran. He rocks a lethal spear, backed by a razor-sharp, venom-laced aura. Twirling his weapon with insane precision, Hall flexed his raw talent. To him, Leo was nothing but that cocky tryhard, constantly orbiting Celia. Professor Ein dropped the final rule check. Whoever brutally knocks their rival out cold secures the win, commanding them to treat this clash like a literal fight to the death. The exact second the match kicked off, Leo flinched. A massive, twisted energy signature he hadn't sensed in ages just spiked. But plot twist, that sinister vibe wasn't leaking from the Snake Boy. It was radiating straight out of the main campus. That slimy, vile magic crawled right into his skull, flashing absolute red alert warning signs across his mind. Little did Leo know, this cursed energy was brewing deep inside the library, where Chloe was currently drowning in endless spellbooks, grinding endlessly for the magic midterms. Her newest formula just ended up as another crumpled ball of trash, joining a mountain of garbage concepts. The heavy expectations were officially crushing the Ice Queen. Despite grinding non-stop, she couldn't forge a top-tier, original spell using just her own brainpower. Completely burned out and desperate, she raged, violently sweeping the heavy tomes off her desk. The sheer gap in Leo's genius was living completely rent-free, in her head, violently gnawing at her sanity. Her absolute refusal to take a massive L against the prodigy shoved her way past her breaking point. Staring down at the messy floor, one specific book glared back, practically whispering her name. It was that ultra-shady grimoire she'd been lugging around lately. Out of options, she convinced herself that this forbidden artifact was her ultimate cheat code for victory. Driven by an insane, suffocating thirst to guard her rank 1 crown, her mental shields completely shattered, leaving her wide open to demonic whispers. This brutal internal crisis, mixed with the grimoire's leaking malice, was so thick, it literally ripped Leo's focus away mid-brawl. Catching Leo zoning out, Hall instantly blitzed forward, ready to make him pay heavily for spacing out. He viciously lunged, driving the spear tip straight for Leo's skull. But our guy snapped back to reality, slipping the lethal strike by a hair. Leaping back, Hall unleashed his family's ultimate technique, morphing his weapon into a venomous, slithering blade dripping with pure acid. The snake spear struck with wild, chaotic angles, inching dangerously close to Leo's heart. Ice cold, Leo casually snatched the deadly blade, bare-handed, no flinch, zero hesitation. Hall was completely shook. The sheer brute force needed to halt that thrust was absolutely off the charts. Panicking for a split second literally cost him everything. Leo violently yanked the shaft, disarming the guy instantly. Stubbornly clinging to his weapon, Hall got dragged right along with it. Brain completely empty, he looked like a total day 1 noob. Yanking him into point-blank range, Leo dialed the disrespect to the absolute max by planting a rock-solid fist right into Hall's cheek. The brutal hook sent the snake boy flying across the dirt, like a broken NPC. Sure, his mind wandered for a quick sec, but a battle-hardened beast like Leo never actually leaves fatal openings. Absolutely furious over getting clowned on day 1, Hall redlined his aura, completely flooding the entire ring with a noxious green smog. He screamed at Leo to quit flexing, claiming the true boss fight starts right now. Spewing that hazardous energy like a broken pipe, the whole battleground morphed into a literal biohazard zone. Hall heavily gambled on the wild rumors that Leo was totally auraless, planning to utterly crush him with magical superiority. Brute physical stats mean nothing against pure magic damage, right? Watching the deadly smog roll in, Leo casually ignited his blazing aura, secretly hyped to finally face a super rare poison user. The second the toxic cloud breached his personal space, Leo's flames instantly incinerated the threat like it was nothing. Coping way too hard, Hall doubled down, aggressively dumping even more mana into his attack. He arrogantly assumed that unless Leo's fire matched Celia's god-tier heat, his victory was practically guaranteed. But while Snakeboy was busy hyping himself up in his own head, Leo had already closed the gap right into his face without a single scratch. Payback time for this cocky kid. Leo closed the distance, strutting forward, striking a literal JoJo pose while his blazing flames absolutely devoured the toxic smog. Catching that insane neon light show on the stage, the crowd was losing their absolute minds, munching away at their snacks. Up in the premium VIP section, Duran just sat there, rocking his signature death glare. Celia was utterly speechless, while Chelsea was screaming her lungs out for her man. In her eyes, Leo literally could not miss. Celia honestly could not fathom how this guy managed to crank his Pyro aura up to such a monstrous, god-tier level. Our poor boy Howl Knife was sweating bullets, physically feeling the scorching heat radiating off Leo with every single step. In his mind, that blazing inferno was already matching Celia, the undisputed top-ranked knight of their entire year. Seriously, Who would have guessed that dude, literally dual classing every major on campus could flex this hard as a straight-up warrior? Even so, Howell locked in, grinding his teeth, getting ready to drop his secret ultimate ability, a hidden card he had been hoarding specifically to dethrone Celia when the perfect moment arrived. He definitely did not plan on burning it against Leo Plov during the very first round of midterm exams. Molding his toxic energy into a massive, venomous viper, he conjured up a lethal viper trap and hurled it straight at his target. Low-key intrigued by the flashy spell, Leo practically let himself get swallowed by the venomous cage, just casually chilling inside while analyzing the glowing reptile like it was a museum exhibit. Howell honestly thought he ate with that move, even sneaking a desperate, blushing glance up at Celia in the bleachers. The dude had been grinding this exact combo for months just to rival her fiery magic, and he was feeling pretty confident about the grand reveal. Catching his shy little look, Celia just let out a heavy sigh and silently pointed straight back at the combat zone. Flexing a little too early totally blinded Howell to reality. Leo was literally vaporizing his toxic serpent cage from the inside out, turning the glowing reptile into bubbling, sizzling puddles of mist. Flexing his aura, one last time, Leo effortlessly shattered the pathetic hex like it was made of glass. Howell's jaw practically hit the floor. The masterclass ability he spent forever perfecting just got incinerated, like absolute tutorial garbage. Raging hard, he ditched his magic completely, gripping his polearm tightly as he charged in for a physical strike. Up until this very second, Leo had kept his weapon completely sheathed, but the moment steel flashed, he deflected the incoming thrust with such brutal kinetic energy that the spear went flying across the stage. Pressing his razor-sharp tip right against the kid's throat, he coldly whispered to never look away from an active fire, or he was going to end up roasted. As the defeated challenger collapsed to the floor in shock, Professor Ein hopped on the mic to declare the victor of round 1. Delivering an absolute masterclass in domination, Leo Plov effortlessly secured the dub. Up in the stands, his ultimate simp, Chelsea, was completely swooning, screaming his name. Carl, forever hyping his best bro, already knew Leo was going to sweep this match without even trying. Trudging back to the sidelines, Howell finally swallowed his pride, realizing Leo was just built entirely different when it came to hands-on combat. It totally made sense why he was allowed to hang with Celia 24/7. But shockingly enough, a super familiar voice suddenly hyped up his combat mechanics, even after he took a massive L. Snapping his head up, he spotted Celia flashing him a soft smile from the bleachers, giving him massive props for that flashy magic sequence. The dude literally just got acknowledged by his ultimate crush, so honestly, the beating was completely worth it. He was definitely going to frame that memory in his brain until the end of time. Moving right along to the second clash, the instructor summoned Eliana Lawton from room 5 down to the battlefield. Vaulting into the arena with absolute unhinged energy, Eliana started loudly demanding to see her challenger immediately. But the second Professor Ain announced Chengxia from room 10, that aggressive hype completely vanished. She stepped out, ready to throw hands, but got the absolute worst matchup possible. Now, she was staring down one of the top 3 heavyweights in the entire combat division. Both girls squared up, locking eyes from across the dirt while waiting for the official starting bell. Flashing a gentle smile, Chengxia offered an elegant bow, wishing her rival good luck. Honestly, even her basic manners radiated intense pressure, but Eliana was not about to just fold, no matter how heavily the odds were stacked against her. Smirking fiercely, she mirrored the formal greeting. The exact millisecond the whistle blew, Chengxia flicked her wrist, beautifully manifesting her signature aquatic energy. Liquid currents swirled around her silhouette like a perfectly calm tide. Completely contrasting that peaceful aesthetic, Eliana's aggressive spirit exploded into a blazing inferno. As she gripped a slender rapier, channeling every ounce of power into her footwork, she went absolutely supersonic. Launching a desperate lunge, Chengxia just braced for impact, casually wrapping herself inside a massive, rotating liquid dome. Analyzing the clash from his VIP seat, Leo instantly knew taking a direct hit from that blade would do insane damage, but crashing face first into a highly pressurized hydro shield at Mach 1? Yeah, that was going to sting. Eliana totally rushed it. She gambled on a one-shot victory and immediately paid the ultimate price. Turns out, that hydro dome was not just a basic riot shield. That thing was fully equipped to wreck anyone who touched it. Closing out round 2, Chengxia's tranquil magic effortlessly secured another massive dub. Slowly peeling herself off the ground, Eliana tried to shake off the absolute embarrassment of getting literally one-tapped. Even after that brutal elimination, she genuinely felt like she put up a solid effort. Leo honestly called it from the start. That was a total nightmare matchup from the jump, though realistically, she probably could have stalled the clock a little longer. Honestly, Eliana might have actually stood a chance if she didn't let her emotions take the wheel. Moving to round 3, Professor Ain drops a nuke by calling up the absolute final boss of the Night Department Class 1's Golden Girl, Celia Zeringer. The entire crowd gasps, totally shook that we're getting main event energy this early in the tournament. Stepping up to face her is Duran Moira, the guy forever cursed to be Class 1's silver medalist. Flashing a wicked smirk at her perpetually tilted rival, Celia already knows this clash is going to be pure cinema. But Duran? He is locked in, radiating absolute do-or-die energy. Meanwhile, up in the bleachers, Carl literally whipped out 3D glasses out of nowhere, absolutely vibing in his own world. He slides an oversized bucket of popcorn right into Leo's lap. The entire stadium holds its breath, totally captivated. You rarely get front row seats to a god-tier rivalry like this. And bro, the hype is incredibly real. The arena's atmosphere immediately shifts into overdrive. Savage auras erupt from both warriors as their steel catches the light. This isn't just a spar, it's a brutal turf war for the ultimate crown of the Night Studies department. The absolute second the bell rings, our moody blondie explodes off the starting line. Packing insane agility, his body and blade fuse into a singular, blinding flash of lightning. Yet Celia doesn't even flinch. Flexing her elite combat IQ, she casually deflects his opening barrage like she's swatting away flies. The freshmen watch, with their jaws glued to the floor, witnessing their valedictorian's monstrous strength for the first time. Completely hypnotized by the deadly dance. Unfolding below, Carl nudges Leo for his prediction. Casually tossing another fistful of buttery snacks, Leo coldly states that Celia is doomed if she keeps matching this tempo. Carl blinks, totally caught off guard by the ruthless take. Still, he refuses to write his cousin off that easily. Peering through the distance, he catches the icy, unbothered glare, anchored in her fiery eyes. He knows deep down she's hoarding a massive trump card, just waiting to drop a nuke on the crowd. Shifting into a higher gear, Duran pushes his velocity to breaking point, unleashing a suffocating storm of strikes. Startled by the sudden burst, Celia barely evades a fatal slash to her throat, surviving purely off razor-sharp muscle memory. Thinking he finally cracked her defense, Duran forcefully closes the gap for a point-blank execution. Colossal mistake. Hoisting her beautifully crafted sword, Celia unleashes an apocalyptic inferno that instantly dwarfs every other spell we've seen. The crimson roar is so intensely blinding that the stadium's magic shields actually glitch out, barely holding the destruction at bay. The rookies in the stands are fundamentally paralyzed by the sheer scale of the clash. Up top, Leo drops a rare nod of respect, hyping up Celia's flawless trigger discipline. Seeing Carl's brain short-circuit, Leo breaks down the meta. Since the rookie combat zone is claustrophobically tight, Celia did the math. Knowing she couldn't outrun Duran's freakish agility, she decided to weaponize the entire arena into a scorching hellscape. Talk about creating your own home court advantage. She literally boxed her opponent into a corner, forcing the speedster to micromanage every single footstep to avoid getting instantly barbecued. But wait, it gets even more brilliant. The massive thermal distortion acts like a natural smokescreen. Celia was always a monster in the ring, but her strategic growth is off the charts right now. Our girl basically just dropped a domain expansion, slow roasting the raging blondie alive. Capitalizing on his crumbling posture, she seemingly teleports directly into his blind spot. A searing downward arc was primed to finish the job, if not for Duran's insanely annoying reflexes. Pushing past his absolute breaking point, he clamps his jaw and wildly flails his weapon in a pure panic response. But letting your emotions hijack your brain against an apex predator like Celia, that's an instant game over. She casually catches his razor-sharp steel with her bare freaking hands, completely shutting him down. From the exact second she ignited the stage, she's been treating the runner-up like a tutorial boss. Tapping into her inner menace, she closes the curtain with the most disrespectful finisher imaginable. Forgoing weapons or martial arts, she delivers a sickeningly loud headbutt that instantly sends the edgy rival straight to sleep. Canceling her inferno, Celia proudly claims victory for round 3, sending the grandstands into a state of absolute feral chaos. Casually brushing the ash off her pristine uniform, she drops a sweet smile, hinting that her rival desperately needs to hit the gym instead of just spamming agility stats. Groggily booting back online. After his skull-rattling nap, Duran grudgingly accepts her outstretched hand to pull himself out of the dirt. The campus paparazzi and all the top-tier shippers absolutely lose their minds over the unexpected wholesome aesthetic. Over in the VIP section, Leo cracks a satisfied grin, knowing his brutal coaching sessions paid maximum dividends. Out of literally nowhere, the incredibly nosy Professor Edmund materializes right behind them, munching on his own stolen handful of popcorn. Plot twist. This dude had been shamelessly eavesdropping on their live commentary the entire time. He genuinely respected Leo's analytical breakdowns. Fast forward a bit, and the remainder of the brutal combat trials coasted to a flawless finish. Celia closed out the gauntlet, securing 4 victories and a single defeat, tying perfectly with Duran's final scoreboard. Chen Xia found herself in the exact same boat. Every single one of them wrapped up their 5 brawls carrying just a single defeat. But then there was Leo Plov, The guy completely steamrolled the competition, securing a flawless 5-0 sweep to snatch the undisputed #1 spot. Fast forward 1 week past that absolute chaos of a night studies practical. The soul-crushing written exam for general linguistics finally came to a close. Rocking his signature messy look, Professor Edmund actually handed out some rare praise, acknowledging the class for grinding through the semester. But right before slipping out the door with a casual wave, he dropped a massive reality check. A trash score still meant a one-way ticket to expulsion. The second that door clicked shut, Class 5 completely lost its mind. Even the usually hyped and fiery Eliana was practically sweating bullets over the thought of getting kicked out. Meanwhile, the academic tryhards completely swarmed Chelsea. They desperately wanted a peek at her answer sheet to witness her godly score. While these nerds literally fought for a glimpse of that golden paper, our class president was completely knocked out, catching Z's at his desk. Popping up from the seat right in front, Nelia nudged the sleeping giant awake to interrogate him about his exam performance. He played it cool, claiming he survived, but his face totally gave him away. Nelia could not help but laugh, loving the fact that their overpowered class rep actually stressed over finals just like an ordinary kid. She threw in a sweet little offer, letting him know that if the stress gave him any physical pain, her healing magic was just one quick call away. Eavesdropping on this VIP treatment, Carr immediately crashed the conversation, dramatically complaining about how painfully stiff his neck and back were feeling. But before he could hustle his way into some free magical therapy, Chelsea delivered a brutal smack to his back, giving him some actual agony to cry about. Brushing off the annoyance, Chelsea pivoted straight back to Leo, zeroing in on his practical summoning preparation. Word on the street from Tide was that Leo practically ghosted the summoning field. But reality? The guy was grinding insanely hard, entirely off the grid, and away from prying eyes. Honestly, moving in the shadows was just classic Leo behavior. Chelsea leaned in, intensely curious about what exact rank he was planning to snatch in the upcoming trial. Talk about a pointless question. We are talking about Leo here, obviously. He is gunning for nothing less than absolute first place. Fast forward to the big day of the summoning practical. A massive wave of upperclassmen and professors flooded the stands to witness the Academy's wildest yearly tradition. For the freshmen, nothing topped the absolute hype of the summoned creature race. Stepping up to the mic for live commentary was Rumba Tess, a third-year legend hailing from Lumine's summoning division. Taking in the insane festival energy, Celia turned to the student council president's brother, seriously questioning if this massive spectacle was actually an official exam. He broke it down for her, explaining how this wild beast race evolved into a massive, untouchable tradition within the department. Not just that, but it served as a main event during the massive interdepartmental clash, keeping the hype levels permanently maxed out every single year. And wherever a massive crowd gathered, Carr sniffed out raw profit, instantly locking onto fresh wallets waiting to be emptied. The guy flawlessly launched his bootleg popcorn and soda hustle right in the stands. Before the first whistle even blew, he was already rolling in cash and sold out of inventory. While the bleachers practically shook with deafening cheers and party energy, a spine-chilling, dead silence choked the actual staging area where the competitors stood. The rookie summoners were already vibrating with pure anxiety, and having thousands of screaming spectators breathing down their necks only dialed up the pressure. Cutting through the panic, the absolute heavyweights of this bracket, Leo, the silver-haired girl, the pale-haired guy, and Chen Xia, were entirely locked in, mentally dissecting the brutal track ahead. Stepping up to the plate was Eliza Hergen, the silver-haired prodigy from the North's legendary summoner bloodline. She approached Leo, tossing him a rare compliment regarding his monstrous performance during the night trial. But the pleasantries ended fast. She immediately started grilling him about his prep for the beast race, clearly doubting if he actually had the juice for this specific arena. Honestly, her skepticism was totally valid. For a dude insisting he was locked and loaded, he had literally zero attendance during any of their open field training sessions. The second Eliza threw shade, the rest of the peanut gallery instantly piled on, loudly demanding to know if Leo was actually taking this seriously. The mob told him to straight up drop out if he was just going to treat summoning like a side quest. Fact was, not a single soul had ever caught him forming a genuine bond with a magical beast. Stepping into the crossfire, Tide desperately tried to extinguish the crowd's toxic energy, begging his peers to just take a breather and back off. But these hotheads just kept violently yapping. They aggressively turned on Tide, screaming at him to stop defending a golden boy who was actively spitting on their department's entire legacy. Watching the staging area slowly turn into a war zone, Chen Xia felt genuine dread creeping in as the hostility spiked to dangerous levels right before the whistle. Slicing through the tension, Sen Liu, a rookie summoner repping Xia's eastern territories, slid right up next to her. He arrogantly suggested that since she already crushed the night studies finals, she should just coast through this event and stop stressing over the summoning curriculum. Reaching his absolute limit with this pathetic bickering, Walden Titan finally moved. As the Southern Continent's captain and the undisputed apex predator of the summoning division, his mere presence shifted the air. He instantly killed the noise in the room, his voice cut like ice, declaring that if these losers wanted to throw tantrums over pet bonding time, they needed to take that garbage outside, far away from his eardrums. Taking the blunt insult straight to the ego, Senliu instantly saw red. But Walden did not even flinch. He doubled down, ruthlessly stating that hearing total amateurs flex about simply mounting a beast was pure ear poison, like it was some kind of legendary feat. Completely blind to the massive gap in power, Senliu snapped back, daring to ask if the captain was just deflecting his own guilt. After all, Walden was equally guilty of dodging every single basic taming session. But the harsh reality? The top dog never graced those fields for a very specific reason. To him, baby stepping through elementary bonding exercises was an absolute joke and a tragic waste of his god-tier talent. He openly scoffed, stating he was not some brain-dead scrub who actually needed a tutorial to command a mirror griffin. Senliu completely lost his mind and swung on Walden, but our guy Leo, giving major Sigma energy, instantly stepped in to kill the beef. Gripping the hothead's arm, Leo dropped a heavy reality check. Throwing hands before the buzzer wouldn't just dock points, it meant instant disqualification. That absolute threat forced the clown to back up real quick. Looking incredibly guilty, Tide jogged over to Leo. The tension between the freshmen was thick enough to cut with a knife, so Tide spilled the tea. The summoning department suffers from a massive skill gap between the hardcore majors and the minors, because dual-class legends like Chen Xia and Leo were completely dominating the leaderboards. The sophomores rolled up to absolutely flame the first years, for letting outsiders steal their spotlight and for skipping practice. To them, Leo is just some arrogant golden child coasting on talent, even though our boy is dead serious about crushing this competition. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, some deeply sketchy figures observed the chaos with greedy eyes. A sinister, shadowy aura swirled around a cloaked dude who was way too obsessed with this match, specifically targeting one single student. Yep, Senliu. That total fraud was radiating some twisted, unnatural energy, fully prepared to leave bodies in his wake, and literally catch a murder charge just to snatch the win. Right before the madness popped off, Runbadas laid out the absolute ground rules. Rule number 1. First years could only flex their summoning abilities during the gauntlet. That meant dual-class prodigies were strictly banned from popping aura or traditional magic. The second the clock hit 0, they had to break a wild griffin in the stables. Next, they needed to launch into the sky and navigate the massive island of summons. After surviving that zone, they had to make a hairpin turn at the Silent Lake before hitting a dead sprint back to the academy. So, who is taking the crown? For the first semester midterms? Are the Southern or Eastern captains gonna pop off? Will Eliza carry her family's legendary name to the finish line? Will Senliu's grimy little secret ruin everything? Or is our main man Leo Plav about to drop another absolute masterclass of a performance and prove why he is the undisputed top dog? Tension spiked as the competitors locked into their starting blocks, waiting for that buzzer to scream. Miss Yura hyped up her squad with intense passion. She demanded they shake off the jitters and trust their grind, warning that anyone who choked under pressure would be eating pure dust. Spoiler alert, telling anxious teens not to panic just made them sweat 10 times harder. Ignoring their shaking knees, Miss Yura bellowed her countdown, with a shockwave that rattled the entire stadium. With that massive roar, she officially unleashed the annual summoned creature race. But while the basic competitors scrambled blindly toward the griffin pens, a rogue squad instantly dropped a barrage of elemental summons without a single warning shot. They blasted their ultimate techniques straight at Walden and Leo. Even the announcer lost his mind. The summoning majors were actually jumping the fan favorites. Dodging the crossfire, Leo barked at Tide to ignore his situation and secure his own grade. Trusting his rep, Tide secured his beast and bolted into the clouds, leaving Leo behind. Down in the stands, the crowd completely lost it. They screamed that this targeted hit job was rigged trash, furious that the summoning guys would literally gang up on the frontrunners. Leo knew these haters were incredibly salty, but launching a literal ambush? That was wild. Still, Runbatas hopped on the mic to defend the chaos, claiming this toxic jumping was technically a massive brain play. But Walden was not having it. In a matter of seconds, he obliterated the elemental trap using pure, raw muscle, brushing off the residual magic. Like dirt off his shoulder, he casually strolled over to the chaotic pens. He effortlessly broke a wild beast and vaulted into the saddle. Glancing back, he offered Leo a hand if the heat was getting too heavy, but Leo brushed him off, knowing this petty trap was literal child's play. Without dropping another word, Walden spurred his mount and ripped through the sky, hitting Mach speed faster than anybody else. That left Leo stranded on the dirt as the only racer left behind. Up in the stands, Chelsea watched in pure dread as her man got swallowed by a swirling vortex of elemental attacks. Miss Yura's eyes narrowed, anxiety written all over her face. The beef between these freshmen was way more toxic than she ever imagined. They really coordinated a full-blown raid on the #1 student. She sweated bullets, assuming Leo would struggle since his main bag was summoning, not spirit magic. Breaking out should have been impossible. But boy, was she dead wrong. Out of nowhere, a blinding, cinematic flash nuked the arena, forcing every eye back to the stage. Standing completely chill with his eyes closed, Leo spit a flawless, rhythmic incantation, commanding elemental sylphs to shatter his restraints and pave his runway. In an instant, wind and fire spirits bowed to his absolute authority. In this day and age, just recognizing a couple of ancient spirit words is a massive flex, let alone dropping a whole freestyle chant perfectly. Leo Plav is just built totally different, constantly breaking the scale. Catching the ice-cold determination in his eyes, Miss Yura finally exhaled a massive breath. She had been stressing for absolutely nothing. Watching him shine, one undeniable thought crossed her mind. She absolutely has to trap this guy in the summoning track, while Leo is still stuck at square one. The rest of the pack is already miles ahead. Those punks who sabotaged Leo and Walden are literally dying of laughter, throwing absolute shade at their targets, betting big money that the South's top prodigies will eat dust in dead last. When these goons try to drag Eliza into their hype, she claps right back, claiming she could totally body Leo Plav and Walden Titan without pulling any dirty stunts. Plus, she's actually stressing over the summoning division's reputation looking like a total joke right now. The squad just wanted to serve these so-called geniuses a giant slice of humble pie. Completely over their toxic vibe, Eliza punches the gas, tossing back a warning for them to actually use their brains next time. Hearing her act all high and mighty instantly sets Senlu off. With how things are going, snagging second place right on Eliza's tail is basically a guaranteed dub for Lu. Aside from her, he is literally the absolute best at maneuvering airborne beasts. But right as he's zoning out, a blur of feathers blitzes straight through his crew. It's Chen Xia. Though honestly, calling it riding is a massive stretch. This girl is straight up sky surfing. And her crazy strat is totally paying off. She's moving at ungodly speeds. And get this, she isn't even flexing a single drop of soul energy to buff her ride. Feeling completely threatened by Xia crashing their party, Senlu's squad pivots their crosshairs straight onto the Eastern prodigy. One chick conjures up this blinding light spirit and hurls it right at Xia. But the aerial gymnast instantly feels the heat locking onto her and shifts her weight all the way forward, literally grinding along the griffin's wing. The second that glowing orb gets in range, Xia launches herself into the clouds, pulling off a flawlessly sick backflip. Those absolute amateurs, watching her casually parkour out of a literal strike zone, are left totally stunned. The moment she touches back down, her leg coils like a loaded spring before she catapults herself clean off her beast. Her target? The exact same girl who just tried to snipe her. Weaponizing gravity and pure momentum, she drops a devastating flying kick right to her chest. The attacker tumbles off her ride, screaming and crying that Xia is totally hacking, which is wild because Xia didn't tap into a single ounce of aura. That was nothing but raw, unfiltered martial arts. With the trash taken out, she gets her head back in the game and kicks things into overdrive. Flying past, she casually drops a hello to Senlu. Since they rep the same turf, they totally know each other. He barks back with zero chill, warning her that getting on his bad side is a massive mistake. Sure, Xia might be slightly out of her element in a legit dogfight, but Senlu is about to face way bigger problems. She can practically feel the murderous intent radiating from the guy they just screwed over at the starting block. Out of nowhere, an apocalyptic blast of fire paints the entire skyline crimson. Walden is out here deep-frying these birds mid-flight with his absolute beast of a spirit control. Guess he is the kind of guy who collects his debts with maximum interest. He's systematically hunting down the clowns who tried to stall his run, completely shattering their petty little scheme. This full-blown sky massacre? Just his personal way of saying thanks. Watching their squad get swatted like flies, the saboteurs scramble like terrified sheep, but Walden's relentless pursuit is downright scary. Every single spell he drops rips another griffin out of the sky, instantly tossing its rider out of the tournament. Meanwhile, back at the scorched starting zone, the announcer keeps the camera glued to Leo's desperate scramble to make up for lost time. The freshman star is teetering on the edge of an epic fail. Now that he's finally snapped out of that nasty spirit trap, he has to lock down the very last griffin shivering in the stables. If he messes this up, it is game over. Leo sweeps his gaze over the beast and spots a gnarly gash ripped across its left wing. Seeing how raw and perfectly sliced the cut is, it takes zero guesswork to figure out that the same punks who boxed him in did this too. Supposed future heroes pulling such vile stunts is pure garbage. Leo snatches the reins, and the beast instantly starts tweaking out. Everybody knows trying to hop on a heavily traumatized monster without building a bond first is a literal death wish. Up in the bleachers, the Zeringer twins are glued to the action. While she's visibly sweating, he's totally hyped to see Leo's next move. Turns out, our boy is just going to completely brute force this entire taming phase. Even though he totally gets why the bird is panicking and enraged, he has zero time to play therapist. He stares dead into the thrashing monster's eyes, flooding its soul with absolute terror. Rocking an icy glare, Leo commands the creature to submit. Sensing its very life flashing before its eyes, the beast instantly drops the attitude. You can physically see the tension melt away as the duo locks in a proper psychic link for the track. Gently reaching out, Leo yanks a jagged shard clean out of the damaged wing. In one unbelievably smooth motion, he swings into the saddle, ready to actually kick this thing off. Like an absolute pro, he navigates the massive predator out of the pen and blasts into the open. With the Jumbotron locked onto the final racer, the entire stadium catches a glimpse of that bleeding wing. Even the hype man on the mic is starting to heavily suggest that the freshman prodigy is destined to eat dirt in dead last. Leo completely felt for his ride. He could sense the massive toll tearing through the big guy's muscles. Tapping into their soul bond, he summoned his ultimate ace. Boom Fiore, the majestic phoenix materialized right in thin air. Looking cute as a button, the little fiery chick caught Leo's mental signal and swooped down to patch up that shredded wing. Radiant phoenix fire instantly wrapped around the panicked griffin. Clueless about the healing magic, the poor bird totally freaked out and tried throwing it off. Back in the viewing room, Celia's jaw basically dropped as she watched the monitor, completely baffled by this glowing, unknown fire. Her older bro leaned in, narrowing his eyes, ruling out Zeringer fire or aura flames entirely. This was some next-level, unheard-of energy. Meanwhile, the actual race was an absolute bloodbath. Most of the mob characters were completely wrecked, and the lucky survivors? They were pushing their engines to the absolute max just to dodge Psycho Walden. Everyone was literally fighting for their lives to avoid dead last. Too bad for these rookies. The true final boss just entered the chat. Wrapped entirely in blazing phoenix fire, Leo was looking absolutely lethal. His griffin ripped through the sky like a literal missile. Catching sight of the frontrunners, Leo decided it was time to redline this bad boy and see what it could really do. But right as he was about to snatch that W, some random dude rolled up riding a straight-up dragon. Or at least, it totally looked like one. For a reincarnated veteran like Leo, however, that scaly monstrosity triggered instant PTSD. That wasn't just a dragon, it was a freaking Fafnir. He practically rubbed his eyes, but the nightmare was 100% real. Just minutes before this insane reveal, Eliza had actually abandoned her lead to square up with Walden. She knew deep down that to clutch the gold, she absolutely had to shut this total menace down. With a single, arrogant finger snap, Walden chucked raging spirit fire directly into her lane, sparking a massive, bone-shattering explosion. Flexing her insane reflexes, she banked hard and dodged the blast flawlessly. Even better, she instantly decoded his trick. He was fusing wind and fire spirits to craft mid-air bombs. Pulling that off requires absolutely cracked talent. Honestly, the sheer power of it left Eliza low-key shook. Perched up on his mount, Walden looked like an unstoppable raid boss, ready to casually bulldoze anything stupid enough to block his way. But hey, Eliza doesn't hail from an elite summoner bloodline for nothing. Homegirl had some serious heat packed in her own arsenal. The logic was simple. It doesn't matter how busted an attack is if it hits nothing but air. Her galaxy brain move? Bet entirely on her cracked agility and reaction speed to matrix dodge every single explosive thrown at her. Watching her effortlessly thread the needle, Walden switched up his game plan. He dumped the fire-wind combo and manifested huge, terrifying ice spears out of thin air. We're talking humongous, razor-sharp glaciers completely blacking out the sky. And worse, every single one was buffed by even more elemental magic. Eliza literally just scoffed at the frosty barrage. Tapping into her beast's hidden power reserves, she hit the overdrive switch. Her feathery ride completely hulked out, turning massive and super aggressive. Looking straight out of a Pokemon gym battle, the griffin roared and blasted a literal flamethrower. The inferno vaporized the icy threat on contact. She expertly steered the blazing heat, melting the entire barrage to puddles before it even grazed her. Walden's icy nuke was completely shut down by Eliza's mega-buffed companion. Watching this insane clash unfold, the announcer was absolutely losing his mind up in the booth. But while the Academy's top dogs were hyper-focused on destroying each other, Chen Xia totally ghosted them, finessing her way right through the blind spot to steal first place. Eliza wasn't about to let that slide for free. Whipping out a glowing purple snare, she lassoed Chen Xia straight by the neck and violently yanked her backward. Completely chained up in midair, Chen Xia spotted a terrifying spark out of her peripheral vision. She instantly knew she'd be cooked if she didn't bail right then. Showcasing pure aerial parkour, she and her bird styled their way out of the kill zone exactly as Walden triggered another catastrophic nuke. Hanging in the sky, she brutally snapped Eliza's magic tether. Whistling for her mount with pixel-perfect timing, Chen Xia swerved back into the lead like an absolute boss. Zero fear in her eyes, she was totally living for the thrill of fighting the Academy's elite heavyweights. Suddenly, a super weird shadow blotted out the sun. Squinting ahead, Chen Xia was completely thrown off by what looked like a massive, pitch-black wyvern. Up top was Sen Lu, completely tweaking out and losing his grip on sanity. Drowning in toxic, murderous vibes, Chen Xia hollered at her fellow Easterner, trying to remind him that bringing a non-griffin summon to this race was a massive rules violation. But homeboy was too far gone. His absolute hatred for the gifted rich kids dominating the ranks had officially peaked, catching a whiff of that menacing aura. Eliza and Walden finally blasted their way to the front. Relying on her encyclopedia-level brain, Eliza instantly deduced this thing wasn't a standard wyvern, it was a straight-up freak of nature. Right on cue, Leo Plov finally crashed the party on his blazing mount. Moving at god-tier speeds, the Phoenix Fire pushed his acceleration off the charts. Sen Lu, absolutely unhinged, didn't care if he had to solo 3 or 4 prodigies at once. He fully believed he could wipe the floor with all of them. Leo, however, just projected his voice with ice-cold authority. Glaring down like an absolute menace, he demanded to know exactly where this moron dug up a lizard like that. Sen Lu just cracked up, assuming Leo was completely jealous. He proudly flexed that he personally tamed and soulbound the creature, using his own raw skills. Leo just stared at this absolute clown, knowing the fool had zero idea what he was actually riding. Dude is literally perching on a Fafnir. We are talking about the nightmare fuel, once weaponized by Tartaros sorcerers. And get this, it is supposed to be part of the monster squad that Kyle and his legendary crew absolutely wiped off the map back in the Age of Despair. So explain the math here. How exactly does some cocky academy brat drag an extinct demon back into existence, casually branding a literal Fafnir as just some basic black wyvern? Sen Lu gives the kill order. Instantly, a blinding laser blast shreds through the clouds with absolutely insane, skull-crushing momentum. Leo and Walden scramble, barely diving out of the scorching kill zone just in time. Eliza pulls a clumsy barrel roll to cheat death. But plot twist, they were never the primary targets. That apocalyptic beam is locked dead onto Chengxia. Leo screams her name. Panic flashes in her eyes as she scrambles to pop her aura barrier, praying it holds up. Too little. Way too late. Before the magic can fully solidify, the beam bulldozes straight through her paper-thin defense like an absolute freight train. Glowing fractures splinter wildly across the barrier until the entire dome explodes into sparkling dust. Her griffin takes a massive hit, instantly blacking out from the trauma. The pair plunges out of the sky in a terrifying, uncontrolled death spiral, literally plummeting with zero backup plan. Leo does not even hesitate. He rockets after them, his insane agility making a mid-air rescue look like a walk in the park. Job 1 is securing the girl. Shifting into full commander mode, he barks orders at Walden and Eliza, telling them to hit the dirt right now. For once, the stuck-up prodigies shut their mouths and actually follow his lead. Up above, the Fafnir prowls the airspace like a ravenous apex predator. Meanwhile, a toxic, shadowy corruption starts hijacking Sen Lu's brainwaves. He is finally tasting absolute power, looking down at everyone like bugs, and honestly, he is utterly addicted to the high. Cut to the broadcast. The announcer scrambles, reporting that the frontrunners have totally derailed and vanished off the camera grid. The crowd's final glimpse was Sen Lu popping a dark wyvern and going completely rogue on the top tiers. Miss Yura storms the broadcasting booth, literally shoving the caster aside to hijack the feed. Playtime is officially over. She grips the mic, frantically ordering every single summoning professor and teaching assistant to mobilize their aerial beasts immediately. The tournament is dead. This is a full-blown rescue op now. Professors Len and Sejan crash into the room, their faces painted with pure panic and massive confusion. Yura drops the bomb. A student just locked a pact with an elite tier demon and is actively tearing up the airspace. Just hearing the words demonic beast sends absolute chills straight down the veterans' spines. They know the grim reality. That dark energy is going to fry the kid's psyche into mush. Suddenly, Professor Edmund kicks the door open, throwing a massive theory onto the table. What if a hidden puppet master is actually pulling the strings of this slaughtering machine? Stepping up as the alpha in the room, the messy-haired genius commands Yura to either neutralize or bag Sen Lu on sight, while the remaining faculty scramble to throw a massive security net over the student body. Now, look, Sejun and Edmond usually bicker like an old married couple, but when the stakes are this high, the beef gets permanently buried. To keep their kids breathing, these two will gladly join forces and become the ultimate nightmare duo. Smashing cut back to the war zone. Leo secures a stealthy alcove, gently laying the knocked-out Chengxia down to run rapid damage control. Eliza and Walden touch down right behind him, but spoiler alert, the quiet does not last. Sen Lu's radar locks right onto them. The massive Fafnir slams into the dirt, glaring down at the Academy's finest like they are the main course at a buffet. Delusion is a hell of a drug, and Sen Lu genuinely believes Leo is shaking in his boots. So Leo steps up, calmly dropping facts on this absolute clown. Newsflash, buddy. That oversized lizard is not a wyvern. It is not even a standard summon. You are sitting on the legendary demonic beast, Fafnir. That name drop instantly sends the squad's adrenaline through the roof. With cold, measured footsteps, Leo advances, and the phantom silhouette of the god-tier hero Kyle perfectly ghosts over his frame. Flashbacks hit him hard. memories of brutally purging these twisted abominations, until the entire bloodline went extinct. Rocking the soul of a veteran legend inside a rookie's body, Leo is beyond ready to rack up one more body on his monster kill streak. Talk about a brutal blast from the past. He struts forward like a total boss, even as the colossal demon casts a massive shadow over him. Senlu just bursts into maniacal laughter. Brain rot has fully taken over the wheel now. His pupils are literally shaking, and his killing intent is spiking straight through the atmosphere. Every single ounce of his pathetic insecurity has mutated into pure rage. He is sweating desperation, screaming for validation, just dying to prove he can flex on the Academy elites. Without hesitation, he commands his monster to charge up, another apocalyptic beam of concentrated doom. Right as the lethal flash is about to vaporize them, a colossal fist of solid rock erupts from the earth. The massive titan drags its heavy body out of the dirt, tanking the blistering laser directly to its rocky chest. Turns out, exterminating ugly mutant freaks is totally Walden's vibe. For the very first time, the icy dude is actually hyped up. Watching his ultimate move get completely stuffed by a basic dirt block sends Senlu into an instant panic attack. Eliza draws her weapon, locking in right beside Leo. She reads the life or death stakes perfectly, shooting a deadly glare at Walden for trying to steal the spotlight. Just like that, the holy trinity of prodigies locks in their battle strategy. Step 1. Yank that total loser off his overpowered mount. Walden's rock shield is already groaning and cracking under the pressure. It is officially go time, no holding back. Watching Eliza and Walden squabble like an old married couple while literally staring down death? Yeah, that brought a nostalgic smirk right to Leo's face. Guess main characters are always wired differently, no matter the era. As the rock golem crumbled into dust, Sen Liu's massive ego flared right back up. The dude practically begged Walden to drop a heavier hitter on him, but the second the dust settled on those shattered boulders, our trio had completely vanished. Eliza launched the counterattack, whipping out her glowing purple lasso. The magical binding twisted and snaked through the air like a living viper, locking straight onto Sen Liu's blind spot. With her locking down the battlefield, a single, crisp snap signaled the real damage. Blinding sparks erupted across the Fafnir's scales as the monstrosity charged up a second laser blast. Walden had secretly rigged the beast's weak points and blew his spirit bombs sky high in one glorious chain reaction. With his assist locked in, it was time for Leo Plov to steal the show. Tearing straight through the thick explosion smoke, Leo completely erased the gap between him and his target. Faster than you could blink, he grabbed the trash talker by the hair and buried a maximum power kick right into his jaw. He almost punted Sen Liu straight off his dragon, but something dark had hijacked the kid's mind. The twisted entity puppeteering Sen Liu actually clapped back, mocking Leo's game plan of separating the host from the demonic beast. Too bad for our boy. This parasitic freak had already locked itself completely into its new vessel. Feeling the threat level skyrocket, Leo suddenly got dragged straight into the stratosphere on the back of the demonic behemoth. Walden and Eliza were left totally stranded down below. The possessed punk then sneered, asking if Leo was finally wetting his pants. In pure terror, Leo just responded with a brutal right hook, instantly clocking the Tartaros beast handler, lurking inside the kid's head. This caught the handler completely off guard. Nobody had ever pierced through his disguise like that. Leo's chillingly calm vibe, right in the eye of this chaotic storm, gave the villain intense flashbacks to legendary heroes from the old days. And obviously, that meant letting Leo level up any further was a massive red flag. He was way too dangerous to keep alive. Flexing a high-tier spirit art, the handler violently swatted Leo away like a fly. Losing his footing entirely, our guy went straight into a terrifying freefall from the clouds. But panic? Not in his vocabulary. He instantly summoned Fiore for a clutch rescue. Brilliant phoenix flames painted the clouds, as Leo casually juggled a massive orb of fire. This wild mid-air clash was pure nostalgia for him. Back when he was Kyle, the original hero, he was the very first to admit he was just a solid all-rounder who never actually maxed out a single skill tree. A total jack of all trades, master of zero. If we are talking pure aura, monsters like Aaron and Dueno completely wiped the floor with him. In raw magic, Luna left him in the dust. And summoning? Lucinus was just playing in a completely different league. But here's the kicker. Being a flex player let him mash up different stats and cook up insane combos nobody else even thought of. Merging aura magic with his soul link to Fiore, plus his deep knowledge of familiar beasts, Leo charged up an absolutely broken spell. Aura and soul energy are supposed to be two totally separate skill paths, but when you slam them together into one melting pot, the results are insanely overpowered. The tiny chick version of Fiore vanished, instantly evolving into a breathtaking adolescent phoenix. Majestic as hell, her blazing crimson feathers illuminated the entire sky right as her massive talons snatched Leo out of his death drop. Catching sight of this crazy evolution, the demon dragon freaked out at the raw, holy energy. The handler instantly dropped his cocky attitude, intensely demanding to know who Leo really was. Our boy just smirked and offered a little trade deal for the lore. He just wanted the tea on where Senlu dug up a literal Fafnir. But to the villain, this freakish freshman knew way too much about the forbidden age of despair. This was a loose end that had to be clipped. Predicting the dragon's next strike, Leo unsheathed his blade and commanded the scorching phoenix fire to gather right at the edge of his steel. Lucky for our main character, Zeringer's hidden sword art was literally custom built for phoenix breath. Because of this cheat code, his ultimate attack, Prominence, shattered its normal limits. The Fafnir's death ray and Leo's legendary inferno violently clashed mid-air. It was a straight-up anime beam struggle. Leo anchored himself, refusing to yield a single inch. Meanwhile, Senlu looked totally spaced out, brain completely fried from the demonic hijacking. Fafnir visibly staggered through the clouds, howling in pure agony, while violently jolting its handler totally off balance. Leo instantly capitalized on the stagger window. Sensing the demon's soul power ticking down to zero, he roared, dumping every last drop of mana he had in the tank to absolutely nuke his target. The villain could do nothing but spit curses at the freshman. Blazing holy fire shoved right into Fafnir's mouth, shredding its insides and deep-frying the demon, until golden flames literally burst out of every pore. Leo secured the win in the most brutally explosive way possible. He hyped up Fiore for the clutch assist, while desperately gasping for oxygen. It was finally time to touch grass again. But wait, the Phoenix timer just hit 0. Leo's stomach dropped as he realized he botched the math, and now he was speedrunning a fatal belly flop. As he screamed his lungs out, from thousands of feet up, the actual physical body of the Tartaro's handler kept meditating in total secrecy deep within the forest. But right before he could pull another cheap trick, a blinding, holy flash swallowed the entire tree line. And then, a suffocating, god-tier pressure dropped on him. The immense pressure slammed the handler straight into the dirt. Professor Sejun had officially touched down, completely locking down the villain's every move. Right beside him, Professor Edmund literally oozed pitch-black shadows. One terrified glance, and the handler instantly knew he was staring down the two absolute titans of Lumeni. Realizing he was totally outgunned by all that smoke, this dude ripped open a tear in space itself, ready to dip out. Taking the L here definitely stung, but he figured he would just lay low until his next chance to stir up some major chaos. But then, absolute nightmare fuel exploded from the portal, a writhing mass of smog packed with countless staring eyes and razor-sharp jaws. Instead of backing him up, the beast spun on its own summoner, crushing the handler beneath its impossibly massive weight. When the dust finally settled, both the dimensional tear and the villain had vanished entirely, leaving behind nothing but crushed rubble and some seriously sketchy vape clouds. A chill ran down the professor's spines. They knew the sinister forces lurking in the shadows were finally making their endgame moves. Sejun scooped up the leftover residue for lab analysis. These two Lumeni legends locked eyes, silently realizing their supposedly impenetrable academy was officially compromised. Meanwhile, Leo was literally free-falling to his doom. Clutching his tiny baby phoenix, he frantically begged Fiore to teleport back to the summon realm, refusing to let his pet become pavement paste alongside him. But right before he went splat, a massive, scaly flying beast snatched him straight out of the sky, and perched up top on that black wyvern saddle, the absolute lifesaver herself, Miss Yura. The pure, unadulterated relief washing over her face was totally cinematic. Thanking her lucky stars, she clutched up at the last possible second. They smoothly touched down in an open, grassy field, with her gargantuan mount still dangling Leo like a helpless little ragdoll. Cut to our demonic beast handler, who had limped his way back to some gloomy, underground hideout. God only knows where this super-secret base, where they run their twisted, unhinged experiments, even is. His boss just glared down at him, absolutely vibrating with secondhand embarrassment and pure disgust. The idiot actually let a rookie trainee mop the floor with him. Gripping his bleeding side, the handler fired back, swearing on his life that this kid was built completely different. The second the boss heard the word Phoenix, his entire demeanor flipped. You could practically see the greedy gears turning in his head. But learning this random freshman actually knew Fafnir's hidden identity, that twisted his hype straight into high-alert paranoia. Flashing a seriously sinister grin, the boss licked his chops. He was dead set on seeing exactly what kind of crazy potential this wildcard student was hiding. Fast forward back to Lumeni, and the entire practical summoning midterm was officially scrapped after that insane, unscripted disaster. That poor dude Senlu actually got his psyche shattered so intensely that he straight up flatlined. Reality was finally hitting the freshman like a freight train. Surviving Lumeni was no joke. In the fallout of that absolute nightmare, the whole campus was naturally buzzing with morbid gossip about Senlu's tragic fate. But sticking tight to Miss Yura's strict gag order, our main squad kept their lips zipped, feeding everyone a fake narrative about some random, berserk wyvern crashing the party. But today, Leo had to shove all those massive, mind-bending conspiracies onto the back burner. It was time to lock in for the magic practicals. Professor Len posted up at the front of the room, watching the sea of students flood the auditorium. Carl and Chelsea had already secured their seats. Glancing toward the massive double doors, they caught Chloe shuffling inside. Her hair was an absolute bird's nest, and based on those heavy dark circles under her eyes, homegirl looked like she had not touched a pillow in days. Leo trailed right behind her, immediately clocking his friend's brutal zombie mode status. Once the stragglers finally filed in, Professor Len cleared his throat. The raw, commanding aura he flexed instantly snapped the room to attention, proving this exam wasn't going to be a walk in the park. He demanded nothing less than fully customized spells that absolutely screamed main character energy. Refusing to hog all the hype of watching the next-gen prodigies pop off alone, he decided to dial in some heavy hitters. The professor pulled some strings to bring in 3 special guest judges. We are talking absolute elite alumni who graduated just 3 years prior. Since getting their diplomas, these absolute icons had carved out massive reputations across the magical world. Meet the lineup: the razor-sharp Rilda Pedney, the absolute tank Edmund Slack, and the super upbeat Sean Howe. They would be the ones grading the newbies' ultimate showcase. The trio hit the stage with a warm intro, instantly hyping up the terrified crowd and boosting the overall vibes. Carl was silently thanking his lucky stars, betting these VIPs were the chill type who hand out easy passing grades. Wrapping up the formalities, the professor summoned their very first victim, Eliana Laden, to the spotlight. Flashing a blindingly bright grin, she practically skipped onto the battlefield. She posted up on the podium, radiating pure, unbothered confidence. Cranking her cutesy charm dial all the way up to 100, she threw the judges a ridiculously sparkly-eyed, hyper-formal bow. Watching her try so hard to pull off the whole innocent little noble aesthetic made Carl physically gag. He knew exactly how fake this try-hard routine was. Flipping the switch for her actual performance, Eliana triggered an absolutely gorgeous, glowing spectacle right there in the auditorium. She could easily whip up these blinding visuals thanks to her insanely rare light affinity, but those pretty sparkles were just the warm-up act. She big-brained the combo, deciding to inject raw fire mana into the mix to see what crazy explosion of elements she could trigger. Suddenly, twisting ribbons of superheated energy swirled violently around her. Smashing her 2 strongest affinities together, she unleashed a completely busted thermal ray attack. Sean Howe watched the whole sequence totally mesmerized right before she chimed in, noting that this so-called thermal ray? Honestly, it was basically just a starter-level laser beam any rookie could spam. Eliana totally thought she was cooking up there, completely blind to the judges, silently scribbling down her doom without a single follow-up question. The trio of evaluators locked in, ruthlessly weighing her performance against their strict grading rubric. Following a brief whispering session, they passed the verdict to Professor Lin. Hugh and Rilda slapped her with a brutal C-, while Slack tossed her a pity C, cementing her final grade at a devastating C-. Watching Eliana's flashy flex get completely shut down sent a shockwave of absolute panic through the freshman crowd. It was a bloodbath. One magic major after another stepped up to the podium, only to watch their blood, sweat, and tears crash into a wall of average C's and C-. But a few heavy hitters managed to break the curse. Out of nowhere, Karthama secured a solid B+, totally flexing his insane grip over metal and pure gold. Then, absolutely nobody was shocked when Chelsea Llewellyn snatched the top spot, bagging an A for her jaw-dropping wind manipulation. The Fox and Cat duo hyped up her victory, finally exhaling after securing a massive W for the squad. But behind the grading desk, the judges were secretly yawning, severely underwhelmed by the entire lineup. Professor Lin had literally dragged them here, promising a roster of generational talents, yet the stage had been completely devoid of actual prodigies. Glancing down at the dwindling stack of rubrics, only 3 names remained. Edmund Slack narrowed his eyes. He could sense these final 3 were the genuine article, the absolute elite that the sly professor saved for the grand finale. Striding onto the stage next was Abad Llewellyn, Chelsea's older brother. The second his boots hit the floorboards, the lecture hall collectively swooned. If the female students held the clipboards, he would have bagged an instant A+, purely for his top-tier visuals. But unlike the tryhards before him, Abad refused to pop off with some basic light show. Instead, he dove straight into a hardcore lecture, breaking down the complex physics of a spell he literally invented. After flawlessly mapping out the blueprint, he dropped the name of his custom masterpiece, Tempest. A smug grin crept across Professor Lin's face as the judging panel leaned in, completely hooked by Abad's words. The sorcery prodigy boldly declared that its finalized form would easily shatter the ceiling of top-tier magic. This wasn't some last-minute cram session. Back on his family's private estate, he had brutally ground out countless test runs, sharpening Tempest to a lethal edge. It got so intense he literally had to deploy the family elders, just to throw up a massive barrier network in case the spell went rogue. Sweating bullets and hyper-focused, the elite Llewellyn mages anchored the shields. Trapped in the eye of the storm, Abad was completely unchained, letting the monstrous mana inside his core detonate, blowing himself right off the grass and hovering silently in the void. Tempest woke up screaming. He pushed every single cell in his body into overdrive to physically wrestle the atmosphere into submission. The frantic gales rapidly twisted into a catastrophic cyclone, capable of deleting anything it touched. The sheer kinetic output was so unhinged that even the reinforced barrier, stabilized by 4 veteran sorcerers, started cracking like glass. Snapping his eyes open, Abad watched his creation rip a helpless critter right up into the death zone. Pure panic spiked through his veins. There was zero chance he was letting his sloppy control flatline an innocent creature. That desperate drive to save a tiny life triggered his final awakening, letting him completely hijack the storm and force the tempest to bow. Abad is an absolute legend, hands down the most legitimate main character material in the room, well, except for one specific guy. Snapping back to the lecture hall, Abad unleashed a heavily nerfed, compressed variant of his ultimate move, dropping. The uncapped version would probably vaporize half the campus, after all. Pushing wind pressure to its absolute maximum limit might sound basic on paper, but the veterans on the panel immediately recognized the insanely complex, high-tier mechanics running under the hood. The result? Abad casually strolled back to his desk, carrying the first flawless, unanimous A+ of the day. Chelsea sat in the back, quietly vibrating with hype, and whispering that her brother is literally built different. And speaking of absolute anomalies, Professor Lin practically glowed at the prospect of the next competitor stepping up to the plate. Obviously, it was the man, the myth, the undisputed golden boy, Leo Plav. Our guy stood up, radiating pure boss energy, and locked eyes with the panel. The advanced technique he was about to drop was a completely attributeless sorcery framework. He kept his mouth shut about the lore, but it was the exact same system he dominated with, back in his prime as the apex predator, the hero of the beginning. Planting his feet on the stage, Leo declared his radical concept, an untyped high magic system. The judging panel completely short-circuited. Intrigued but baffled, they demanded he explain himself. Leo was more than happy to drop some knowledge. It is a universal rule that every single piece of starter magic requires an elemental core. It is the unbendable law of spellcasting. But his pitch was simple. He engineered a revolutionary matrix that completely bypasses the middleman, hyper-optimizing the casting sequence to a god-tier level. The room's reaction was an absolute mess. Half the panel thought he was capping, while the rest were visibly shook. Desperate for clarity, they asked if this absolute madman was seriously trying to invent an entirely fresh paradigm for magic itself, while the 3 veteran judges flat-out rejected the notion as pure delusion. Professor Len was grinning so hard his cheeks probably hurt, eyes gleaming with pure obsession. He wanted to lock Leo down as his exclusive mage right then and there. Edmund Slack, on the other hand, figured Leo was straight-up capping and felt completely let down. They came here to evaluate legit magic theories, not sit through some fairy tale. But totally ignoring Eidman's salty vibe, Professor Len literally couldn't hold back, jumping in to practically beg Leo to draft out this insane system. The rest of the judges had zero choice but to humor him. Leo Plav just grabbed a piece of chalk and got straight to work mapping out his formula. For a solid minute, the entire hall went dead quiet, leaving nothing but the aggressive click and scrape of chalk against the chalkboard. Breaking the tension, Rilda Pedney pointed out that only one single mage, in literally all of history, had ever pulled off a completely unique casting technique for their high sorcery. Without missing a beat, Leo casually flexed that he already knew that. The star poet, Luna, was the only one to ever actually nail it. Sean Hooge was visibly heated. Was this cocky freshman seriously implying he could stand on the exact same pedestal as one of the most goated heroes ever? But Leo smoothly shut that assumption down. Obviously, he wasn't aiming for that. He fully admitted he couldn't hold a candle to Luna's magical prowess. He just pointed out that you don't need to be a freak of nature like her to invent a fresh casting method. He simply told the judging panel to check out the math he just dropped on the board, and their jaws practically hit the floor when they realized every single line of his theory was completely flawless. This kid wasn't just talking a big game to look edgy. Based on the insane spell structure, this crazy formula allowed the user to weave any magical element with zero drawbacks. Chelsea, who usually flexes her top-tier academic brain, was totally lost trying to decode Leo's handwriting. Meanwhile, Carr had straight up surrendered after staring at the very first sentence. The whole time, Chloe kept her dark, hollow eyes completely glued to her rival. Now that the panel finally caught a glimpse of Leo's insane IQ, they demanded to know his actual motive for cooking up a magic matrix like this. His response was insanely basic. He just wanted the freedom to spam literally any spell in the universe. Eidman's heavy skepticism instantly melted into hardcore fascination with this wild freshman. It suddenly made total sense why the professor kept hyping up this year's class. When they finally asked what he was going to name this masterpiece, Leo just smirked, throwing his hand up as a blinding, radiant thread of mana erupted and completely illuminated the hall. That glowing energy swirled together, condensing into a massive, terrifying sphere of pure magic. Looking right at them, Leo named his creation the Bible. Sean Hoog was visibly stunned, mentally scrambling through her massive archive of historical facts. Only one figure in all of recorded time had ever thrown around that specific word, and it was the supposedly mythical hero, Kyle. Suddenly, she was incredibly hyped to see Leo's next move. Who knows, maybe this kid was about to prove that Kyle wasn't just some fairy tale after all. After literally the fastest voting session of the entire day, the judges slid their scorecards over for the professor to read out loud. The second, Professor Len glanced at the ink, a massive grin spread across his face. Shocker, Leo Plov just bagged an A+. Strolling casually back to his desk, Leo reflected on how he completely choked trying to finish this exact formula back when he lived as Kyle. But this time, he was going to make absolutely sure history didn't repeat. Realizing she was the final act of the magic showcase, Chloe rose from her chair. Leo had just shattered everyone's expectations, and now it was her turn to steal the show. Before claiming his seat, a worried Leo threw a glance at his hyper-focused classmate to see if she was holding up. Honestly, she looked like she hadn't slept in a week. Taking center stage, Chloe Muller stood dead straight, her posture screaming absolute confidence. The judging panel already knew the deal. This girl was the undisputed valedictorian of the current freshman class. Expectations were through the roof. But the second her presentation kicked off, Chloe's entire vibe flipped. With dead-eyed seriousness, she declared she had forged a fire that could never die. A violent, blood-red inferno sparked to life right in her palm. Instantly, a massive wave of pure confusion washed over the audience. Wait a minute, Chloe was strictly an ice-type prodigy, flexing an element that was the literal opposite of her natural talent. It felt totally backwards, completely useless, and honestly, unhinged. As she stood there, holding the flame, the judges visibly deflated. Next to the absolute madness Abad and Leo just pulled off, her little campfire looked incredibly basic. If this was her big trump card, she was about to tank this practical exam completely. Reading the room, Chloe finally launched into the real flex, conjuring a massive sphere of water that hovered above her. With a casual snap of her fingers, she crashed the torrent down like a tidal wave, a move that would instantly kill any normal blaze. But this wasn't just some campfire. Abad's jaw dropped, while a deep sense of dread settled in Leo's gut. A creepy, hollow look clouded Chloe's eyes as she broke down how she hard-coded permanence into the spell. Unless she personally chose to snuff it out, this thing would burn until the end of time. To wrap up her pitch, she did exactly that, erasing a literal immortal flame from existence. Grabbing a piece of chalk, she started aggressively scribbling the raw magical math behind her wild breakthrough. See, in this universe, magic obeys one golden rule: cut the mana supply, and the spell fizzles out instantly. As she lectured the room on her formula, her classmates sat there completely paralyzed in shock. Homegirl literally hacked the system, shattering a foundational law of physics that had been around since the dawn of magic. The whole concept felt so alien that even the elite proctors were struggling to process what they were looking at. Chloe slapped a fitting title on her masterpiece, The Eternal Flame. But out of every single person watching, Leo was the only guy screaming internally, knowing this was straight up impossible. Regardless, her math checked out, and the crazy visual of that surviving fire burned itself into everyone's memory. The stunt earned her a flawless A+, perfectly tying Leo's score, but he wasn't buying it for a second. The vibes were way off. Crafting immortal fire was a puzzle that even a legend like Luna couldn't crack. From his own memories, literally only one entity in history had ever wielded this kind of heat, the ultimate disaster himself, Erebus. The second the buzzer rang, Leo went hunting for the ice mage, but she had already dipped back to her dorm to crash. The poor girl had been running on zero sleep since the exam dropped earlier that week. Her grind was borderline psycho. Deciding to shelf his interrogation for later, Leo let her catch some rest, but then Celia pulled him aside with some major red flags. Apparently, Chloe had been snapping at people all week. She even got into full-blown screaming matches with a few classmates. Worse, the gossip around campus placed her chilling with the absolute worst troublemakers in the magic track. Chewing on this terrible news, Leo slipped back into the deserted classroom. With a quick pulse of mana, he brought out Fiora, marking her first appearance since that crazy race. Rocking her fluffy little baby bird form, the legendary creature chirped happily, thrilled to finally hang out with her master again. But Leo didn't just want to play with his pet, he needed some serious adult supervision to handle this mystery. Erupting from a mini tornado of scorching heat, a breathtaking lady materialized, radiating pure fire energy. Enter Fiora's mother, the guardian spirit Miss Farina, who was quite literally the most scorching hot mom on the planet. Crossing her legs with boss-level elegance, Farina skipped the small talk. She demanded to know why Leo dragged her out of hiding using her daughter's connection. Flipping the script, Leo prodded into why she was camping out at Lumini Academy for so long. Since holy birds are basically the natural enemy of dark monsters, her lurking around campus meant something huge was brewing. Dropping her guard, Farina revealed a dark secret 5 years ago. A brutal massacre hit the school. The tragedy claimed the lives of 2 kids and 3 teachers. The twisted part? The killers vanished into thin air, leaving 0 tracks. Pushed to the absolute brink, Headmaster Kalian cashed in a massive favor, begging the legendary bird to sniff out the shadows of the academy. Ever since that day, Farina had been playing detective on campus. Connecting the dots, Leo realized she definitely knew about the sketchy monster tamer crashing their recent practical exam, an ambush that ended in another freshman dying. But when Leo flat out asked if the evil cult Tartaros was pulling the strings, the fire spirit instantly shut him down. She admitted the Dark Syndicate was on her radar, but firmly locked her lips from spilling anything else. Realizing he had hit a brick wall, Leo shifted gears. He gave the spirit one final message to pass along to the big boss. He threw out a terrifying theory. Senlu probably wasn't the only kid in their grade getting brainwashed by the shadow cult. Morning broke, throwing the kids right back into their brutal testing schedule. Today's flavor of torture? Shoving the entire freshman class into the arena for heroics and close quarters combat. It is time for the joint practical exam, and watching over the chaos is our resident slacker, Professor Edmund. With attendance completely out of the way, this dude literally pawns off the entire briefing onto the class rep, our boy Leo. Leo totally owns the spotlight, stepping up to break down the brutal reality of their combined heroic and combat studies midterm. The mission? Squad up and dive straight into a simulated hero realm. But not just any realm. They are tackling the legendary Shedmore incident. Just dropping that name sends a massive chill through the entire room. Well, except for Eliana, who is completely clueless despite it literally being on their written test. As the sheer panic sparks a massive uproar, Edmund drops his chill vibe and shatters the noise with a booming command. He orders absolute silence, forcing everyone to lock in and actually listen to Leo's breakdown. Leo picks up the pace, revealing the insane parameters of the trial. Every single student is about to be teleported 3 decades right into the past. Back then, a squad of Lumen freshmen hit the central Chedmore forest for a routine quest, only to get violently ambushed by the Tartaros faction. Enter Professor Albie, the magic eye sorcerer, who was just a sophomore when he deployed with an emergency extraction unit. His insane clutch play single-handedly stopped an absolute bloodbath. Now, the current students are tasked with pulling off that same rescue, wiping out aggressive demonic monsters, all while backing up the holographic ghost of young Albie. Edmund chimes back in, making it crystal clear that this is no ordinary test. They need to keep their heads on a swivel and maintain absolute focus. Because if the faculty decides you lack heroic potential by the final buzzer, you are getting instantly expelled. That brutal reality check hits hard, instantly terrifying anyone who is already sweating over their combat stats. Catching sight of their sheer panic, the professor drops the tough guy act. He reminds them of their massive grind and validates their current strength, telling them to just believe in their own hype. He might dress like a total hobo, but Edmund is an absolute master at playing the psychological game. Getting down to business, the roster draft officially kicks off. Every student steps up to the plate, rolling out starting with class number 1. Forget picking your friends, this is entirely randomized. You could end up fighting for your life beside a total stranger. It is straight up gacha mechanics. One lucky pull lands you a god-tier squad, while a bad beat dooms you to the ultimate struggle. When Leo finally dips his hand into the box, he pulls ticket number 11. He is anchoring the very last squad of the entire gauntlet. After some rapid-fire introductions, the first roster steps up to the glowing threshold of the warp gate. Spearheaded by the dynamic duo of Celia Zeringer and Chelsea Llewellyn, Squad 1 is looking ridiculously overpowered and structurally flawless. They are completely primed to flex the raw dominance of the Lordran Empire right in the faces of the other aristocrats. And firing up this simulation is the discount Gojo himself, Albie, the absolute aura farmer. Flicking his wrist, he boots up the prologue chapter of his own tragic backstory. The Chedmore incident begins. A blinding shockwave of raw mana devours the first squad, warping them straight into a digitized memory. Out on the field, a massive holographic jumbotron broadcasts their point of view, tracking every single flex. The crowd is instantly hooked. Despite literally just spawning into the map, Team 1 is already tearing through the simulation like an absolute buzzsaw. Chaining Chelsea's lethal spells with Celia's relentless blade work, these girls are straight up speedrunning the midterm. Kids born with top-tier hero genetics are genuinely just built different. Meanwhile, lurking right beside Edmund is his ultimate hater, Professor Sejin. Because Celia is his prized pupil, Sejin refuses to stop hyping her up as the undeniable carry of the squad. Edmund claps back, claiming Chelsea is dropping way more utility on the field. The two titans of Lumen Academy physically cannot stop roasting each other for even 5 seconds. Shattering their petty beef, the headmaster rolls onto the scene, throwing massive respect at the first squad's insane clear time. He dubs them legit rising stars. The old man definitely predicted his top-tier professors would be beefing like toddlers, so he strategically parks his chair directly between them, grabbing front-row seats to witness the freshman glow-up. Pivoting to Albie, the veteran headmaster offers a genuine apology for weaponizing his worst trauma as an annual syllabus requirement, but Albie brushes it off, insisting that he actually owes Headmaster Kalian a massive favor. He swore an oath to carry the weight of that day forever, and experiencing this yearly replay keeps his edge dangerously sharp. Back in the sim, the first run ends in an absolute bloodbath as Chelsea and Celia lock in a flawless combo to obliterate the boss. The headmaster silently registers the sheer potential of the Zeringer and Llewellyn prodigies. They synchronize beautifully in combat, regardless of their usual fiery drama. They are legitimately carrying their nation's reputation on their backs. Following them, Team 2 puts on a totally mid-performance, but Squad 3 violently blitzes the map, in absolute god mode. They lock their two heaviest hitters, Abad and Duran, firmly on the front lines, while the rest of the crew spams pure support. The headmaster nods at this hyper-optimized, ruthlessly efficient meta, coasting them to an easy win. Shockingly, Team 4 heavily crashes the high ranks as well. Neela Carvin's healing output is insanely broken, but the real hard carry is Chenxia's glitchy, unpredictable movement tech. The headmaster immediately bookmarks the Eastern fighter as a massive threat to watch. Squad 7 completely shredded the Heroes World simulation, carried by two of their top-tier summoners. Up in the control room, Headmaster Kalion and his staff were absolutely glued to the monitors. Sure, the Academy boasted plenty of heavy hitters flexing their skills today, but everyone was secretly waiting for the main event. The intercom finally buzzed. Squad 11, you are up. Stepping into the arena alongside Leo Plav was none other than Chloe Muller. Watching them, Kalion completely spaced out. Seeing that kid sparked some serious flashbacks to his prime, back when he was just a hot-headed, fearless rookie, running deadly ops alongside the legendary Miss Farina. Down below, Squad 11 took their positions on the glowing runes. Leo locked eyes with Chloe, silent but ready. Professor Albie snapped his grimoire open, channeling mana to boot up the simulation for the 11th and final run of the day. The system announced the stage. Prologue chapter, the Chedmore incident. But everybody missed the fatal glitch, a creeping, pitch-black sludge dripping onto the summoning circle, frying the ancient runes. As a blinding flash engulfed the squad, Leo's gut screamed that they were walking into a trap. This was not the smooth, standard warp they had watched all morning. The teleportation energy felt jagged and violent. When the dust settled, the arena gasped, realizing only 2 students had actually vanished. The remaining members of Squad 11 were just standing there looking dumbfounded as the warped array sputtered out. Panic rippled through the observation deck. Professor Sejan shot out of his chair, while Headmaster Kalian immediately grilled Albie for answers. Pale and visibly shaking, Albie screamed to pull the plug on the entire exam. The grimoire's page holding the Chedmore simulation was bleeding with dark, unrecognizable magic. Someone, or something, had hijacked the system. The impossible had become reality. A rogue hero dungeon had just spawned out of thin air. Cut to Leo, who was completely mind-blown, staring at an alien, blood-red system prompt instead of the standard Academy user interface. It hit him like a truck. They had been thrown into a real dungeon. Chloe spun around frantically. The Academy's historical records were fully intact, meaning a glitch of this magnitude was literally unheard of. Leo tapped his comms, getting nothing but dead static. Realizing they were completely off the grid, Chloe started hyperventilating, desperately praying a rescue squad was on the way. But Leo immediately snapped her out of it, hitting her with cold, hard logic. If the faculty could breach this place, they would be here by now. That left them with exactly one play. The dungeon was daring them, and they had to clear it. Trembling, Chloe looked at him like he was insane. Historically, getting sucked into this specific anomaly was a guaranteed death sentence. Pushing forward meant walking straight into Tartarus's slaughterhouse. Her legs turned to jelly as the sheer terror broke her spirit, and she was totally giving up. But our main guy did not flinch. He crouched down, reminding her that she boasted the highest IQ in their entire grade. If they combined his brawn with her brains, they were basically untouchable. The usually arrogant mage chewed her lip, secretly fuming that Mr. Ice Cold was not shedding a single drop of sweat. Slapping her cheeks to focus, she demanded to know what wild strategy he had brewing. Leo laid it out. Objective 1, locate the missing freshman. Objective 2, survive. And to pull that off, they desperately needed an instant power boost. Chloe instantly fired back, arguing that farming experience was mathematically impossible without supply drops from the Academy. But Leo just smirked, dropping a massive hint. They were not the only ones stranded in these cursed woods. The realization hit Chloe like a brick, remembering that other squads had vanished before them. Before she could process it, Leo deadpanned, telling her to hop on his back. Her face went nuclear red at the wording, but Leo was 0% joking, pure Chad energy. They could not let the upperclassmen take the brunt of Tartarus's assault, and squishy casters like her had garbage stamina stats, so he was not taking no for an answer. Cut to the deepest, darkest part of the woods, where a grotesque demon named Chubarn was glued to his magical surveillance feed, stalking the trapped students. Seeing a 2-man rescue squad raised an eyebrow, but the demon was not losing any sleep over it. He was betting his life. He could squash these Academy rejects like literal bugs. At least, that was the plan until he zoomed in on Leo's stat sheet. The demon's jaw dropped. The kid possessed the legendary all-class, and the arrogant villain act vanished. Forget the other stranded parties. His prime target was now this absolute anomaly of a student, who was casually piggybacking his mage through a death zone. Back on the ground, a thick, toxic fog started blinding Leo as they pushed deeper. Not willing to risk an ambush, he triggered Aaron's signature aura technique. Igniting his internal mana, he coated his entire body in a humming energy field, pushing his perception stats through the roof. Every rustling leaf, every heartbeat, became crystal clear in his mind. Spotting an orc ambush ahead, he tossed Chloe a warning, but she was already casting. With a flick of her wrist, a devastating barrage of ice spikes shredded the tree line, obliterating the mob in seconds. Well, almost. One battered green skin managed to survive, desperately raising a war horn to his lips to summon the horde. Chloe's heart practically stopped, but before the first note even sounded, Leo vanished, reappearing to instantly decapitate the beast before she could even blink. Watching a pure speed blitz like that slapped her with a harsh reality check. The skill gap between them was insane, and she secretly wondered if she would ever catch up. Leaving the corpses behind, the duo broke through the brush, only to find exactly what they were looking for. 4 terrified academy kids, completely boxed in by a demonic hunting party. Zero hesitation. Leo vaults straight into the chaos, barking at Chloe to play the good little support mage and back him up. The frontline girl is sweating bullets trying to cast her magic, but this massive demon completely blitzes her. He is literal seconds away from tearing her apart like a damp tissue. Before a shriek even escapes her lips, Leo materializes out of nowhere. One flawless slash, and the fiend is dust, leaving the surrounding horde absolutely paralyzed in shock. The rest of the squad is left buffering, jaws on the floor, while our boy drops the coldest post-rescue pose imaginable. Completely starstruck, the rescued girl stammers out, asking if he is their knight in shining armor. Leo just drops a smooth affirmative, locking his radar onto another beast lurking in the backline. This bozo is already channeling a massive ultimate, screaming something about avenging his fallen bros. Out of nowhere, the sky literally starts raining these grotesque, fleshy leech nightmares. Does our main character even blink? Nope. He pivots like he is channeling pure Genshin Impact energy, ignites his blade, and deep fries those parasites into extra crispy skewers. The students are once again hit with the blue screen of death over how insanely busted he is. Leo is not about to let them go away from keyboard though. He snaps at the girl to drop her magic, right now. Charging up Arc Ray, she blasts the demon straight into the Shadow Realm. Total annihilation, not a single atom left intact. Chloe is totally shook. One look at that signature magic, and the identity of this random student clicks instantly in her brain. Under the dying sunset, the girl is practically worshipping Leo with gratitude, but Chloe completely gives her the cold shoulder. Brushing past the praise, Chloe strictly announces she needs a private word with her partner, earning some serious side-eye for the disrespect. Chloe blocks the haters, leans into Leo's ear, and drops a bomb. That girl is Aaliyah Zeron, also known as the little sister of Professor Albie Zeron, who tragically lost his life 30 years back. But wait, the lore gets darker. Chloe spills the real nightmare fuel. Because this is Aaliyah's squad, they are canonically locked into a wipeout scenario. Their fate is sealed, no matter what they do. She explains that 3 decades ago, a night-tier demon from Tartarus named Chubarn ambushed this exact spot, and Aaliyah's crew was the absolute first to get massacred. The entire demonic raid was basically a targeted hit on Aaliyah, a once-in-a-generation prodigy, permanently cementing her name as a tragic casualty in the hero history books. Chloe begs Leo to play it smart, ditch these doomed, non-playable characters, and clear the dungeon requirements with literally anyone else to guarantee their own survival. Leo raises an eyebrow, asking if she is seriously suggesting they cut and run. Chloe snaps back that playing hero is a guaranteed death sentence. This is a vicious illusion, and reviving history's ghosts is impossible. Yet, our protagonist is not buying that excuse for a second. He flat out refuses to abandon the squad, instantly triggering Chloe. She completely loses her cool, screaming at the top of her lungs. With so much heat that Aaliyah's group nervously watches them argue like kids trapped in a messy divorce. Boiling over, she vents that yeah, he is an overpowered boss, but flexing right now is straight up suicidal. She cries that he needs to snap back to reality and drop the savior act. Tears literally stream down her face, while Leo remains completely unbothered. Reaching out, he hits her with a soft head pat to diffuse the panic. He gently checks her attitude, reminding her that as hero candidates, this ain't a simulation. Facing impossible odds is literally the job description for becoming a legend. He then drops the ultimate reality check. The canon timeline is already broken. Chloe is left completely stunned. He points out the sky went pitch black, way before they even bumped into this crew. Historically, Aaliyah's squad should already be 6 feet under, utterly slaughtered by Chubarn. Catching his absolute dead serious gaze, Chloe swallows her rising panic and caves, trusting whatever crazy master plan he is cooking up. He declares the new mission: escort Aaliyah's team out alive. 0 exceptions. Staring at his back, Chloe feels his entire vibe shift into boss mode, and the bitter realization hits he is leagues beyond her once again. Her fists clench tight. The inferiority complex eats her alive as she contemplates pulling her grimoire out. Cutting back to the rescuees, the green-haired kid, Taiyao, starts questioning why High Command only dispatched 2 upperclassmen. Dina and Bilak immediately put their tinfoil hats on, suspecting Leo is an undercover Tartarus agent. But Aaliyah completely vetoes that theory, reminding her squad that the dude just shredded elite demons, like cheap origami, to save their necks. Then, the real talk slips out. She casually confesses she is crushing hard. He is 100% her type. The rest of the group collectively cringes, throwing her massive side-eye. Aaliyah plays innocent, wondering why Dina is so shook. Dina claps back, admitting she thought nobody besides Albie could ever crack Aaliyah's ridiculous standards. Slicing right through the gossip, Leo orders the rookies to lock in. Evacuating this death trap forest is priority number 1. Taiyao acts clueless, asking why they need to speedrun an exit when backup is here. Leo wastes 0 time splashing cold water on that naivety, revealing a night-tier demon is currently prowling the area. The mood instantly plummets to absolute 0. Just one of those boss-level entities possesses enough firepower to wipe a 100-man battalion solo. The panic finally sets in. Leo emphasizes that picking fights is completely off the table. Pure survival is the only objective. Watching him take command, Aaliyah silently realizes this mysterious upperclassman gives off the exact same energy as her older brother. Tearing through the woods, the crew is literally running for survival. You can practically taste the saltiness radiating off Chloe, still fuming over their previous clash, but the ever-observant Aaliyah reads the room instantly. Meanwhile, total chaos erupts back at the academy as faculty members tear through ancient archives, desperately hunting for clues on how a simple piece of paper could mutate into a full-blown dungeon. The headmaster breathes a massive sigh of relief while turning to Professor Albie, thanking the stars that third parties haven't crashed their disaster yet. Right on cue, the blonde dude verifies that only 2 life signatures remain active inside the cursed zone. Doing the mental math, the headmaster realizes a solid 3 hours have vanished, meaning pitch blackness has already swallowed the area. He hits Albie with a heavy question. When exactly did he obliterate Shoebarn back in the day? Albie coldly states he wiped the floor with that garbage demon right around the stroke of midnight. Suddenly, the doors fly open. Elena storms in, dropping massive intel about the shady dealer who slipped Leo that demonic summoning catalyst. But her sentence hangs in the air as a terrifying, suffocating wave of mana hijacks the headmaster's attention, threatening to detonate right inside the office. Catching Albie completely spiraling out of control, the old man jumps in to de-escalate the situation. Ripping his arm free, Albie aggressively mutters that he needs to clear his head outside. It doesn't take a genius for Elena to connect the dots behind his blinding fury. The dude's vendetta against demons makes Sasuke's beef with Itachi look like child's play. And honestly, you can't blame him. That horrific incident completely erased his sister from existence, leaving absolutely 0 trace of her remains behind. Shaking off the heavy tension, the headmaster signals Elena to spill the rest, and she reveals that the underground merchant pushing these cursed items has been lurking in their city's shadows for a hot minute, practically becoming a VIP supplier for clueless freshmen. Alarm bells ring in the headmaster's brain. Did Tartarus plant a mole? But Elena shuts that theory down, confirming the guy was basically an oblivious middleman. Tartarus had just been using him as a blind pawn through dark web-style drop-offs. Stroking his majestic facial hair, the veteran wonders what the villain's ultimate endgame could possibly be until his blood runs cold. His eyes lock onto a horrifying detail on the ledger: Chloe's name, sitting right next to a purchase log for a mysterious black book. 0 hesitation, he barks an order at Elena to deploy Professor Len to the scene immediately. The second the door clicks shut, his battle-scarred instincts honed from decades of cheating, the Grim Reapers start blaring like a siren, screaming that a massive, apocalyptic threat is fast approaching. Cut back to the Nightmare Realm. Leo's squad finally hits the brakes at the base of a towering, ominous structure. Our MC has been absolutely shredding through monster hordes to carve out a safe zone, but the grind is definitely taking a physical toll, pushing his hyper-awareness ability way past the red line and burning his stamina to the ground. To make matters worse, the rest of the crew, including Chloe, are literally running on fumes, forcing him to call a timeout. Theo and Bilak just stare at him like he's an alien, utterly mind-blown that the dude looks ready for a skincare routine commercial after painting the dungeon red with monster blood. Catching a breather, Chloe silently flips through her Shoebarn survival guide, only for Aaliyah to swagger over and randomly interrogate her about her dynamic with Leo. She hits her with the ultimate jump scare. Are you totally simping for him? Chloe's face contorts like she just swallowed a lemon dipped in garbage. A sly smirk creeps onto Alia's face as she calls out the over-the-top gag reflex. hinting it screams guilty conscience. Letting out a heavy sigh, Chloe sizes up this supposed historical prodigy, a mythical figure from 3 decades ago, who somehow radiates pure, chaotic teenager energy right now. Firing back, she hits Aaliyah with the reverse card, asking if the ancient genius is actually the one crushing hard. Without dropping her smile, Aaliyah totally owns it, admitting the guy gives her major butterflies. That unapologetic answer triggers Chloe instantly. I mean, think about it, a literal tier 1 historical icon swooning over him on day 1? It's just another massive flex proving how ridiculously goated Leo actually is. Though Alia shrugs, confessing she can't tell if it's true romance or just that nostalgic hype she feels when her sibling overcomes a brutal obstacle. Narrowing her eyes, Chloe demands to know if she's name-dropping the infamous Albie Zeron. Nodding, Aaliyah spills the tea. Her bro is basically addicted to impossible, rage-inducing grinds, the equivalent of trying to break bedrock with your bare hands in survival mode. Hearing that specific detail just cements Chloe's theory. Leo is a walking, talking carbon copy of that maniac. Letting her guard slip, she accidentally trauma dumps her entire backstory, confessing how her own toxic jealousy shattered her childhood bond with our protagonist. But instead of judging her, Aaliyah drops a bombshell. They're practically twins in that department. The legendary prodigy admits she heavily envied her brother's raw talent, specifically because he looked like an absolute goofball while accidentally stumbling into world-changing magical breakthroughs. She even exposes her biggest secret. Her so-called unique abilities are basically just a patched update of her brother's code, since creating original magic from scratch isn't her strong suit. Continuing to shatter her own myth, she cracks up while recalling how she actually bombed the academy entrance exams 2 whole times, a brutal reality check that only fueled her raging inferiority complex and intensified her resentment toward him. But over time, that dark, bitter envy evolved into pure, undeniable respect, a realization that hits Chloe like a freight train, because that's her exact character arc. Just as the emotional breakthrough lands, Leo abruptly shoots to his feet, barking at the squad to lock in because their only exit just vanished into thin air. Panic spikes as the rookies desperately grip their weapons, but our MC coldly reminds them to fix their postures. They are training to be elite heroes, and backing down isn't an option. Despite the hype speech, cold sweat drips down the party's faces as a colossal, nightmarish boss steps from the shadows, ready to introduce itself. The dude realizes he just stumbled across an absolute powerhouse in the making, and without missing a beat, he unleashes a devastating beam of pure destruction straight at Leo. Barely sidestepping the lethal blast, our boy's memory clicks. This twisted freak's entire job description is to snuff out rookie heroes before they even get a chance to level up. But throwing around the word great for a guy like him? Yeah, that rubs Leo entirely the wrong way. Pushing that aside, he barks an order to Chloe. She's already 10 steps ahead with a glowing glyph prepped, instantly ripping a colossal glacier straight out of the ground to tank Chubarn's strike. Using the distraction, our MC channels raw mana into his blade, vanishing into thin air before ghosting right up behind the Night Tier menace. He sinks his glowing steel deep into the abomination's impossibly thick neck, carving a beautifully clean arc through flesh built like an absolute tank. The girls completely freeze, praying that did the trick. But that tiny spark of hope instantly shatters when Chubarn's mangled anatomy starts bubbling. The grotesque tissue knits itself back together like some kind of nightmare slime. Spotting the freaky regeneration, Leo screams at the squad to fall all the way back. Right on cue, the demon triggers a wildly toxic curse, a literal void that swallows every ounce of damage thrown at it like a starving black hole. Teo and Alia immediately start losing their minds. I mean, how are you even supposed to counter a cheat code that completely breaks the game mechanics? But Leo? He's cool as ice. He knows absolute invincibility is a myth, and every overpowered skill drains the stamina of the guy spamming it. Chubarn starts running his mouth, laughing at the sheer audacity of these leftover wannabe heroes thinking they actually pose a threat. But our guy claps back instantly. He asks the demon point blank, "If you're such a big deal, why are you sweating over a bunch of rookies?" Without dropping a beat, he commands the crew to blitz the boss all at once. The team unloads everything they've got, but Aaliyah is the one who actually leaves a dent, calling down a literal meteor shower of astral magic to crack his skull. Catching that massive damage, Chubarn suddenly realizes his boss, Lady Shilatuna, wasn't capping at all. These kids need to be put in the dirt before they become walking disasters. Getting completely boxed in, the monster violently heaves his weapon upward, unleashing a shockwave that forces Leo to jump back to save his own skin. Reading the lethal windup, our protagonist aggressively shouts for the whole squad to hit the deck. It's barely too late. A jagged spike rips right through Bilak's ribs, forcing Leo to snatch up his wounded teammate and dive for cover behind Chloe's emergency ice barricade. Scanning the crew for casualties, he vows to seal the fatal wound using his own aura, then locks eyes with Chloe, ordering her to charge up a literal nuke to end this. No hesitation, he violently launches himself back into the war zone, pulling all the aggro to buy her precious seconds to craft a spell heavy enough to shatter that void armor. Safe behind the frost, Chloe cracks open that insanely suspicious black grimoire she's been clutching since the drop. Frantically scanning the forbidden text, her eyes light up. She just found the ultimate delete button, a spell designed to deep fry this hideous freak until there's zero trace left. Back on the front line, the rookies are absolutely flabbergasted. Leo is moving so insanely fast, he's spawning shadow clones, absolutely battering Chubarn from 360 degrees. The velocity is just completely illegal. The beast blindly swings at a mirage, catching nothing but air right before getting brutally jawed from his blind spot. Watching this masterclass, Teo aggressively daydreams about looking that raw, but Dina ruthlessly verbally destroys his fantasy without a single drop of hesitation. Off to the side, Aaliyah is just locked in place. She's totally hyped, but her brain is doing backflips trying to process the math. Because the energy radiating off Leo is straight up celestial star magic. You don't just pick that up at a corner store, this dude is insanely overpowered. He's definitely masking his real origins. But before anyone can even digest that massive plot twist, Chloe violently steals the spotlight. Levitating high above the dirt, she projects a fiercely demonic dark glyph. Throw in the absolutely psychotic smirk painted across her face, and you really gotta wonder who the actual villain is. She boldly announces she's about to scrub this abomination off the server. Hearing the tone in her voice, Aaliyah goes into full panic mode. She shrieks at Leo to clear the blast radius instantly, screaming that whatever is brewing in Chloe's palms is pure, unadulterated evil. Chloe casually drops a disclaimer that she refuses to pay for any collateral damage to the map. Then, she unloads a blindingly hot beam of literal death straight into Chubarn's chest, causing massive red flags to pop up in Leo's brain. Wait a minute, she's literally an ice mage. Why is she playing with a flamethrower? Staring down as the demon gets viciously melted, Chloe starts cackling like an absolute supervillain. Flexing her newly found immortal fire, she violently tells the beast to rot in the ashes as an inferno completely engulfs his massive frame. The blaze aggressively mutates into a pitch-black hellfire, looking exactly like some Uchiha Amaterasu stuff. Sensing extreme danger, Leo screams at her to pull the plug right now. He knows this is about to backfire horribly, but she stubbornly rejects his order, spitting out that a piece of garbage like Chubarn needs to experience maximum agony before dying. Realizing his teammate is speedrunning her own villain arc, Leo physically dashes over and brutally smacks the cursed grimoire straight out of her grip. He knocks it away like it's a wildly inappropriate magazine caught by an angry parent. A few heavy breaths later, the demonic high fades, and Chloe finally reboots back to reality. Keeping his cool, Leo stares her down and demands the absolute truth. Did she actually invent that infinite inferno, or did she steal the code from somewhere else? Dropping her pride, she confesses she isn't built like that. The insane spell was purely copied from the book's pages, hitting Leo with exactly the answer he was dreading. It was a carbon copy of the legendary Flame of Erebus, and making matters infinitely worse, Chubarn's disgusting flesh starts crawling back together out of the burning ashes. Leo wastes zero time dropping the hammer. He tells Chloe that her shiny new spell is strictly forbidden dark arts, and her little diary is actually a highly illegal, weaponized sorcery terminal. The reality check hits her like a freight train, making her physically nauseous. Eyes glued to the floor, she whispers that she's entirely too tainted to ever claim the hero title again. But Leo aggressively yanks her out of her depression era. He keeps it 100% real, reminding her that literally nobody, not even him, saw that broken void armor coming. That proves this demon totally abused that power when fighting Aaliyah and her squad back in the day. These kids were insanely outleveled in an absolute nightmare of a boss fight, but they still refuse to fold. Our boy hits her with the classic Academy motto, telling her to break her limits straight up Goku style, and suddenly, a light bulb goes off in her head. Chloe finally admits to herself that she is not actually salty about Leo constantly stealing the show. Deep down, she is a massive fan. I mean, the dude just radiates way too much main character energy for anyone to realistically rival. Right on cue, Aaliyah steps up and hypes the blonde up, handing her that final surge of confidence she desperately needed. Now that the void curse is completely shattered, Leo squares up to finish this brawl. But before he swings, a massive shockwave of pure mana hits the radar. It is Chloe. She is finally shattering her own ceiling, leveling up so she can fight side by side with him instead of just riding his coattails. With top-tier backup now locked in, our guy feels a sudden wave of nostalgia as her spellcasting triggers memories from his past life. Flashes of his old raid party flood his mind, and that familiar glow pumps his veins with serious adrenaline. Out of nowhere, Chubarn blitzes our hero, slamming into him with a brutal heavy attack. Leo manages to tank the initial swing, but the demon sneaks in a dirty follow-up that completely shatters his guard, sending him flying straight through the timber. While our boy scrambles to his feet, Chubarn casually strolls over, mocking this so-called washed-up hero and telling him it is past his bedtime. But right at that split second, a single snowflake gently falls past Leo, dropping the entire forest into a sudden deep freeze. All the panic instantly vanishes. He stands tall, roasting the demon right back by reminding him that trash mobs like him have never caught a win before, and tonight is no exception. The monster just glares back in pure confusion, totally convinced this kid is inhaling some next-level copium, completely clueless that Chloe is currently hovering right behind his back. She is getting ready to drop the absolute most overpowered spell of the raid. Tossing a silent thank you to Leo for sparking her evolution, she finally unleashes her signature skill. It is an insane technique named Ice World, immediately burying the entire combat zone in a bone-chilling tsunami of raw energy. With a single flick of her wand, the ground below instantly snaps into a glacier so dummy thick it honestly breaks the game's physics. Hovering above the chaos, she summons gigantic crystal spears programmed to obliterate any poor soul caught in the crossfire. Yet somehow, Chubarn stands there without flinching. Seeing the boss turned into a literal demonic popsicle without a pulse, Leo casually strolls over to his iced-out enemy. The second his fingers graze the frost, the creature's soul evaporates into dark smog, leaving behind nothing but that sketchy black magic grimoire. Igniting his blade with blistering flames, he impales the cursed book, sparking an explosive eruption that incinerates it into ash. The system immediately pops off with alerts, handing him massive points for rescuing the first years and wiping Chubarn off the map. But what actually blows his mind is how Chloe completely hijacked the most valuable player title by inventing a brand new spell category mid-fight. It turns out to be legit field magic, a ridiculous flex he would never even attempt to mimic unless he was actively trying to end his own run. Catching him off guard, Chloe drops a bombshell, saying she is ready to confess everything and risk getting kicked out of school entirely. He instantly shuts that nonsense down, promising her there is zero chance an absolute prodigy like her gets booted over a single slip-up. If anything, he bets she is on the fast track to becoming a legendary hero. Right then, Aaliyah and Dina sprint over, totally fangirling and showering the duo with praise for the ultimate clutch. They keep hyping up how cinematic the whole rescue was, so our guy matches their vibe, giving them massive props for their own fearless grit. Chloe gently passes the staff back to Aaliyah, throwing her a huge thank you for letting her unlock her true endgame stats. But Aaliyah pulls an epic reverse card, straight up gifting Chloe the weapon as a trophy for saving their lives. Not wanting to miss out, Dina offers her own blade to Leo as the ultimate token of gratitude. Naturally, our boy snags it without a second thought. Just when the adrenaline finally dips, shouts echo through the trees as a search party announces they have spotted survivors. Enter a breathless Albie, absolutely drenched in sweat and completely losing his mind over his little sister's safety. Chloe practically short-circuits, seeing her strict professor suddenly looking exactly like one of her teenage classmates. That is when reality smacks them both in the face. They are literally just stuck inside a wild time loop from 30 years back. As they watch the older brother have an emotional breakdown, Aaliyah starts gushing to him about the mystery heroes who pull. She even claims one of them is almost as cool as her big bro. And right on cue, the entire world begins to violently glitch and dissolve. Chloe stands tall, totally beaming with pride that she just handed these kids a literal respawn. Meanwhile, Aaliyah excitedly tries to point out her masked savior to her brother, but the second she spins around, the dynamic duo has vanished into thin air. The entire hero instance just starts crumbling into digital dust, literally a microsecond before the realm deletes itself. A system prompt flashes right in front of Leo, dropping a shiny new loot notification. Before the screen cuts to black, his final view is a young Albie absolutely bawling with happy tears, screaming a massive thank you for protecting his sibling. Fast forward to a sterile hospital room where our guy finally blinks awake, only to find the real, modern-day Albie standing there looking as stoic as ever. The professor drops a crazy emotional thank you for saving his little sister way back when, telling him to pass that exact same energy to Chloe the second she logs back into reality. He dips out of the room acting like nothing even happened, and mere seconds later, the headmaster makes his grand entrance. Looking crisp as ever, the old man checks in on our boy's recovery before cutting right to the chase. He is already clued in about that cursed grimoire, the exact one Chloe was hiding. Leo is honestly shook that this absolute fossil managed to piece the puzzle together. Turns out, the boss man pulled the literal receipts from the black market dealer where Senlu scored the summoning catalyst, tracking it right to where Chloe picked it up. He openly confesses it blew his mind, discovering a dark magic artifact managed to bypass the Academy's ironclad security. These twisted gadgets are literally crafted from shards of Erebus, strictly designed for demonic hands. If a normal person tries tapping into that power, their brain basically melts into mush like they just binge-watched a brain rot compilation. Deciding transparency is the best play, Leo spills every single detail of the incident, leaving the Grandmaster deep in thought. He questions if the Dark Tome was the root of the entire nightmare. Our guy nods, confirming the twisted reality shattered the exact second he obliterated the book. Right on cue, Chloe shoots up from her mattress, absolutely terrified finding the top dog of the school looming over her bed. Raising a hand to chill her out, he summons Elena, prompting his insanely capable assistant to glide into the room. She is lugging a massive, cloth-bound package that perfectly conceals the blade, and Crystal Dina surrendered just a bit ago, along with Alia's signature weapon. Chloe's jaw practically hits the floor, seeing a dream world staff manifesting straight into reality. Narrowing his eyes, the old man hits Leo with the ultimate glare, demanding to know how he snagged an absolutely impossible loot drop. Catching Chloe's stunned reaction, our boy clocks that he is the sole winner of this prize, sparking a massive déjà vu to his entrance exam glitch. According to the system rules, farming drop items from a still-breathing hero's domain is literally impossible. It is a universal law that has stood since day one. Leo silently speculates if this glitch is secretly linked to the Fairy King's ancient oath. He comes clean about scoring it as battle loot, but the stubborn boomer doubles down, grilling him on whether it genuinely spawned from Albie's dimension. Caught in the hot seat, our protagonist cooks up a half-baked lie that sounds just plausible enough to slide. He shifts the blame entirely onto the dark magic, claiming it warped the hero's realm into an actual raid dungeon. The alibi holds water for about 2 seconds before the principal fires back with a lethal counter-interrogation, demanding to know why Leo scored the legendary loot while his partner got zilch. Luckily, our top-tier waifu material jumps right in. She argues the system probably calculated Leo's massive carry potential, rewarding him with the entire treasure pool for doing the heavy lifting. Buying the theory for the moment, the old man declares he will be running a highly classified shadow op investigation on campus. He grants them temporary custody of the legendary gear, firmly stating that everything goes back to their original bloodlines eventually. The second his stealth op concludes, the handover happens all to ensure the public never sniffs out the Dark Machine scandal. Utterly baffled, Chloe stares him down, desperately asking why the top authority figure is actively shielding her. Flexing that glorious mustache with a knowing smirk, the principal drops a chilling truth. The deadliest enemies aren't always lurking outside the school gates. Having casually dropped that massive plot twist, he orders the duo to heal up and struts right out the door. The millisecond the door clicks shut, Chloe's entire personality flips from intense to incredibly shy, nervously playing with her hands. Looking like a total romance anime protagonist, she is mere seconds away from pouring her heart out to our boy. But the universe completely rejects her romantic moment as 3 panicked girls suddenly crash through the doorway, stressing over Leo's condition. Dialing the chaos meter up to 11, the boomer principal hilariously peeks his head back into the room. Turns out his old age kicked in and he totally forgot to drop the memo about a massive victory banquet happening tomorrow night. He demands they show up flexing their absolute best formal drip to celebrate the entire class surviving the brutal midterm arc. Cut to the event, where the announcer is absolutely vibing, hyping up the red carpet while placing bets on whether the guys or the girls will steal the spotlight. Spoiling the mood, a squad of literal NPCs from Class 5 crash the venue, strutting around like they own the place. Flexing about how easy the exams were, they blend into the massive wave of students flooding the hall to devour the buffet. Instantly, the tea starts spilling from every table, while our favorite background duo absolutely demolishes the catering like ravenous beasts. Mid-bite, Carl suddenly freezes up, scanning the room and realizing their squad is nowhere to be found. At that exact second, the speakers erupt as the announcer shrieks into the mic, teasing the arrival of the next heavy hitters. Catching the snacking boys completely off guard, Nella and Eliana hit the floor, serving pure supermodel energy. Rocking gowns that literally stop traffic, they leave the guys completely jaw-dropped. But the girls instantly go on the offensive, mercilessly flaming the boys' outfits, asking if they raided their grandpa's closets for those tragic suits. Before the boys can recover, the MC cranks the hype to maximum, shouting out the Llewellyn siblings. The duo glides into the hall, radiating pure aristocratic elegance, sending the entire crowd into a frenzy as Carl watches them get instantly swarmed by fans. Eliana basically brushes it off, they are campus royalty, after all. But before the chatter dies down, the MC grabs the mic to hype up the next duo hitting the red carpet. Enter Celia and Leo. The power couple aura is actually insane. You can practically feel the heavy tension though, because Celia looks rigid as a board walking next to him. Meanwhile, our boy the class rep is out here flashing a heartbreaker smirk so radiant, it should literally come with a flashbang warning. Nella completely loses her mind, jumping out of her seat. Carr and Eliana? Yeah, they immediately start hyping up their insanely dripped out class president. But then, the microphone mysteriously finds its way right back to our favorite spirit-possessed menace. She bounces on stage, screaming at the crowd to check the vibe of the banquet. One look at her, and all the color straight up drains from Carr's face. Bless the random students who actually holler back that the party is a massive W. That tiny bit of validation is the only thing stopping her from going full psycho. Keeping her cool, she smiles and says she loves the energy. And then, she casually drops a tactical nuke on the entire room. Midterm results are going public. Tonight, the hype completely flatlines, and Carr just groans that his appetite just checked out. Miss Announcer smirks like she knew they would panic. She quickly clarifies that the admins are only exposing the top 3 absolute monsters. Just the podium finishers from each department are getting named tonight. The rest of the peasants will get their reality check from their homeroom teachers tomorrow morning. You can practically hear a collective sigh of relief ripple through the hall. The crowd actually starts cheering again when she reveals the department heads are taking over the podium. Professor Ian strides up to the spotlight. Eliana leans in, whispering that the guy is looking absolutely majestic in his evening wear. The swordmaster skips the boring fluff. He gives a quick shout out to their hard work before dropping the ultimate leaderboard for the night department. A massive hologram flashes above them. Boom. Celia is sitting squarely on the throne at number 1, with Duran and Chen tailing right behind her. But Celia just looks totally lost. She definitely expected Leo to claim that crown. And honestly, our boy catches that confused glance instantly. Next up is the magic department head. The glowing text reveals Abad, Chelsea, and Emio as the top 3 spellcasters. Chelsea immediately starts stressing since Leo is nowhere on that board either. He just waves it off, telling her to chill and that system glitches happen. He begs her not to sweat the small stuff. But Carr chimes in, pointing out how insanely sketchy it is that Leo got totally ghosted by the rankings. Then he realizes Chloe got left off the roster too. She freezes up for a split second before forcing a totally plastic smile to hide the pain. The professor actually reflects on Chloe's run. Sure, giving her a failing grade for using a grimoire was mandatory, but her raw magical talent was undeniably top tier. Sejun completely agrees with that take. The dude literally stands up at his table, beaming like a proud dad watching his kid graduate. Hera just laughs and tells him to take a seat, while Celia leans over to give Chloe some quiet moral support. Then the true main character of the banquet, Professor Yura, steps into the light. The summoning department head barely grabs the mic before an army of absolute simps starts begging to be her personal familiars. She reads off her elite students. Once again, no sign of Leo. Now Celia is actually starting to sweat. The whole room starts buzzing. Students are openly whispering about how cracked Leo is, making his 0% appearance rate incredibly suspicious. Suddenly, our chaotic split personality queen snatches the microphone back. She screams out, asking if the vibe is still immaculate. Without skipping a beat, she declares it is time to crown the absolute MVP, the valedictorian, who will be the literal face of the academy next season. She drags out the silence, letting the suspense absolutely cook the audience. Finally, she screams it, Leo Plav. His entire squad absolutely erupts, hyping him to the moon. But the party gets cut short real quick. Emio stands up and violently objects, demanding to know how a guy who zeroed every department ranking is suddenly the final boss. He calls the entire system rigged. Honestly, Leo shrugs and admits he is just as clueless, shooting a questioning glare at the stage. The MC starts stuttering heavily, desperately trying to string together a valid excuse. And then, something inside her just breaks. Her unhinged alter ego violently takes the wheel. She starts blasting the crowd with lethal insults that would instantly get a normal student expelled on the spot. With a feral growl, she warns them to shut their mouths and open their ears, because she is only dropping this lore once. Herod kicks back, completely entertained, muttering about whether a demon just hijacked her brain again. Sejun nods along, totally vibing with the absolute chaos. Meanwhile, our possessed host starts spitting straight facts. She aggressively breaks down the system. Dual-wielding majors disqualifies you from single categories since your skill tree is split. She paints a picture for the dummies. A magic knight naturally lacks the pure aura of a dedicated swordsman. At the same time, their spellcasting will never outdamage a pure mage. But when you fuse the two, the hybrid damage output completely obliterates any single class. She screams that Leo's combined practical score literally broke the scaling charts. Emio tries to mumble some weak excuse about written tests, but she instantly verbally destroys him in front of everyone. Then she drops the craziest spoiler of the night. Leo cleared the Hero Realm mission. And not just cleared it, he completely erased Shoebarn from existence. The entire hall goes dead silent. Total shock. Meanwhile, Leo is playing it terrifyingly cool, just casually farming aura points like he didn't just break the server. The NPC students are literally paralyzed, staring at him. Eliana and Carr completely lose their minds, screaming out loud, demanding to know how in the world he duo-cleared a lethal tier dungeon. Our MC does not even flinch, keeping a straight face and completely ignoring their panic. Up on stage, the fierce alter ego logs out. The host shrinks back down, stuttering nervously into the mic like none of that madness just happened. Sejun casually drops the mic, basically saying her job here is done. She wraps up her speech by telling the crowd to just vibe and enjoy the party, instantly flipping the room's entire energy. While whispers flood the banquet hall, Yura pauses her meal. She locks eyes with Len, dropping a massive hypothetical. What would the leaderboards actually look like? If dual-class students actually counted toward the major scores? Len does not even blink. He fires back that the entire ranking system would have been flipped completely upside down. With zero hesitation, he explains that every single student would have dropped down a peg. Yura connects the dots, asking if that means Leo actually took the crown, and the magic professor totally validates it. Yep, our boy was deadass, number 1. Yura's jaw practically hits the floor as she realizes Leo would have dominated the summoning department too, while Ein chimes in, confirming the absolute beast would have swept his class as well. Yura struggles to even process this insane flex, but Ein points out that Leo's wild dream of mastering every class is not just talk anymore, it is actually happening. Len jumps back into the chat, confidently declaring that, despite all this hype, Leo's ultimate destiny is 100% tied to sorcery. Yuri is absolutely not having it, immediately barking back that she is claiming Leo for the summoning track. Meanwhile, the Glacial Knight tunes out their petty beef and casually states Leo is a prodigy born for the blade. The room instantly erupts into screaming and cursing, while the assistant professors just sweat drop and share a wildly panicked look in the background. Cut to the very next morning. Carr is completely wrecked from partying way too hard, and Chelsea throws shade, saying she has never witnessed a human inhale 2 entire liters of orange juice like that. Suddenly, Professor Herod marches into the room, demanding absolute silence. He slaps a massive world map on the board and builds up the hype for their upcoming field trip, teasing a journey straight to the land of the elves. The entire class instantly loses their minds with excitement, knowing full well this excursion usually means free reign to pick their vacation spot. They are already daydreaming about luxury getaways, but Herod violently shatters their hopes, jabbing a finger at the map and officially announcing their destination, El Salvakia. The hype dies immediately. That region is basically a frozen wasteland, so naturally, the entire room erupts into a massive whining session. Herod ruthlessly cuts them off, revealing the true mastermind behind this icy nightmare, their very own class, Rep. Everyone is completely blindsided. Leo just sits there looking like a total angel, while Carr snaps his neck toward him, fiercely demanding to know why he would actively choose a literal freezer. Leo basically tells them to stop crying about it and start stuffing their bags, warning them to stock up on gear as soon as possible. Eliana goes full drama queen, weeping as she vows to buy all the gloves in existence, while Chelsea is actually hyped to finally flex her winter wardrobe. Meanwhile, Leo zones out entirely, secretly knowing something they do not. While the world thinks El Salvakia is just a pile of snow, it is low-key the mythical, hidden sanctuary of the fairies. A wave of nostalgia hits him as he wonders what Silrod has been up to all these years. Fast forward to their arrival in the freezing city. Leo takes charge, ordering Nella to secure their potions while he goes solo to hunt down the heavy-duty rations and gear. After engaging in an absolutely cutthroat haggling war, he snags a killer discount and walks away loaded with supplies. The shopping spree leaves him totally drained, but suddenly, his internal alarm bells start screaming. A deeply unsettling aura is leaking from a nearby alley. He clocks his location, the 13th block, and zeroes in on a very specific storefront. It hits him. This is the exact spot where Sen, Lou, and Chloe previously scored their sketchy sorcery machines. Ditching his bags, Leo cautiously steps through the door, only to find the place eerily deserted. The only thing inside is a singular, innocent-looking teddy bear, just sitting weirdly in the dead center of the room. At first glance, it is nothing crazy. Totally logical if the Academy cleanup crew had already gutted the joint. But Leo's gut tells him this is a massive red flag. His brain finally connects the dots. That stuffed toy has zero reason to be chilling in an empty room, especially since Lumani supposedly confiscated everything and locked this place down. Trusting his instincts, he instantly lunges forward to slice the plushie, but the toy abruptly does a mid-air flip, vomiting a horrific black sludge that Leo immediately clocks as pure demonic energy. And this is no low-level mob. The thing is practically sweating top-tier curses and absolutely sickening vibes. As the grotesque puddle of shadows twists into a physical shape, it actually tries to talk. Leo squints hard, sensing something wildly familiar about that sinister tone. The creature instantly starts trash-talking, mocking our boy's razor-sharp instincts for detecting the ambush before locking eyes with him. The terrifying truth drops like an anvil. He is staring down Witch Queen Salatna, one of the 3 legendary Legion commanders the heroes completely failed to wipe out in the past. Except, this is clearly just a proxy body. The demon questions if he is some kind of magical knight, brutally taunting that his overpowered perception is exactly what is going to get him killed right now. The monster launches itself forward, and Leo barely scrapes by with a desperate dodge. The strike still clips his arm, hitting him with a harsh reality check. In his current state, he is completely out of his league against her. The witch slowly slithers closer, sadistically thanking him for serving up such a tasty meal. Right as she winds up for the killing blow, a cocky smirk suddenly spreads across Leo's face. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash of light erupts from behind him, blasting the demonic nightmare, and brutally slamming it face first into the concrete. Struggling to drag its broken body away, the monster screeches out the title of the Sorcerer of the Magic Eye. The camera pans to the doorway, revealing Professor Albie just standing there, radiating absolute main character energy. The fiend lets out a furious hiss, but quickly flips the script, realizing that an audience just means front row tickets to a better bloodbath. But the second this creature tries to blindside Leo, Albie is already 10 steps ahead. He unleashes an absolute masterclass in trash talk, while igniting a blinding, massive magic circle beneath them. Branding the beast as nothing more than a giant heap of cursed garbage, colossal pillars of radiant light erupt, cleanly severing the monster's head right off its shoulders. Triggered by the massive disrespect, the severed head aggressively lunges at our golden boy, viciously hissing about feasting on his delicious fairy eyes. Albie remains entirely unbothered. He claps back that he has zero interest in some cheap bootleg copy, ordering the monstrosity to just perish. Unleashing an overwhelming beam of pure energy, he completely vaporizes the nightmare into nothing but shredded plushy stuffing. Watching this flex, it suddenly clicks for Leo. Professor Albie isn't just a teacher, he is literally known as the Decimator of Tartarus. Word on the street says he only took the teaching gig at Lumen for the VIP border clearance, just so he could hunt fiends full-time. Leo exhales a massive sigh of relief, silently thanking his lucky stars for this absolute legend. But Albie just locks eyes with him, radiating serious main character energy, demanding to know what in the world just went down. Leo quickly breaks it down, explaining how the monster crashed his solo sleuthing session by using top-tier dark magic to camp inside that stuffed animal. Snatching up the ruined teddy head, Albie mutters that the scout division is 100% catching the heat for this disaster. Pivoting on his heel, he throws Leo a bone, letting this rogue solo op slide. But he drops a heavy warning: next time things get sketchy, call in the cavalry. Especially since Albie still owes our boy a massive favor. This completely catches Leo off guard, and as he scoops up his gear, the gears in his head start turning. House Zeron isn't just rich, they possess elite top 3 status, which means playing his cards right could easily score him a VIP pass to the restricted archives. On his way back to base, he finally crosses paths with Nella. Her face instantly lights up, but that smile completely vanishes the second she spots his battle scars. She sprints over in full panic mode, spamming recovery spells while frantically demanding the tea on what happened. But Leo is completely zoned out, connecting the dots that this whole chaotic mess basically proves Salathna is the puppet master pulling the strings behind the beasts and that sketchy dark magic grimoire. Yet, their actual endgame remains a total mystery. Fast forward 1 week, and the entire student body is huddled in front of a colossal warp gate. While Leo plays squad leader, running through the survival checklist to ensure his crew is fully prepped, Celia randomly pulls up, super curious about why his squad is dipping to El Salbequia. He casually brushes it off as a chilled-out summer getaway to dodge the brutal heat wave. She flashes a smirk, admitting she absolutely despises freezing temperatures, wishing him good luck before rolling out with her own clique. Watching her vanish into the crowd, he pivots back to his squad and gives the green light to march. Chelsea is absolutely hyped, while Carl is actively complaining, echoing Celia's anti-winter agenda. Doing one last visual sweep to make sure nobody is left behind, Leo finally steps through the glowing rift, plunging straight into Elven territory. Meanwhile, cutting over to the prestigious Siren Academy, a couple of elitist elves are cornering another student, totally roasting his fit, and demanding to know how a nobody snagged a spot at their elite school. They ruthlessly label him a mixed blood, forcing the poor kid to stare at his shoes in total humiliation. That is, until a new challenger enters the chat, loudly ordering the duo to drop the mean girl act and start behaving like actual scholars. The snobs immediately try to flip the script, asking if her eyes aren't bleeding from staring at his tragic wardrobe, but she is completely out of patience and proceeds to verbally annihilate them. She loudly dares them to hand over their own pricey uniforms if they have such a massive problem with what he is wearing. Absolutely rattled by her unhinged energy, the bullies command her to act classy. She doesn't even flinch, firing back and questioning how they aren't painfully embarrassed for jumping one defenseless kid. She shoos them away like pests, leaving them to angrily mutter about how she is acting totally feral. Pivoting back to the victim, she questions his freezing cold outfit choices. He shyly admits some jerk swiped his gear, quietly dropping his name as Luca Inaris. Hearing this, Runia's rage meter instantly spikes again, while an incredibly awkward Luca desperately tries to hand back her borrowed scarf. She totally waves him off, telling him to keep it. Catching her entirely unbothered and overly hyped mood, he gives her a confused look, prompting her to spill the truth. Her spirit companion has finally hatched. Luca's face brightens as he hypes her up, and she flashes a $1 million smirk before sprinting off. Runia books it straight to her father's office, where he immediately scolds her to drop the dad title while on campus grounds. He is visibly sweating bullets as he confirms that Fernia's egg has successfully cracked, sending her excitement levels through the absolute roof. But then he drops an absolute nuke, someone else already locked in the soul pact. The color completely drains from her face in real time. He promises he is running a full sweep, but she aggressively slams her hands onto his desk, demanding to know exactly which thief hijacked her magical partner. Cutting back to Class 5, the squad safely touches down at the destination academy, instantly whining about the sub-zero temps. Leo brutally tells them to just deal with it. Instructor Herod suddenly slices through the chaos, commanding formation and throwing out a pop quiz about the local lore. Chelsea instantly shoots her hand into the air. She geeks out, explaining the capital Velkia is named after a legendary fairy knight trained by Luna, the stellar poet. But deep down, Leo is smirking. He remembers the real Velkia, less of a majestic knight, and way more of an annoying, bratty student to both him and Aaron. Someone cracks a joke that despite having a totally trash attitude, the dude actually bagged the legendary fairy knight title. Professor Harold backs her up. He drops some lore, explaining that House Ursar runs this whole territory because they literally have fairy knight blood flowing through their veins. Suddenly, eerie silhouettes push through the heavy fog. Harold squints at the approaching figures while Carr completely loses his cool, screaming about getting jumped by bandits. The professor calmly reminds him that danger lurks everywhere. But then, a super familiar voice calls out, totally throwing the teacher off his game. The mysterious guy asks how it is going. A whole squad of elite elves finally breaks through the mist, fronted by this ridiculously sharp-looking dude, rocking icy white hair. Cue the girls absolutely losing their minds, screaming like they just got front-row tickets to their favorite boy band. The white-haired leader steps into the light. He hits them with a smooth line about expecting their arrival. Plot twist. This is Loon Ersar himself, the literal chairman of the council. Harold gives him a nod, chuckling that the guy has not changed one bit. Meanwhile, the girls are basically puddles on the floor, manifesting that they just locked eyes with their future husband. With the thirst levels absolutely skyrocketing, Leo decides to crash their fantasy. He hits them with a reality check, asking if age gaps are just a joke to them. Eliana pokes his shoulder, teasingly asking if he is just salty and jealous. Leo keeps his chill, casually dropping the fact that elves basically live forever. He flips the script right back at her, daring her to guess the actual age of this supposed dreamboat. The two VIPs overhear the chaos. Loon smirks, noting that this freshman class is way more unhinged compared to the usual strict, rule-following squads. Harold covers for them, brushing it off as classic freshman energy. Stepping right up to the plate, Eliana boldly demands the name and age of the elf. He smoothly apologizes for skipping introductions. He gives his name before dropping an absolute nuke, revealing he is 97 years old. You can literally hear the romantic delusions of Eliana shattering into a million pieces. Carr completely shoves the paralyzed girl out of the way, cluelessly asking if this old-timer is their tour guide. Loon just politely holds out a hand. He casually mentions that he holds the highest seat on the council. Carr shakes his hand with the most awkward grip imaginable, visibly dying of embarrassment on the inside. Professor Harold facepalms, muttering that they are definitely having a serious chat later. Cut to the crew standing in a totally busted, dusty shack, complete with a rat sprinting across the floor for maximum effect. The squad absolutely loses it, demanding to know if they are actually supposed to sleep in this garbage dump. Leo just shrugs, throwing out an alternative option for them to crash. Eliana instantly switches up, hyping him up and kissing up to their glorious class leader. Leo smirks, offering them the camping tent he pitched out in the dirt. Realizing a tent is way worse, Carr suddenly backpedals. He loudly announces that this dusty room is actually perfect, and they need to start unpacking. After scrubbing the grime away, a few guys creep toward the upper level. Carr flashes this devious, absolutely toxic grin. He whispers that the ultimate school trip hack is spying on the girls, but the second they reach the top step, they freeze in absolute terror. Chelsea is already waiting for them. Looking ready to catch a murder charge, she does not even hesitate. She unleashes a massive blast of wind magic, sending the boys flying back down the stairs. While the guys beg for their lives, Leo kicks back, highly amused by the chaos. He sarcastically mumbles that everyone is really bonding on this little vacation. Deciding to go on his own side quest, he heads out. But before he can even take off, a formal voice addresses him as Lord Leo. He spins around, spotting an elite elven guard. The guard drops the message that the big boss wants a private word. Fast forward a couple minutes, and Leo is stepping right into the personal office of Loon. The chairman is absolutely buried under a mountain of paperwork. He barely looks up to welcome him, throwing out a quick apology for keeping him waiting. Loon asks him to chill for a few more minutes. Leo takes full advantage of the delay, asking if he can snoop around since the room is packed with wild artifacts. The chairman gives him the green light without a second thought. Leo strolls up to this massive weapon display on the wall, analyzing the ancient gear. His eyes lock onto one specific blade, instantly recognizing it as Urquent. Just whispering that legendary name makes Luna snap his head up in pure shock. He demands to know how a teenager could possibly recognize that artifact. Its dark history is a strictly guarded secret, handed down exclusively to the masters of House Ursar. Leo breaks a sweat but pulls a massive bluff, claiming he stumbled across the lore in the ancient Lumia archives. Loon totally swallows the lie, watching as the boy reaches out and grips the hilt. A rush of stellar mana hits his fingertips. But within milliseconds, the instincts of Leo kick in. This is not the authentic weapon. It is a perfectly crafted fake. His mind violently snaps back to his previous existence, throwing him into a flashback from when he reigned supreme as Hero Kyle. Back in the day, his old squad was heavily hyping up a fresh piece of loot. Luna was proudly flexing it, begging Kyle for validation. Instead of praising her, he completely roasted her life. He savagely told her she looked like a low-level goblin thief trying to wield a god-tier item. That insult triggered her instantly, making her absolutely lose her mind on him. The actual Urquint was her signature weapon before she passed the torch to her apprentice, Berkia. But the blade vanished into thin air right before their massive, deadly raid on Tartarus. Loon steps up from behind, spilling the tea that his own ancestor snatched the weapon back after dominating the personal hero world of Berkia. But there is a massive catch. Loot from hero worlds is completely locked to whoever conquered it first. All the puzzle pieces snap into place for Leo. That is exactly why the sword felt like a hollow piece of junk. Loon motions for him to grab a chair. He mentions that Harold gassed Leo up, hyping him as this elite all-class prodigy and the freshman representative. Leo confidently owns the titles. The chairman leans in, admitting he has a super weird favor to ask. He wants Leo to go have a heart-to-heart with his granddaughter. She used to be this unstoppable, top-tier monster at Seirun Academy. But ever since classes kicked off, her stats plummeted, and she basically gave up on everything. Luna's banking on the fact that an outsider like Leo, repping a totally different race, might be exactly the wake-up call she desperately needs. Leo trudges up to her door, heavily questioning if a grandfather should really be handing out master keys to random dudes. Shaking off the weird vibes, he knocks once and barges in. He instantly gets hit with a biohazard-level disaster zone. Coughing through the insanely thick dust, he scopes the room, and his eyes immediately lock onto these incredibly questionable posters covering her walls. Looking around, Leo realizes this girl isn't just a casual fan, she is a hardcore hero stan. He's seen kids hoard merch before, but this level of hyperfixation is entirely off the charts. His eyes catch a pristine uniform hanging in the corner, immediately clocking it as Siren Academy gear. But before he can investigate, the room's owner barges in. Assuming it's just her grandpa, she immediately launches into a spicy rant about boundaries and how totally uncool it is to invade a teenage girl's personal space. Then, her brain completely short-circuits. She freezes in her tracks, realizing she's staring dead at a random guy instead of her grandpa, and her entire face flushes crimson. Shrieking at the top of her lungs about a human trespassing in her sanctuary, she instantly swan dives straight under her bedsheets. Leo tries to salvage the moment, calmly dropping his name. He explains that her granddad actually sent him up here for a vibe check, but he gets absolutely zero response. She just stays barricaded in there, fully wrapped up like a trembling blanket burrito. Taking the hint, Leo smoothly pivots. He picks up a random journal and casually drops that her stash of Hero Kyle lore rivaled his own personal collection. He mentions he's super curious about how the elves actually document his legacy. Scanning through the pages, Leo is legitimately blown away. He openly hypes up her insane organizational skills, praising how deeply she actually understands Kyle's historical impact. That finally breaks the ice. Slowly, nervously, she pokes her head out from the covers, whispering a quiet question. Does he actually stand Hero Kyle too? To test the waters, she quizzes him on the Battle of Darnos. Without missing a beat, Leo flexes his knowledge, breaking down how they absolutely folded Tabirka there, marking the very first time the legends actually teamed up. Instantly, the nerdy spark in her eyes ignites. She fires off a follow-up test, demanding to know exactly where Commander Zerga's massive army got completely wiped off the map. Advalik, he fires back instantly. No hesitation. She practically vibrates with pure hype, completely starstruck that he actually knows the deep lore. Suddenly, the awkward intruder morphs into a literal knight in shining armor in her mind. Blushing hard, she drops her gaze. She finally introduces herself as Iran, nervously apologizing in case her intense nerdy info dumping just chased him away. But Leo completely validates her. He hits her with the sweetest reassurance, promising that the legends themselves would be incredibly hyped to know someone was still keeping their epic legacy alive. Empowered, Aran boldly drops her biggest theory. Kyle is totally the unrecorded fifth hero. Leo instantly backs her up, validating Kyle's legendary status. He even casually mentions dropping by a club dedicated entirely to researching that specific lore. Aran lights up until the reality of the word school actually registers in her brain. Instantly, her entire vibe plummets. Catching that sudden shift into total shutdown mode, Leo softly presses her on why she's dreading going back to class. With a heavy sigh, Aran confesses her massive imposter syndrome. She genuinely believes she has absolutely no business walking the halls of Siren Academy. She explains that everyone there is sweating blood to become a top-tier warrior, while she is just a fragile girl with a weak heart who totally doesn't deserve to breathe the same air. But Leo is observant. He locks on to how flawlessly maintained her uniform is, instantly reading between the lines she desperately wants to go back. Dropping some comforting logic, he reminds her he isn't the only human walking around here. and his squad would actually be thrilled to vibe with her and hear her hot takes. The shock on her face is real. He keeps rolling, casually mentioning that there are plenty of other academies out there, training absolute beasts from every race imaginable. Flashing a warm smile, he throws out an open invitation if she's even slightly curious. She should pull up and see the hype for herself. With that perfect mic drop, he heads out. The second the door clicks shut, he gets hit with a massive jump scare. Luna's literally camping outside, eyes sparkling like absolute anime stars. Getting way too close, Luna loudly whispers, begging to know if Leo actually managed to hold a full dialogue with Aaron. The grandpa literally wipes away a dramatic, theatrical tear. Overwhelmed by the miracle of his introverted granddaughter actually speaking, Luna insists on blessing Leo with premium magical loot. Knowing you never skip free rewards, Leo happily accepts. The ecstatic elder drags him straight into the royal vault, giving him a blank check to grab whatever his heart desires. At first glance, nothing really screams legendary tier, but then, Leo locks onto something super weird. He snatches it up, while Loon brushes it off as just some sparkly fairy dust paperweight. Playing it cool, Leo pretends he just wants it for the aesthetic, and locks in his choice, making Loon's day. But internally, our boy is grinning. He knows for an absolute fact that the entity trapped inside isn't some carved rock, it's a living, breathing fairy. Fast forward, and Class 5 is lined up in the hallway, while Professor Harold breaks down their brand new, totally brutal syllabus starting tomorrow. The agenda? A soul-crushing 6 a.m. wake-up call for intense solo grinding, backed up by hardcore mission simulations all afternoon. Elena immediately protests. She claps back, reminding the prof they already sweat buckets back at the academy. But Harold completely verbally destroys her argument. This field trip is absolutely not a vacation. It is a targeted boot camp designed to violently fix their biggest flaws. And then, he casually drops an absolute nuke on the squad. He reveals that this entire torturous agenda was drafted by their very own class president. Instantly, the whole squad shoots Leo daggers of absolute, unfiltered betrayal. Leo just stands there, radiating golden retriever energy, hyping up the location's combat potential. Meanwhile, Elena is doing mental gymnastics, desperately gaslighting herself. She forces herself to believe he must have some galaxy brain, noble strategy behind this torture. Harold dismisses the squad, ominously telling them to savor their final 24 hours of peace. Later that midnight, Leo is chilling in his dorm, intensely analyzing his shiny new prize. He connects the lore dots, realizing this gem is packed with the ancient, raw magic of the Fairy King himself. Honestly, it makes total sense. It explains why Loon thought it was just a shiny rock. The Fairy King's last contractor ghosted everyone after the Age of Calamity. Nobody has tapped into this frequency for ages, but Leo knows exactly what he's holding, the raw essence of Silrod. Channeling his own mana, he floods the gem. The relic instantly flares to life. It is go time. He triggers the ancient pledge of the Fairy King he secured way back, and the magic answers. The gem violently fractures, splitting wide open. From the glowing shards, a tiny, ethereal voice echoes out, asking if Father has finally shattered the chains. But the second this fairy locks eyes with Leo, he completely glitches out, snapping at him and demanding to know why some random human is just standing there. Leo does not even flinch, hitting him right back with a deadpan asking who he is supposed to be. Taking major offense to that, the little guy puffs out his chest and flexes his title as Kieran, the absolute firstborn of Silrod, the Fairy King. He keeps yapping away on his high horse like absolute royalty, but while Kieran drops his own name with maximum smugness, Leo just quietly curls his fingers back. Smack! Leo flicks him dead square on the forehead. Kieran totally short-circuits, freezing up as his brain tries to process the sheer disrespect coming from a human. But Leo completely drops his chill vibe. His eyes go dark as he spits out that even Silrod himself treated him with absolute respect, leaving him wondering who the heck this little punk thinks he actually is. Absolutely losing it, Kieran starts flaming him and trash-talking his entire species. But for every word that leaves his mouth, Leo drops another brutal flick on his dome, like a completely fed-up mom handing out discipline. After eating enough damage, Kieran finally decides to act right. Looking up at Leo with wide eyes, it suddenly clicks for him that this crazy guy has to be the pledged one his father was hyping up. Leaning in super close, Leo gives him one last death glare, daring him to speak up if he still has a problem. Unsurprisingly, Kieran totally folds. Figuring that locking in a pledge with a human might actually be pretty useful, Leo casually pats the kid on the head. He takes mental note that if Silrod went far enough to rip away all 6 of Kieran's wings, this kid must have been an absolute nightmare to deal with. Kieran looks totally shook that Leo somehow figured that out, but before he can even open his mouth, Leo cuts him off, telling him to hurry up and summon Silrod already. Kieran instantly gets his cocky smirk back, brushing him off by saying he can only call on his dad. After he manages to snatch back all 6 of his missing wings, he drops the hint that the first one is actually hiding somewhere nearby in the forest. Flashing a knowing smile, Leo calls their meetup pure destiny, right before delivering one final ruthless flick to his forehead just because he felt like it. Cut to the very next day, the entire class is trekking through the freezing forest while getting battered by icy winds. While they try to push through the blizzard, the whole squad stops dead in their tracks. This time it is pure shock, because Chelsea literally just got completely blown away by a massive blast of wind magic. Reaching out a hand to pull her up, Leo hits her with a cocky smirk, telling her she seriously needs to grind harder if she ever wants to keep pace. Let us rewind just a few minutes, back to when Eliana totally popped off. Leo had casually dropped the brutal truth that her sword skills and magic were completely out of sync, which perfectly explained why she figured he was out there grinding his levels solo. Leo totally ignores her little outburst. Flipping the script, he looks straight at the duo and roasts their summoning techniques, telling them they honestly need a massive reality check, which instantly triggers both of them, since they were super confident that was their strongest flex. Right on cue, Chelsea jumps into the drama, bringing up how he roasted her exactly like this back during the entrance exams, claiming she had literally zero clue how wind magic actually worked. Pulling out her weapon with a dangerous smile, she dares him to show her what kind of insane power he is actually packing, and Leo accepts without skipping a beat. In her mind, the way he has been flexing his skills so far has been absolutely top tier, and she is dying to know what kind of secret weapons he is keeping in his back pocket. But playing fair is not her style, and she refuses to give him even a single second to prep, immediately launching her signature windbreaker spell out of nowhere. A colossal hurricane of pure force screams straight for his face, but Leo does not even blink. He flawlessly fires back with his very own windbreaker. The two spells violently clash and perfectly cancel each other out, leaving Chelsea completely paralyzed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Eliana is absolutely shaking, knowing that rapid-fire casting was supposed to be Chelsea's ultimate trump card. Yet somehow, Leo just mirrored her insane speed like it was absolutely nothing. Refusing to take the L, Chelsea pushes harder and triggers her wind chain ability. Leo just lets out a heavy sigh, giving her a harsh flashback to their very first meeting, reminding her that he specifically warned her to never use wind magic like that. Without hesitation, he unleashes a wind bolt. It is an absolute beast of an attack that instantly shreds right through her defenses and rockets straight for her chest, catching her totally off guard. The massive shockwave completely launches her backward until she slams brutally into a tree, and just to make it extremely embarrassing, a massive chunk of snow dumps right onto her head like nature itself is mocking her. Strolling up like an absolute boss, Leo levels his blade right at her and super casually announces his flawless victory. Still seeing stars, a totally dazed Chelsea quietly mutters, asking if what she just witnessed was actual wind magic. Carr chimes in from the sidelines, openly admitting he never expected her to take such a massive L. Right beside him, Eliana is totally spiraling, unable to comprehend how their class rep turned into such an unstoppable cheat code. Stepping into the spotlight, Professor Herod drops some heavy wisdom, pointing out that even though Chelsea definitely is not lacking in raw destructive stats, the true gap between them comes down to pure mastery and absolute control over the element itself. While the lecture happens, Leo just chills out, casually giving head pats to a super grumpy-looking cat. As the professor keeps preaching to the class, he hits them with the harsh reality that even when they start unlocking flashy new abilities in the upper tiers, they absolutely cannot afford to abandon grinding out the basic fundamentals they already possess. Wrapping up his entire speech, he orders the squad to start leveling up their skills by following their class rep as the shot caller. Predictably, this instantly sparks an entire choir of heavy groans and non-stop complaining about surviving in this completely freezing weather. Fast forward a bit, and we see Leo trekking solo through the snowy woods, casually farming up some herbs to clear a quest. Thinking back to how the rest of his squad totally rage quit the cold,